First ever ECC. Now it's back bigger and better than ever with 6 new countries involved as well. 21 teams will be here. It's going to be a big 5 weeks of action. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to a huge day in the European cricket calendar. We are here in Cartama Oval for the second ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket and 21 teams will be vying for that trophy. That's 5 weeks away. 120 matches will take place in this year's ECC. It really is the biggest and best event I think that we've ever done here on ECN. And it's great to have your company, whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network or one of our partner broadcasters around the world. We are going to start with our 5-match calendar today and it's going to be Spain versus Austria in match 1. I know that all these teams and particularly the captains are excited. Let's see what happens at the coin toss because the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, is with the 2 captains.
Heads, tails, heads, tails, your call. Head. Heads is called. It is heads. You want to bat first? You want to bat first? Okay. Austria will bat first.
So it is Austria. Their captain Razmal Shigawal has won the toss and has elected to bat first in this crucial opening clash. Now, a few things are different this year in the ECC, and one of them is we are playing day-night cricket, so we'll run into the night later on. It means we're starting later in the day. Often we saw teams wanting to bowl first early in the morning, but now we're starting 11:30 local time. It's already the middle of the day, so I think Razmal, smartly, I think, having a bat first, and he's going to get some runs on the board. And he's certainly one player to watch out for Austria. I think he's probably their most technically correct batter, but he's also very, very destructive. Let's talk about Spain, though. Their captain, Christian Munoz Mills, probably not the worst thing that they'll chase in this one. They did bat first in match 1 last year and didn't quite get the right amount of runs on the board to hold off Belgium back then. But I know the Spain team, they've been picked kind of as specialists this time. Their new coach, Corey Rutgers, is certainly going to take an innovative approach, I think, to their batting innings as well when we see them in the second half of this game. Well, it's going to be a big one here. The weather's pretty good as well. A bit of cloud cover at the moment, but we're expecting a pretty warm day, 31 degrees already. It's up to 28. So it's going to be a fantastic festival of European cricket. It's the Euros of cricket, and one man that loves European cricket as much as I do is Rico Full. He's in the commentary box. I can tell you the news from the toss in match 1 is that Austria, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit. Over to you, Rico, and let's get this party started.
Yep. Good morning, cricket lovers all around the globe. The waiting is over. This is it, the biggest cricket event of the year. Welcome to the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket. We come live from Spain, the beautiful province of Andalusia, here on the Costa del Sol, Malaga, from the magnificent and picturesque Cartama Oval. And we're seeing a great moment out there at the moment. That is the mayor of Andalusia, Jose Gallardo. And Jose Gallardo out there with Juan Carlos, who is the president of Cricket España. And he will be presenting the match ball, the start of the match ball, to Mohamed Kamran for the start of this match, the very first match of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Here we will witness 21 national teams compete against each other over 5 weeks of competition. And only after 124 matches have been completed shall we know who will be crowned as the 2022 Kings of Europe. We get ready to start this opener, and it's going to be a thriller. 2 teams that have played plenty of this format. Spain versus Austria. Austria winning the toss, and electing to have a bat first. And first up, they're up against that man. And a very explosive bowler. It's come onto the scenes the last few years for Spain. And Mohammed Kamran is going to be bowling first up to Ranjit Singh. And his opening partner at the non-strikers end is Kudral Udmanzai. Here we go, the first ball, bat versus ball. It's hit well, and well, half stopped, but they'll get the single. A little bit of width offered in the first one straight away off the very first ball of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. I'm Rico Full. This is the European Cricket Network. And alongside me soon, coming to you from the commentator's dream box, will be Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo. One of the first ball. Loving the colours of the two teams out here. Spain in their more traditional red and yellow. Glow of yellow on the front of those shirts. Against Austria with the red and the blue. Quick change in the field here. Christian Munoz wanting to put himself in at slip here to Utmanzai, the left-hander. Cameron, left-hand pace, in he comes. Short, down the leg side, will be called a wide. The early work there for the wicketkeeper for España. Mohamed Ishan. Muy buenos días todos, ¿cómo estás? Somos aquí in Andalusia, Malaga, Cartama. This is the magnificent Cartama Oval Cricket Ground, where you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championships. Cameron once more, this time right into the body of Utmanzai. It back down. Plenty of noise out there from Spanish boys. The host team looking to do well, and they've got a good record last year, finishing 4th overall in Championship week after runners-up in their Group A. This is clipped away. That's a nice shot. That will be a couple of bounces as it goes over to the leg side boundary. Just a little bit shorter, just giving a little bit of room to Manzai, and he whips his away pretty quickly. Nice shot. Good one to play in the power play. And to those of you that are new to this format, the first 3 overs is the power play. Only 2 men allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And you see there, nobody out on the boundary on the leg side, 4 runs. First boundary of this championship. Short again, goes for it again, but this is going to be an opportunity. And it's been well taken. No mistakes there at all. And that's a simple catch taken from Gurwinder Singh. And the first wicket, Mohammed Kamran sticking to the short stuff. And this occasion, Utmanzai looking to go in the same area as before, wasn't able to clear the 30-yard circle. And the first wicket goes down. And that's 6 for 1. And Mohammed Kamran has got the wicket. Spain, that's the wicket they wanted. So it's 4 and out there. Utmanzai looking to go for the boundary again. But you will know that in this format, that's the way you've got to bat. You've got to go out there. You've got to be brave. You've got to play your shots, because the innings, the 60 balls that you get, run out pretty quickly. So Utmanzai has to depart. Nice catch there taken by Gurwinder Bajwa. Nice to see him making his, I think it's his debut, wearing a Spanish shirt, taking a nice catch there. A fantastic batter, left-hander. And he gets going. He's set a few records in this T10 scene, that's for sure. New batter comes out. And it's the captain, Razmal Shigwal of Austria. Short again from Kamran, just not carrying to the diving fielder, Asjad Buck. Just not able to make up the ground there, but again, a bit of a miscue. But there certainly seems to be a plan here at the moment, certainly from particularly Mohammed Kamran, going for the short stuff, trying to draw the batters into the shots, but playing them a little bit too early at the moment. Half a chance. No run taken. Short again, this time he gets plenty on this, and this will go all the way. Balle, in la zona, Shakalagia, 6 carreras, and the first Maximo of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship coming from the bat of the Austrian captain. And that's the end of the first over, 12 for 1, and it's a great time for me to welcome into our dream box here, the one, the only, the legend himself, Mr. Maximo.
Rico. Morning to all the viewers. Great to be back in Cartama, of course, for this ECC. And we've got plenty of people watching all around the world. We're on a bunch of broadcasters as well as the European Cricket Network. If you've been following the action this year, you'll be really hyped for this. That's the word I'm hearing a lot at the moment. And maybe if you're watching us for the first time, you are in for a treat. I think it's pound for pound the most exciting cricket on the planet. Here's Mohammad Babar with over number 2.
Babar gets a dot. A name that you'll all remember from the European Cricket League. Mohammad Babar, of course, was instrumental in helping Spain become the European League champions, playing for Pacaquer Badalona. He was awesome with bat and with ball, and also was the MVP. And here he is now, earning his right to represent Spain. And once again, just keeping it outside the off stump. This is very similar, Vinny, to what he did in that ECL. Not trying to do too much with the ball, just getting it in the right area and making the batsman make the mistakes.
Bit of a specialist selection for Spain, and I think a lot of countries are going that way. This is what we're going to see over the next 5 weeks. Each one of these groups will play 1 week in the tournament. The winner of the group goes through to week 5, where they'll meet England 11, who are defending champions, and qualify automatically for that last week.
Once again, joining them up, dot to dot. This one a little bit closer, gets this one to come in. Gets a bit more carry through as well, a bit more zip. Nicely handled by Mohamed Ishan there, behind the stumps. Looking forward to seeing him out there as well with the bat. A very exciting player. Certainly looking the look and the balance of this Spanish team, Vinny.
Yeah, I really like the energy out there at the moment.
Swing and a miss again. So, Ranjit Singh having a few issues. Just the one on the board so far, and he's chewing up these deliveries. Dot balls are gold dust, and just like that, you can see the captain, Chigual, just having a walk up there and having a chat. He's probably just saying to him, hey, bud, look, no dots, bat on ball, let's take the single, get me on strike. He wants to go back on strike. His last scoring shot was that big 6. Goes up in the air. Is this going to carry? Oh, it's been dropped. That's an absolute dolly. Can't believe he's dropped that. Well, Mohamed Cameron, of all people. Well.
Oh, well, you wouldn't read about that. Pacaquer teammates, Mohamed Babar and Mohamed Cameron. I was going to say that a catch was taken in that area off Mohamed Cameron. I was about to say he's returning the favour, but let's just say it was not going according to plan. No, unbelievable, and that's probably the pressure of the situation there.
Yeah, big let off. Maybe just had too much time there, Vinny. Well, this is launched into the air. This goes all the way. Manos! Arriba, 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 árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, so rubs salt in, doesn't it, when you go for a 6 next ball. Maximo time. We finally got one. Well, it took 2 overs, but we got there. And that's the first of many 6s you'll see. And Chigual, class act, isn't he? That's also at the end of the second over. The score is 19 for 1.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They needed that, didn't they? Because after those dot balls, and then that chance, the drop catch, it could have been very different. I mean, that's a bit of play that Spain will look back on. It was an absolute dolly of a chance. Mohamed Cameron put it down, but now he gets an opportunity to make up for it. Looks like he's going to bowl himself out, bowling the 3rd over. Quick delivery. You can see a bit of fire in that one. As a shot at the stumps. I think the batters work comfortably home there, but I do like to see that from the fielding side, putting the pressure on the 2 batters, making them earn those runs.
Yeah, I mean, power play is so important, isn't it? And last year we saw about 115 was the pass score in the ECC. Remains to be seen. Could be something similar, but this guy, he's an excitement machine, Mohamed Cameron.
One there, pitches this one up, probably surprises the captain of Austria a little bit there, Chigual. But again, both of these guys, I mean, don't forget, we talked about Mohamed Babar, but Mohamed Cameron as well was instrumental in that ECO win for Spain.
Was. He's a real throwback. Yeah. He's a tough, grizzly fast bowler.
Slightly slower delivery, a bit wider as well. So just keeping it out of the swing zone there of Chigual. Chigual gets a single. Now, this will be interesting to see how Ranjit Singh goes here, because at the moment, 7 deliveries, just 3 runs. He knows he's got to play a few shots here. So he's going to go after Cameron. I wonder if in his mind he's decided it's all or nothing here. Doesn't want to chew up too many deliveries. Smacked hard. Goes all the way. Big shot. That's what he needed. 6 more.
Yeah, bang. And they have tried out a lot of short stuff, haven't they? Particular Cameron seems to be a definite tactic to try and induce those cross-bat strokes, but there's nothing wrong with this one. Smacked down to the ground, 6 runs.
Yeah, big hit. And, well, that's one for the support staff to chase after. Cameron, he won't like that. What's the reply going to be? Better. Good line. Good areas. And just like that, it's another dot.
So, at the moment, we've seen about 9.5 and over through the power play. Remains to be seen where they'll go from here, but I know that Shigawal, he's a guy that loves batting on this ground. He's come up with some really high scores. Like I say, so Cameron's had a lot of success as well. Here's the last ball of the 3rd over.
Goes short again. It's a miscue, but he gets it in the gap, does he? Oh, great effort there on the fielder. And deciding to go for the catch. And as a result of it, not getting anything on it, and the ball goes through for 4. What do you reckon, Vince? Take the catch or save the 4?
Well, I don't mind this because if he gets hands on it, it's probably not going for 4 anyway. Now, I think it's a good attacking move to try and remove Ranjit. I mean, okay, he hasn't hurt you too much so far, but I think that's probably the only play he had on that. It was probably going to be more awkward if you ran around it and let it bounce. But anyway, it is 4. Cuatro carreras más finishes the power play. It's 31 for 1 after 3. And so there's the story of the power play so far. I'd say more or less an even result. I mean, the big news there for me was Mohamed Cameron dropping that catch.
Yeah,
he came up with the first wicket, but he dropped an absolute sitter there.
Yeah,
it's very unlike him.
Think about that, Vinny, is the drop catch, which allows a single, and then the next ball is pumped for 6.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And of course, the ECC, when the ECN, which the European Cricket Network that we're on at the moment, we're a bit ahead of the game because we already have the rule where if you get caught and you cross, it doesn't matter. You have to cross back. So it would have meant the new batter was on strike. Anyway, we're going to go to over number 4. Now it looks like the left arm, Atif Mohammed, will continue. Yeah, Daniel Dol Kayet, he's been a good pickup for Spain in the last 12 months. Just, I guess, grasped that very difficult opportunity there. But he made good ground to get there in the first place.
He did very well. I'm interested to see this. This guy really impressed me in the European Cricket League for Pakakir Badalona. Atif coming into bowl now. Well, gets a bit of a inside edge from the batter. We'll take the single. Yeah, he impressed me. He bowled a good line, and it's the first time really, I think I've known him as a young player. First time I've seen him play on the big stage like that with pressure on him, and he dealt with it really well. Just wondering how we do with this at international level.
He seems to have maturity beyond his years, doesn't he, Atif? There he is. He's a pretty wiry character, but he has some good variations. You can see how tall he is, so he gets a lot of good bounce as well. Of course, he's got that natural left arm across the right-hander kind of angle that he exploits.
Takes it back down the ground into that long on area. Just take the single. Hey, Vinny, how spectacular does this ground look? The Cartama Oval, is there a better place on the planet to be watching cricket?
Yeah, no, I don't think so, Rico. I think as this tournament builds up and builds up, it's going to be a real festival of everything that's great about European cricket.
And chance and taken. Good catch, good technique. That's nicely done by Hamza Salim there. And well done also to Atif Mohammed. Just bowling in the right areas. Not bowling too short. Keeping that ball outside that off-stump corridor and gets what he deserves. Gets that wicket.
Yeah, and it's like a de facto slip, really. We've seen this time and time again this year on the European Cricket Network. That kind of third man on the circle, they bring them a bit finer. And if you get those edges, they don't normally go to a traditional slip a lot of the time because they're swinging so hard. And you'll see it here. He swings so hard, the edge flies. And yeah, nicely taken. No mistake at all. So it's all high fives at the moment. The host nation, I think with that wicket, they're going to be on top because that is the dangerous Shigawal who has to go. Second man to fall, 33 for 2.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. I mean, as you said, the captain, he can be quite dangerous while he's out there in the crease. He can hit the ball pretty big, keep the momentum going. He's going to be replaced by Yusuf, who's coming in. Shan Yusuf, somebody else who can give the ball a bit of a clonk. And we've talked a little bit about the European Cricket League. And this man in February was instrumental as well for the Austrian club champions. He's the captain of his team. And was very handy with bat and with ball. And of course, he's out there to do one thing, and that's smash it as hard as he can. Not a bad power play. 31. So they're going at sort of the 100 mark. I mean, to give you an idea, that in the very first European Cricket Championship, the average score, the innings score, was about 115. So they're on par for that at the moment. And he's looking to get this in the gap. He doesn't get hold of this, really. And look for two. Decide against it. So not a clean hit. Just gets the single, gets himself off the mark straight away. But really now, this is where Ranjit Singh has to get going. He's hit that one big six. But other than that, he struggled. So it needs to get motoring now. Atif Mohammed. Back to his mark. Cartama. This is hit very well, but goes straight to the fielder. No errors there from Prince Damin, another exciting cricketer from Barcelona. Nice to see him wearing the Spanish jersey as well. He's a talented guy, great in the field. I've seen him take some superb catches there at the Olympic Stadium there in Barcelona. Also a very talented batter, so I wonder if he'll get a bowl as well. He certainly can mix it around a bit.
Yeah, got a lot of versatility in their lineup, no doubt about it. Pretty pace-heavy lineup, though, I've noticed this Spain team. Anyway, here's the last ball of what's been a very good over from Atif.
Nicely bowled, and this is being timed. He's going to get through the gap. Yes, he is. This is a lovely shot. Well, it's not always about the power. It's about the timing and execution as well. And that is a delightful shot. 4 runs. Once again, Daniel Doyle, he's the man doing the diving and sliding, but he can't stop that. 4 more. And there's an opportunity to say hello world to everybody that's out there that is joining us in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And what a day, what a start, and what a venue, what a place.
Certainly is. And yeah, I want to say good morning, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Alongside me is Rico Full. We are back, bigger and better than ever. 120 matches, 120 T10 international matches. These are matches that are sanctioned by the International Cricket Council as well. We played the first ever T10 international about a year ago. And so it's just been flourishing since then, of course. This isn't our first rodeo either. We've done something like 800 matches or so on ECN this year. We've done 2,500 matches now over the last couple of years. It's been a big adventure, hasn't it, Rico?
It's been absolutely amazing. And this is, I mean, come on, this is the Euros of cricket, isn't it? It doesn't get any bigger than this. And what a setting, what a place. And doing it here in Spain as well, I think is absolutely marvellous. And how fitting that Spain are playing here, the first match against Austria.
Yeah, it's great to see the host nation involved first up. New bowler is Tom Vine, and he's a really interesting player. He's a guy who's got a lot of slower balls. He reminds me a bit of the way Shane Warne used to always have a new delivery every series. I think he's up to about 6 or 7 slower balls that he bowls. But he'll bowl normally mostly slower balls when he bowls in the second half of the innings. Here he is in the 5th over, so we'll probably see him mixing up a fair bit even at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, Tom Vine once more. He's up in the air, but has he got plenty of this? Yes, he has. He goes all the way. Bowl! Bowl, bowl. Ginna Sona. Shaka Lagya. Well, that's a lovely shot, all about timing. That was sweet out of the middle of the bat. That was sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. Tom Vine. What's the reply going to be?
Classic cricket shot was a slower ball. Is he going to change it up? Does. That's a slightly different sort of a slower ball that time. Yeah. That still beats the bat.
This is the thing about Tom Vine. I think you're absolutely right. The variations that Tom has is absolutely brilliant. And he reminds me of a packet of Bombay mix. You know, you never know what's going to come next from him. He goes back to his mark. Good reply from him after being hit 6 straight down the ground. Short. Gets this wrong. And well, this is obviously taken something on the way. Because no wide called. So it's taken a bit of the batter here. See this again. It bangs in. Yeah, it does. Takes a bit of the upper arm.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. The umpires, of course, they're under pressure as well on the big stage. But again, they've had a lot of practice in this form of the game. Here's Vine.
Up in the air. Is it going all the way? Yeah, the fielder. Well, I think he had to make up his mind pretty quickly there. Atif Mohammed. I think he had to get the dive in here to stop this. Once it gets past you, once it hits the deck, it's going to go. And that's exactly what happens. So I think that's probably what is being said to him there.
Yeah, I think to quote a famous artist, he had one shot, one opportunity to get this, and there was this swipe at the ball, and he just can't quite get there. Once it's past him, he's never catching up with it. 4 more runs
Oh, well, this has clonked him on the lid. Well, that's going to wake him up in the morning. Forget the alarm clock. Well, that's why we wear helmets, people.
Well,
Tom Vine banging it. They're going for the shorter stuff more often than not here, Spain,
like
right?
he does. This is very non-Tom Vine, and this is where his slower balls, in fact, he has so many of them. When you do go pace on it, really surprises us and Yusuf. But it is the end of the over, halfway through the first innings of the tournament. The 50 comes up in that over as well. It's 50 for 2.
Yeah, going along nicely. Like again, they're on that 100 pace. But I think they want that slight acceleration in. I think that's why Shun Yusuf has come in there. He's injected a bit of pace into that 15 of 7 deliveries. But like I say, the issue here at the moment is Ranjit. I think now's the time. Half the innings over. He's got to decide. It's all or nothing here. 13 deliveries he's faced for his 16.
Now, of course, it's a big occasion, and a lot of the community has gotten around this as well. Let's wait for this delivery. It's the first delivery in T10 International Cricket for Prince Demand. This one surprises the batter again. He's still plodding along, isn't he? He's 16 of 14 now. Now, I know that this event, it's broadcast to something like 140 million people around the world, and it wouldn't be possible without the support of a lot of individuals, of course, part of our team and all of our partners as well, and some of our important partners in local government as well here in the Andalusia region of Spain. Another swing and a miss. I have to say, I'm just struggling just to get going here.
It's a short ball again, Vinny. The short ball to Ranjit, I mean, unless it's down the leg side, he's not getting anywhere near it, not getting a sniff at it, and straight away you can see there Yusuf having a chat with him, the experienced campaigner, and just probably trying to say to him, hey, mate, try and cut those, look at the gap between sort of the third man and the man that's on the boundary on the offside, try and gear it in that direction.
This is fast pace so far. And this is with a run rate of about 9.4. It's probably going to go up from there.
Short again, it goes up aerial, but it will go all the way. It's hit long, strong and hard. Shukka, 6 carreras más.
Yeah, nice shot. And once again, they're trying out the short stuff. It's certainly a plan, I think, from Spain. This isn't by accident. They probably think that this kind of shot, it goes wrong more often, but that one doesn't, and that one flies. And well, the ball retrievers, they're going to be busy. Look at Pete out there.
Edge, watches the bounce. And good running, good backing up by Yusuf. Get the single. Slight change of pace this time round from Prince. This is what I'm loving about Spanish cricket. You know, I know you're talking about a lot of dignitaries here, but a lot of these people we're talking about, Vinny, Prince Demand here, Ashjad Bhatt, and Gurwinder Bajwa. These are all guys that we saw 2 years ago when we did that ECS in Barcelona. And look how they progressed. And that shows you what happens with the more cricket you get played in countries. Nicely played shot. He gets it through. Perfect timing, perfect placement, and that's 4 more. Once again, the fielder chasing after it has got to get the dive in for me there. Atif Mohammed. He's got to get the dive in. He's got to try and stop it. Chasing it is not going to, you're not going to catch up with it. Not on this carpet of an outfield. It's absolutely magnificent. Great timing, good shot. Yeah, he's got to go down there early again, Vinny. Can't chase after it. Yeah. He's not going to get there.
You're chasing your tail if that's what you're going to do on this outfield anyway. It looks beautiful. Yusuf got rattled, but now he's the one handing out the blows. That was a nice shot for 4. He's a guy we saw captaining the Austrian Cricket Tigers, of course, in the ECL right here earlier in the year.
Pitched up, and this has been mashed. Oh, that's been mullered. That's gone a long, long way. He's muscled that over cow corner. Well, watch out for the snakes out there, because they're there. I can tell you about it. Big hit, Vinny.
Yeah, that one's lost in the jungle. And left-handers, they love to do this, don't they? When they get this angle, and then bang, into straight away. That one's out of here. Maximo time. Also, it's in the end of the 6th over. The score is 67 for 2. So I do want to say that we are honoured to have a few esteemed guests here. We have Jose Maria Lazabal from the Sports Ministry. Also, we've got Abraham's visited the box already from HTC Software. But what I'm going to do now, Rico, with your permission, I'm going to step aside just for an over or two, and I'm going to introduce Mr. Jorge Gallardo, and he is the mayor of Andalusia, which is the region we're playing in Spain. And well, he has been switched on to cricket now. We spoke to him last year. We thought it'd be great for him to get involved for a couple of overs.
Yes, Jose, he's seen this before and he's seen it grow and grow. I'm looking forward to saying buenos días to Jose once more. Jose, buenos días, ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué tal? ¿Todo bien?
Cartama.
Y mira, eso no es de primera vez que está aquí. I'm just saying to Jose, it's not the first time he's here. Jose was here when we first came and did the very first Dream11 European Cricket Championship. So last year, and it's grown. Qué grande ahora, ¿no? Toda vez más grande.
Sí, la verdad que sí, la verdad que el montaje, las instalaciones cada vez lo habéis hecho mucho mejor, mucho más bonito, mucho más agradable para los visitantes, para ver los partidos y la verdad que genial, great.
Baba back into the attack here. I think this is a good call from Christian Muniz. Just wants to slow the runs down a bit after 17 came off that last over. So Baba once more. It's well bowled, no wide there. Y Jorge, una cosita, porque ahora yo creo que en Andalucía y en España más gente conozco más de cricket. Y tú piensas que la gente cuando ve lo eso, que quieres entrar, quieres mirar más.
Sí, la verdad que una vez que empiezas a conocer el deporte y conoces un poco las reglas, la verdad que te gusta, ¿no? Y esta modalidad de juego, que es mucho más rápida, yo creo que es mucho más atractiva a la hora de poderlo ver, y hay más gente que
just
le
asking
gusta.
Jorge there that with the cricket being played now more and more in Spain, especially the showcase of European cricket, if there's more enthusiasm and more support, and more people wanted to play cricket. And well, that's a lovely played shot there. Once again, it's all about timing from Yusuf once more. Just using the pace of Baba. Baba very quite cleverly trying to just get this ball inside that line, that wide indicator line for the umpires. But Yusuf very clever, a clever, experienced cricketer. He knows what he's trying to do. And look, just gets the timing right, spot on. 4 more runs, beautifully done. Really nice shots, cuatro más. Yeah, so with cricket being played in Spain, more and more people getting involved with it all the time. And Jorge, and tell us something, una cosita, que pensando que ahora en colegios, porque hay muchos niños aquí que miran el cricket también, que en colegios jugando más también ahora.
Sí, hay algunos colegios que se están interesando en este deporte, van a venir colegios del municipio, de la ciudad de Cartama, aquí a ver el deporte y poderlo llevar a las escuelas.
Sí, sí, sí. Y claro, y gusta cricket como así, and yes, they like cricket like this because once again, another lovely shot here from Yusuf. Yusuf, well, I don't know what he's on this morning, but I don't think it's as serious. He hits another one for a big 6, and another opportunity for us to say buenos días, buenos días el mundo.
Buenos días, good morning.
Jorge, y Jorge, para ti, mira, tú eres uno experto ahora de cricket, ¿no? Porque ¿cuántas veces aquí ahora? ¿3 veces?
Sí, ya 3 veces, tres torneos en Cartama.
I just say Jorge is now an expert here. It's the 3rd time that he's been here. Y mira, ahora ¿cómo son diferentes ahora tú pensando que en la provincia de Andalucía, aquí en Málaga, por la gente cuando tú hablas por cricket?
Sí, no, ten en cuenta que también en Málaga hay mucho extranjero, mucho inglés, otras nacionalidades que bueno, que también pues este deporte lo ven más cercano, son más conocedores de él y hace pues, bueno, que vengan también ellos a ver un deporte que lo conocen más y que lo podamos incluir dentro de la cultura también española, sí, y del deporte español.
Y mira, cuando hablando para ti de equipo de España, jugó más mejor porque tienes otra wicket ahora. Just saying to Jorge, as we're talking, well, Jorge is obviously bringing some luck to the Spanish team. Poco de suerte. Well, that's just been hit straight into the hands of the fielder there. Ranjit Singh, he departs at 24 of 18. And a good wicket. Hamza Salim comes on and with his very first delivery, picks up a wicket. They needed that. They needed to get that partnership broken. But Ranjit really, I mean, though he's departed, he's got 28, like I say, but it's Hashan Yusuf who's doing all the damage at the moment at the other end as the new batter comes into play.
Se le han escapado algunas bolas, ¿no? Al equipo español algunas bolas podían haberla...
Ya.
Se le han escapado.
Ya. Y mira, ¿qué pensando? Porque mira, eso es de euros de cricket. Pero él de como la campeón, de Liga de Campeones, España es la campeona, ¿sí? ¿Sí? Que pensando que España es la campeona de Pacaque Barcelona, cuando ganara aquí en febrero. Sí. Eso es muy importante, ¿no? Porque dice que la Champions de Europa en la Champions League en cricket es un equipo español.
Bueno, pues es importante, ¿no? Que se conozca y bueno, y si hay resultados con la selección española, pues...
Big, this is going down the leg side and it will go all the way. Well, he picks up a wicket. But the very next ball, eso es 6 carreras.
Te voy a hacer entrega del escudo de la ciudad, para que lo tengas también, de nuestro municipio.
Vale.
Para que lo puedas tener.
Sí. Qué guay, ¿eh? Muchas gracias. Big hit there. Well, what a start that is. Just comes in, and that's Zishan Arif. Now, I'll tell you something about Zishan Arif. Last time I saw him in Seebahn, the cricket ground in Austria, this guy was hitting sixes for fun. So I can see why he's in here now. This will probably be called a wide. It has. Here comes the Salim, just trying to keep this one out of that swing arc of Zishan. The dot ball. Once more. And this is going to be another wide. Y Jorge, la gente, porque aquí tienes la fan zone también. ¿Por qué no digo por la gente que he visto ahora en la televisión de cricket aquí y vive en España, cómo pasa por este sitio para mirar la cricket, por la fan zone y todo?
Sí, bueno, que Cartama también es una ciudad muy cercana a la capital, a Málaga, con buena restauración, buena comida, buen food y bueno, y sitios interesantes que poder visitar aquí en Cartama.
Sí,
tenemos un museo arqueológico,
sí.
Un castillo, una ermita donde está la patrona del municipio, que es la Virgen de los Remedios.
Sí.
Y bueno, invito a que todos se puedan pasar por aquí a ver cricket y a ver también el municipio Cartama.
Sí, sí, y es una zona muy linda también. Y también que es muy lindo, que es otra wicket para España. Míralo eso. Well, going for the big hit again. Zishan Arif catches the edge, but it goes through to a man who isn't dropping him at the moment. And there he is again, Gurvinder, taking a very good catch. So another wicket for Hamza Dar. So Hamza Salim Dar comes in, and he's picked up 2 wickets in the over. But the thing is, at the moment, though they're getting the wickets, Austria are keeping that rate up, and the danger man is still there at the other end. Well, Jorge, me entar mucho para hablar contigo muchas veces, y que seguro que tú quieres pasar por la zona de fan zone también ahora. Es posible tomar una victoria o algo, ¿no?
Exactamente, una buena cervecita fresquita ahí y ver un buen partido de cricket.
Vale, y claro, y ganar a España, ¿no?
Hombre, por supuesto que gane España. Buena suerte a los 21 equipos que van a participar en el torneo, sí. Y que vaya muy bien a todos. Y también muchísimas gracias a los comentaristas y a toda la organización por este magnífico torneo que estáis realizando en Cartama.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Hasta luego. There you go, folks. Lovely to be talking to Jorge Gallardo there, the mayor of Andalusia. And it's interesting, telling some interesting facts about the area around us here. And telling us just how cricket has grown in Andalusia and in Spain particularly as well. And we're just talking about how big it was that it is Spain that actually, or Spanish club, Paca Barcelona, that are the champions of the European Cricket League. And hoping that Spain could maybe go all the way in this one as well. So big thanks to Jorge. This one's up in the air. It could be a third wicket. Wicketkeeper makes up the ground and should be no mistakes. It is a third wicket in the over from Hamza Salim Dar. Well, how about that? What an inspirational bowling change that was from the captain, Christian Munir. 3 wickets in the over. And that's exactly what Spain needed there, because more importantly, that also is the wicket of Ashan Yusuf, who goes for 35 of 14. A great over, and also a great time to welcome back into our dream house here, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. And yeah, I really loved that interview with Jorge, and we do appreciate the support, of course, of everyone from the local authorities here in Spain that are so supportive. For me, though, that's a huge wicket, isn't it? Because Ashan Yusuf looked good. He really got things moving through those middle overs, 35 or 15, with 3 sixes and 4 fours in there. Now, he's a guy, I know that Ranjit didn't really click at the top of the order. He stuck around for a while. Ashan Yusuf's a guy you can put up there potentially later in the day. You kind of need to tinker a little bit with the batting order. It's got to be a bit more fluid, I think, in this form of the game, because you want to get the guys hitting them well. You've got to get them up there facing deliveries quicker. So 87 for 5 after 8, and here comes Tom Vine in the 9th.
It's well bowled, good delivery, right up in the block hole. There's not a lot that Sagana Hyatt could do about that. Zadran has joined him, the other end now. Yep. What an over that was, though, from Hamza Salim. 3 wickets in the over. That's sensational.
He's been pulling the right strings, hasn't he? The Spanish captain, Christian Munoz Mills. And Zadran, who is batting now. Well, when we're in Austria, we call him the wild thing, because he likes to bowl quick. He likes to swing hard. That's the kind of cricketer he is. Let's see what he does here. Perfect time for him to come in the 9th over.
Well bowled again. This is great bowling. I mean, if you think back to the first over, Tom Vine bowled, and obviously, as we said there, Vinny, there was a plan they were bowling short. We saw Mohammed Cameron bowling short, Mohammed Barber as well. Tom Varn, when he came on, doesn't normally bowl short. Remember, he clocked Yusuf on the helmet.
He did.
Bowling short, and now all of a sudden, new batters, new line. Intelligent cricket.
Problem was that kind of knocked Yusuf into action, didn't it? when he
did a
got
bit,
one
didn't
upstairs. Sadran.
Slow ball, work for the fielder here, and then that's the captain, Munith, sliding, trying to stop that, but he gets enough timing on it. 4 runs, good hit from Zadran. Just gets an opportunity to see the outfit here as well. I mean, it's not rapid, it's not the quickest, but if you time the ball well, I mean, you can see here from this that, well, it will go. And despite the efforts of the Capitan there, España there, Christian Munith could not stop that. 4 more runs. That's what they need to do here. Just keep the momentum going, keep the runs flowing.
We have a bit of an expression here on ECN that it all happens in the 9th. So let's see what Wine can do.
Oh, well, once again, just wraps his fingers around this, takes the pace off it. Went for the big hit as Zadran, but doesn't move his feet. Nice to see there some of the kids in the fan zone enjoying the cricket with the European Cricket Network's Cricket's Cool program. It's always lovely to see kids here from all the local schools coming around. And a big shout out to all of those schools and all the helpers around the ground that are helping out with the kids. This is hit very well, but to the fielder, should just be the single. There. Gets the throw in quickly to the keeper, Mohammed Ishan. So yeah, a lot of activity behind the scenes as well, Vinny, especially with the youngsters coming, playing some cricket.
Loving it.
Being put through some drills. I think it's lovely. It's a festival of cricket. This is what this is.
Really
it's not
is.
only the Euros of cricket, it's the festival of cricket, and I love it.
Yeah, and I've got actually a very important person as well that's going to join you for a few minutes, because speaking of that cricket school project, but first we're going to watch this ball, and it's skied in the air, it's touch and go, but it's out of here. Maximo Hyatt gets Austria close to that 100, knocking on the door now. 99 for 5 after 9. Vine goes wicketless, ends up conceding 23. He'll feel like probably a par or maybe slightly below par day at the office, but did bowl badly. That one was picked just out of the ground. So it's the end of the 9th over, and the score is 99 for 5. Now, something we're really excited about now is that the European Cricket Network has been thinking about how we can improve all aspects. And one thing that we're doing is we've launched this website, crickathon.com, and it's powered by HCL Software, our partners. And basically what this is if you think that you are interested in going to software engineering, for example, or you think you're a good problem solver, really, you can be anybody at all. There is a daily question on there. You can answer it on the website. Go to crickathon.com. Today's question is pretty simple. It's just, who do you think will score the most runs on day 1? So there's a question of the day. There's also a question of the week, and the weekly winner, they get something pretty special. First, though, we're going to watch Atif, who's going to come on to bowl the 10th over. They've got this southern cross field, which is something Corey Rutgers tries with a 3 outfield. He's a very straight man that pushes long off around. Yeah, so that crickathon is super exciting, and I know that the weekly question is, how would you use data to choose a bowler to bowl the death over? So the 10th over, the over we're looking at right now.
Yeah, I like that question because I want to talk to you about it. Would you have gone for Atif here or Hamza, who, before Tom Vine's over, took 3 wickets in an over?
True. Yeah, true. Maybe just changing it up, though. It's a good question, but I'm going to throw it out there. If you go to crickathon.com, answer that, and that's the weekly question, and it will be there'll be a big prize on the line for that. The winning person will get an internship with HCL Software. So
wow,
you've got to go to crickathon.com, check that out. Anyone can enter, though. This will be gone, little edge behind, and so Iskander Hyatt hit a good 6, and he got his team to 100, but it'll go no further. He's the 6th wicket to fall, and the score is 100 for 6. So far for me, this has been a bit of an arm wrestle this innings. It's hard to say who's on top. Teams keep fighting back after they kind of start losing momentum. And so they've gone for Atif. It's working out pretty well so far. So look, Rico, I have to pop off because we are getting ready for the second game already. But I'm going to leave you for the rest of this innings with Jose Maria Alabal. I'll try that again. Jose Maria Alabal. And he is the sports minister for the region of Andalusia where we are. He's heavily involved in the cricket school project as well, and very supportive of it. And so I just think, well, I've got a few duties to do around the ground. Maybe you can just have a word with Jose Maria.
Yeah, would love to. Jose Maria Arrabal, the sports minister here in Andalusia. And of course, Spain is known for a variety of sport. Football, of course, basketball, handball. And now cricket also is coming on the scene. Hola, muy buenos días.
Hola, buenos días. Good morning, everyone.
I was just saying, did it in English or Spanish?
English is fine.
English is fine. Well, first of all, we're going to focus on this. Is another wicket. And, well, the batter now doesn't know what he's doing here. He's saying, am I going? Am I not going? What's the decision? He starts to go like he thinks I'm going. Now, I'm not sure if he's just walking to one side to move out the way. The Spanish team believe they got the wicket. I'm pretty sure that there's contact made here. And looks like the batter's saying, I'm not too sure. The two umpires are now getting together. Let's have a look. So let's see. Yeah, he's going to go here. Yeah, I'm sure this is Nick here. Big time. Let's have a look. Because he does start to, yeah, straight away. There's a catch taken. You can see from the heart of the ball, he starts to walk. And then all of a sudden, I think he has this thing in his head to say, well, maybe I didn't. But anyway, he has been given his marching orders. So a wicket goes. Another wicket for Spain. Spain are coming back into this match very well, Jose.
Yeah, it looks good.
Now look, tell me something about cricket now in Spain, especially in Andalusia. I would imagine that maybe 2 years ago, when all of this started out here, that not a lot of people knew about cricket. Not a lot of people knew about this magnificent Cartama Oval. How have things changed to do with cricket as a sport here in this part of Spain because of the European Cricket Network?
Well, it's definitely growing. I would say it's actually a booming because we're all well aware of the awareness and practice of cricket all over the world. But there's definitely room to improve. There's definitely room to grow down here in Southern Europe. And we feel cricket is a sport that somehow conveys many values that we identify with. And one of them is, the cultural gathering around the game. And we love that. So we love to be part of it.
Yeah.
And we look forward to be part of a growth process, which is quite promising. And those kids attending today.
Well, you're talking about those kids. Those kids were a little bit of danger there for a moment because that was a big hit from Zadron. And that's a nice way, especially for the Austrian team, to finish the innings. They finished with a big six. That was massive. And that takes them to 107 after 10 overs. I think Spain would be quite happy with that, right? Chasing 108 for victory, they'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that'd be
definitely the best way to start this tournament, right?
I think they've done well. I think to restrict this Austrian team to under 120, I think they've fancied themselves there. And I think, like I was saying with Vinny, they're a team with a lot of depth. But going back to what you were talking about, one thing that I believe, and I've been in Spain 22 years now, that the Spanish, they love sports which integrate teamwork. In other words, they seem to be very big on sports, which is about getting mainly the youngsters together, as we have a look at the highlights of that innings here for you. And we'll just talk over those to allow you to look over those highlights. But it's all about getting people together, getting team spirit together and playing together. That was a good moment there, wasn't it, with Jorge giving the ball there to Mohamed Cameron to start the very first match. And Mohamed Cameron, well, he used that ball to get a wicket, but he did get pumped for a few runs as well. But then you won't be happy about that one, because though he did receive the ball from Jorge comfortably, he wasn't able to take that catch. But yeah, I mean, would you agree with that the Spanish sports system is all about getting a lot of people together playing the game rather than individuals?
Well, I would say it's quite social.
Yeah.
As it's well known, Spain is a country that loves to socialize.
Yeah.
That's part of our lifestyle, and I feel it's part of the assets. Our visitors love.
Yeah.
So sports is another way of socializing. So it definitely helps. But I mean, we love sports in general. Our culture is a culture that really loves sports. And a good proof of it is Carlos Alcaraz last night.
Wasn't that fantastic?
So we're proud to be part of this golden era of Spanish sports.
But you must also be, a bit like me, I mean, very proud because, I mean, like I say, being in Spain a long time, and when I came to Spain, cricket really existed. And over that time, how cricket in Spain has grown so much, how many more people playing. cricket, youngsters particularly. But also, the other thing is to be able to come to a venue like this in Spain, which is probably the best in the world. There is nothing better than this. To see this ground and see cricket being played here in the Costa del Sol, under the Spanish sunshine, nothing beats it. I mean, it's a proud moment, right?
Well, thank you so much for that. We're flattered to hear that we aim to get better and better.
Yeah.
And we look forward to be part of that process. So thank you. We really hope you guys have
Well,
a good time.
you know what I say when I'm always here. I always say watching cricket here is all about the sun, the sea, the sand, and the sexy cricket. And we saw plenty of sexy cricket there. So as we have a look at the scorecards there, we saw 107 on the board from Austria. So Spain needing 108 for victory. We had a quick look at the main batting contributors. That was Yusuf. But with the ball there, great bowling from Atif Mohammed, who did pick up 3 wickets. So it was a good call to bowl him in the last over in the end from the captain. And also Hamza Salim, who only just bowled that 1 over, but picked up 3 wickets as well. So Spain, I think, out of the 2 teams here, will be the happier team. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, they should, right? They should be
They
happy.
should. All sport is a funny game, and cricket can be funny as well. But I reckon that maybe the host team and the Spanish team here is going to go out there and maybe get the victory that everyone around the ground, especially all the kids, are hoping they will do. Look, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on board. It's always great to see your
Pleasure is all
smarting
mine.
face here when we
Thank
come
you
to the
so
Cartama
much
Oval.
for your hospitality.
And look, like me, I can
Thanks
see
for
that
having
that
me.
smile says it all. You're a very proud man. And thank you for everything.
Appreciate
Thank you
it.
for
Thank you
all
so
of your
much.
support. I mean, this is all about the support of our partners and also the support from you, from Andalusia here in Malaga and the Costa del Sol. You've been absolutely marvellous, and we love coming back. Thank you very much.
so much. Looking forward.
Yeah, looking forward
you.
to this. And I'm certainly looking forward to the conclusion of this match. Well, that's a mid-match summary there for you. Austria, they've got the runs on the board, though, 107 for 7. I think they would have liked around about the 120, especially when Ashan Yusuf was going there. Ranjit Singh took a bit of time to get going, finishing on 24. Razmal Shigwal, well, he made a quick fire 14 before he had to depart. But the main contributor to the ball for Spain, Atif Mohammed and Hamza Salim Dar. We'll be back in around 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
Hello and welcome back to Cartama Oval in Spain. It is the second ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It was won by the England 11 last year. They were one of 15 teams that competed. This year it's bigger and better. Over 5 weeks we will see 120 matches, and just look at the Cartama Oval. It is the home of European cricket, and there's a reason. It is looking wonderful. I know it's been a pretty long, hot, dry summer in Europe. The fact this ground looks so good is a big indication of how much work goes in behind the scenes. The groundsman David Cooper and all his team have been working very hard to get things ready. Well, here's a guy that he loves playing here. We haven't seen him really in Spanish colours before, but Mohamed Barbar, he was such a good player for Pack-I-Care, who were the Spanish champion club at the Champions League of European Cricket, played right here in February and March this year. Pack-I-Care ended up winning that tournament, and he was a key component, opening the batting and the bowling. So now he gets to do it on the big stage in T10 international cricket. In the first half of this game, Austria, they won the toss, they batted, they ended up making 107 off their 10 overs, so the target for Spain is 108. 10 over cricket, 3 over power play. 5 bowlers, they bowl only 2 overs each. It's fast paced. It's a ground which is, it's not particularly big cricket ground, put it that way. We're going to see a lot of balls flying over the next 5 weeks. Hopefully you can stay with us no matter how you're watching or where you're watching from around the world. You have been tuned into us for a while, you'll know what you're in store for. But if you're new to us, you're in for a treat, because there's nothing quite like ECN in the entire world. Aqib Iqbal's had a good summer. He's going to open the bowling for Austria. 108 to win for Spain. Short and miss hit, and this is going to be out first ball surely. 2 fielders are going to collide, and they're going to drop the ball. Well, what a start to this second innings. Well, I said there'd be some big hits. That's not what I meant. And that looks like Eckstein, who was going to his right. It was Idibasha Dida going to his left. In the end, they crashed. The ball was hanging around for a while, but Baba gets real lucky first ball. Spain have a run. It's certainly not the way they intended, and I'm glad I wasn't the one that ran into Big D. And he almost still cradles the ball there, Dida. There was just no real communication. Anyway, let's see how that affects things. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and joining me after that quite incredible first ball is Rico Full. Rico, here's Gurvinder Singh, who holds the T10 international record individual score.
for the big hit. No run there. Well, what a big let off that is. I mean, we saw one dolly drop by Mohamed Cameron from Spain. But that one, well, I mean, you don't mess with the big daddy, do you? I mean, when you mess with big daddy, you know you're going to be in trouble. I'm just glad that both the players were okay there.
Yeah, I'm glad there's no damage, I think. I mean, Big Daddy, we call him that because that's what's on his shirt when he plays club cricket for Vienna CC. Yeah, but Gurvinder Singh, should have said highest T10 domestic score. He scored 156 in a 10-over match, 156 not out.
Yeah. Short. Oh, he's hesitated here, but there's nobody there. This could be 5. It will be. Well, it's a disastrous start for Austria in the field. First, the drop catch. I mean, if there's one man you don't want to drop, is Mohamed Barber. To drop him on first ball, well, you know he's going to punish it. And then this, well, it should have just been the single, ends up being 5.
This is basically the big stage getting to you. I mean, you've had a catch go up. No one said much. We saw some body-on-body action. Then that one was thrown away. I mean, it was like a head-high beamer that he threw to the bowler's end, and just impossible to back that up. And so a 5er. Spain are enjoying it so far. They can move up to 6.
Well, just staying onto the pad slightly there. Look how much backing up being done there by Gurvinder Singh. Now listen, we were lucky enough to see that innings from Gurvinder.
Yeah.
I mean, that was an amazing knock. And he's had some bad luck, isn't he? I mean, after that, he was in the reckoning for the national team and he had an injury. He's come back from the injury, got himself back into form, and I'm so pleased that he's made it into the team.
Well, he hits a 5 as his first runs, but this won't be 5. This will be more than that because this is picked up over the leg side. Maximo! That was big from Baba, and that's a sign of what we're going to see from him in this tournament.
This is Mohamed Baba at his best. I mean, he doesn't have much of a swing, but the power he has in his forearms is amazing. Look at this. It's just like a gentle bat lift, but once that ball hits that bat, it sails. That's gone a long way.
It really flew a long way. You're not wrong there. Yeah, so Gurvinder, he scored 156 in that innings in Barcelona at the start of last year. That was out of a total of 178 in 10 overs. He faced 45 balls. Right now it's Mohamed Baba on strike though.
Goes for another one, and this one will be 4. Just one bounce, so 6 and 4. And Mohamed Baba is hungry for more. Well, after being dropped on his first ball, he's then come back with a huge 6. Now that 4, and now he's up and running. And this is what I mean. You cannot drop these players. If you give them a chance, then really you'll rue the opportunity.
Yeah, it's just a little drop kick, wasn't it? Anyway, it takes us to the end of the first over. Pretty eventful one. 16 without loss after one. And I know that's Corey Rutgers. He's a familiar face to us because he is actually part of our ECN commentary team. He's coaching Spain this week, but we may get a chance to speak to Corey now and then, maybe even get him on for a game or two during the week. But I know that he's quite innovative in his tactics. You saw it a bit in the first innings where he had the unusual 3 outfielders down the ground, a straight hit and then a wide along on and a wide along off, just because he thinks that it provides a bit more of a wall defensively to those straight drives. But also I think he'll be quite innovative with the batting. I think that he won't be afraid if batters don't look like they're getting going. He won't be afraid to retire them out and throw someone else out there. So we're basically seeing the game evolve before our very eyes. Here's Eckstein. He's recovered from the blow and he's going over number 2. And I guess we've seen him with the big D on his back. Now he just has a single D, but it is a pretty big D. If we'll get a look at when he runs into bowl.
Yeah, one thing we know about Daniel Eckstein when he bowls, he's dangerous because of the swing he gets. He gets a lot of swing. We saw that when we saw the European Cricket Series in Austria-Seebahn. He does get the ball to swing around a lot. And, that's a good example of it. See that one? The batter's playing where he thinks he's going to be, down the leg side, and look where it ends up. Big swing there, Vinny.
Yeah, and this is what he can do. He can actually swing it both ways as well, but I think that's his stop ball. That left to right swing goes away from the left-hander. It's a good start from him. Just trying to peg it back a little bit after things got out of control for Austria in that first over.
Oh, this is pitching outside the leg stick, so no matter where the ball is going to end up, it can't be out. But again, you see that movement there.
Yeah, well, there's Corey. He's got his zinc cream on and making a few notes. So yeah, he's told me a couple of little secrets off the record. of a few little innovative things he might try. He's certainly a guy that's not afraid to think out of the box.
He can be quite crafty, Corey.
He can be.
He can be selling you down this morning, you know that.
I mean, he's so far out of the box, you can't even see the box anymore. The box is like a dot in the distance. So, I mean, I think it's suited to this type of the game. And I know that Spain are trying hard to climb the T20 national rankings, as are Austria, of course, and all the teams you see here.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's unlucky, and this is going to be 4 runs. Not going to be stopped. And things just not happening here for Austria in the field so far. And hay poquito de suerte por el equipo de España. 4 carreras más. And, this one could have gone anywhere.
This is unlucky. Can't set a field to that, really. He's totally beaten. I think it grabs the inside edge and maybe a little bit of the back leg, not sure, but just trickled to the boundary. So Spain getting a bit of luck there. Babar, now he's seen it. I'll tell you what he wants to do. He wants to step across and he wants to just whack it away over the leg side, just like he did earlier on in the first over. That's what he's thinking. He knows what Eckstein's delivering. These big in-swingers.
Straight down the ground. Will take the single.
So that time didn't really get the length to play with. It's full. I think that's often a good tactic as well. Seems to work more than anything else. Just staying full in that block hole length. But I mean, we've seen some different tactics already today. I think batters then expect that. And we've seen Spain in particular really tried out the short stuff on Austria and had some success through their top order as well. Anyway, here's Govinda, the left-hander, to face the last ball of the over.
Goes up and over, but can't get it over the outstretched hands of the fielder. Backpedaling out of the 30-yard circle, getting the wicket, and the big D is happy. Jawad taking the catch, so get the breakthrough. Could this be the start of Austria getting back into this competition? Look, 2 teams that played very well in the very first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and both of them finished runners-up in their groups.
Yeah.
Spain in Group A, Austria in Group B, but Spain went on to finish 4th in Championship week, whereas Austria finished in 6th. But they've got good pedigree, both these teams. I'm expecting them to battle all the way to the end.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot of quality across both these sides. I think they both tried to pick teams that are going to succeed in T10 cricket, rather than just take their T20 international team and try and teach them T10 cricket. I think that you see even the way that Govinda plays that. I mean, it's a good delivery. He probably wants to be a bit more careful with it, but he knows that's not what the coach wants. He wants it. The batter's going after it. Yeah. He tries to elevate. I think he's smart. He tries to go offside, which is with the swing, but just doesn't get it. It was a thick outside edge. Nicely caught by the Wild Thing, Javid Zadran. This brings new batter to the crease.
Jad Butt.
Looks like Daniel, is it? Oh yeah, you're exactly right. It is. That's Jad Butt at the other end. He's a guy as well who's been pretty good at moving things along at the top of the order. Babar faces this one, blocks the back. New bowler here is Akib Iqbal. So not a new bowler actually. Of course, he bowled the first over. Anyway, I just want to say a quick hello as well. We've got a lot of feedback in our viewer comment section as well. And I want to say a quick hello to all of them as well. To Shrabon, he remembers Big D from Austria. He's happy to see him take the first wicket. Also want to say hello to Keanu in there, to Maya, to Mandrake. It's great to have you in here as well. And yeah, the more the merrier. Phil G joining from the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic are coming up in the second match of the day. Of course, 5 matches today. This is just match 1, so the party's just getting started. Here's Akib Iqbal.
Slower delivery. Hit this nice and straight, but only get just a single. Fielding there. Long off.
So I want to say hello to Shrug. And look, Shrug's one of our regular viewers here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, our channel has now got over 300,000 subscribers. We've been doing cricket every single week since the 30th of January. That was the start of our season. So actually now, what's that? We're into about seven and a half months into the season. And so it's been a big journey. It's taken us all around the continent, but we always love coming home here to Cartama for the ECC.
Well bowled again. Much better length in the start of this over from Akib Iqbal. He was a bit unlucky, of course, in the first. Had that catch dropped very first ball. What a game changer that could have been. Yeah. And then the overthrows as well.
I know it was Zadrang that caught that one, but I thought for a second it might have been Dida, who, how ironic would have been if he catches the one off Eckstein very next over.
Into the pads. And I think there's a bit of bat on this. Big appeal from Arsenal Riff behind the stumps.
It's a great kind of total, I think, this for the first game. I remember last year, I think Spain posted 94 against Belgium in match 1. It wasn't quite enough. Belgium got there with an over to spare. I just feel this is the kind of total that this game's going to stay alive for quite a while. Maybe we'll get right to the last over.
Shot. Well, that will go. I think just bouncing before the rope. The umpires may just want to check this. No, in fact, it goes all the way. So 6 runs. Manos arriba from the umpire there. Shout out to the umpires, Sulman Saeed and Nilkesh Patel. Hit hard, hit long, hit strong, and long enough as well. 6 runs.
Yeah, it was. Just carried the boundary. I mean, that's an attempted block hole delivery that just misses a little bit short. And so, well struck. Correct shot there from Mohamed Baba. He's not a one-trick pony. He can go offside as well. Last ball of the power play.
He whips this one away cleverly, and a chase on for the fielder who won't get there. What a lovely shot, and just summarising what you're saying there, Vinny. He can play shots all around the ground, and this time cleverly the bowler tries to tuck him up, but he gets back, gets enough bat onto this, and gets the ball in the area, which is unprotected. 4 more runs, good way to finish the over. Spain, well, they're rolling along at the moment here, 34 for 1 at the end of the power play. So they're like and like at the moment. Austria were 31 for 1. You see here Spain 34 for 1. So it's even Stevens at the moment, maybe.
Pretty comparable, isn't it? But this is where, Austria just couldn't get anything going for an extended period, it felt like, in their innings. They had burst, and lucky they did. They get up to what I think is maybe a few runs shy of a par total on this ground, but still a very competitive total. I think whenever you put the 3 figures on the board, if you bowl and you field well, you hold your catches, and then you can win cricket matches. Although they had that kind of a blooper, I suppose, is that the only way you could call it. First ball. Here is Big D. He's going to bowl over number 4. He's played cricket all around the world, you know.
Well bowled. They're just drawing the batter out the crease there. Going after this, Asad Butt.
They're not blocking many, are they? No. I mean, that's who we're seeing that from Asjad, who's only faced the 1 ball before that. Doesn't wait to have a look at what he's doing. He's off to the races. He would have watched the first over as well. He'd know, for the most part, that Exene will bring the ball back in towards him.
Slower delivery, and he's gone. It was full, it was straight, and it was knocking him out. And LBW Asjad Butt has to go. Good bowling there from the Big D. Just getting this one to hold its line. That's what the umpire's got to think about here. Umpire Nilkesh Patel just got to decide, is this one going to swing or not? And he decides it's going full and straight.
Yeah, he swings the ball a lot, so that always factors into your calculations, I think, as the umpire here. The first one didn't do much. This one does enough to beat the bat. To me, that looks plumb. I don't think that's missing leg stump. I think that's a very good decision by Nilkesh Patel. Big D with a double strike. A bit of double D action here as there's a second wicket now, 34 for 2.
Yeah, he's going to get another D on the back of that shirt, I think. Maybe a slightly bigger one as well. But he gets the wicket, gets the breakthrough. So Asjad Butt, it's a disappointment for him. Doesn't really get going, just a 1 run to his name. But you can see, as you said, Vinny, that all these batters coming in, there's one thing in mind, that's to attack. Attack and tack. They don't want the big... They don't want the big sign to be held up.
Oh, yeah, we haven't talked about that yet. I'm going to wait till we see it. Corey's
Listen, this man I'm excited about. I mean, he bowled really well that 1 over, took 3 wickets in it, didn't get a second, but he can hit the ball pretty big. Yeah. Pretty predictable, though. That's the one thing. But I'll be interested to see just how much he's learned from his batting, because he's very much leg-sided orientated. Let's see if he's done some work on that.
When he's good, he's really good, isn't he? Hamza Salim Dar is facing up now, left-hander.
Unusual start from him. Just wants to watch this one through.
Good game, this. I mean, we thought it would be a close game, and it's not letting us down so far. I think you're seeing 2 pretty even teams. That they're pretty experienced in the format. They know what they have to do. They just trying to feel each other out at the moment through these middle overs. Spain just needs to try and stay on that run rate. They want around 11 and over, so they want to be around 44 after this over. And there's still a fair few off that. But you've got to say, Exene's bowled really well here.
Into the body once more, but Salim just able to play this down to the leg side and get the single. Yeah, shout out to everybody, wherever you are around the world that's tuning in. I know this has been broadcasted to so many places. And, well, I'll just say, namaste, salam alaikum, sastri akal, Ibo1 to everybody that's watching in the sub-Indian continent via fan code. Lovely to have you all with us. This is the big one. This is the European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket here in Spain, the region of Malaga in the lovely province of Andalusia. Costa del Sol, Cartama Oval. Big D in once more. Gets that swing. This is going up in the air. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras.
Mohamed Baba, this is what he does. He's there to hit sixes. That's exactly what he does here. Again, I like the fact he's hitting this straighter. I think sometimes he probably takes the bait a bit too much going leg side when it probably could go straight. It's a safer shot. It's hit well enough and 6 runs to the total.
Time he goes. Extra cover away, but the catch has been taken. And look at them. Aren't they pumped? Mohamed Baba goes down on one knee when he plays the shot, but then he goes down on the second when he realises the catch has been taken. That is a huge wicket, because he was the one that was doing a lot of the damage out there at the moment. They needed that one big time. It is 41 for 3, and it is the Big Daddy who earns the triple D on the back now.
Yeah, he does. He's a triple D now. I mean, what a performance. This one, I wouldn't call it an outswinger, but it's certainly one that he doesn't really want to swing as much. And he gets plenty of that, but not quite enough. You see, the catch is taken down there, and no mistake at all. I think that might be Utmanzai that takes the catch. But Big D, well, he's pumped, isn't he? And why wouldn't he be? It's also the end of the over. So the key man is gone. It's 41 for 3. Once again, I want to welcome you, wherever you're watching from around the world, to the European Cricket Network. We are a bit of a family here. One thing that I love is watching players we've seen play all around Europe come together on the big stage, playing each other in international cricket. And I want to say a big thank you to Jorge Gallardo, the Mayor of Cartama, because I don't think you've seen this. Yeah, he gave us some really nice pins for our jackets. So thank you, Jorge, and all the local government that has supported this tournament. Cricket in Europe, it's been growing, it's been changing, and well, you're seeing it happen out here live.
It's massive, isn't it? Massive. And to see cricket being played at this level, at this venue in Spain, it's absolutely marvellous. And I think anyone that's followed and supported cricket, well, not just in Spain but in Europe, seeing how it's developed with the European Cricket Network and the support of all these federations, it's just massive. Yeah. It's huge.
Something pretty special, isn't it? Anyway, starting a new over. Dida is the bowler. He's a pretty clever bowler as well. We saw him take 4 wickets in an over back in the European Cricket Series in Austria. It was very good exponent of the knuckleball as well. That's one that he can bowl. Not many people can bowl that, but it's just one that can just float out a little bit. Doesn't really have too many revolutions on it. Gets this one completely wrong though, and this is going to be a no ball for off the pitch and 4 byes. So this is the other thing when you've got a few variations. I think he just tries something here. Aslan Arif behind the stumps. Needed the go-go gadget arms, and that's a gift. And really, you got to say, Austria, they had the drop catch first ball. They gave away the 4 overthrows in the first over, and this is another gift. Cinco carreras más.
Yeah, that's a Gundy ball, isn't it? I mean, that doesn't even pitch on the pitch itself to call a no ball straight away. So unfortunately, that's going to go down as byes. 4 byes for Aslan Arif.
So harsh. Worst rule change ever. Talking as a wicketkeeper.
Oh, done him. But it is a no ball free hit. So, well, that's a big fine, you know.
Yeah.
That's a big fine. Well, you might as well get a tenner out now and pay it. Say, sorry, Skip, that's my fine paid. I mean, how many times you'll see that? Well, the batter will say, I knew it was a free hit. That's why I played that shot.
Had to go for it. I mean, they're a bit lucky, I suppose, Austria. This doesn't bounce to the boundary as well, because that'd be 8 byes. Yeah. And poor keeper hasn't done too much wrong. But that was a good comeback anyway. I mean, escapes further punishment. Indeed, byes don't go against him, so technically it says he's conceded 1. I think really put him down for 5 so far. See if he can get back on track here.
Didar. Up in the air, opportunity taken, and well, he'll get 5 of those 10 back because he gets a wicket on the next, and it's the captain, Razmal Shigwal. He doesn't drop him, takes the catch, and Austria here, even though they're being a little bit slack in some areas in the field, they're fighting back well, and they get another wicket, and it's a wicket of the hard-hitting Amza Salim Dar, who, again, just like Asjad Butt, just doesn't get going. He goes for 1 as well. Look, losing his shape, losing his balance, getting no power in the shot. As soon as that one hand comes off the bat, that ball is going nowhere, back to a fielder's hands.
Well, he's basically out twice in 2 balls, really, isn't he? But I suppose, yeah, the issue here, you mentioned that the lack of timing, the hand coming off the bat, and Shigawal does well there. The captain had a lot of ground to make, but he anticipated, got a good first step in the covers, got across. He didn't have to dive in the end. He's got a pretty safe pair of hands as well. So Hamza Salim Dar won't be too happy with his start to this ECC. This is the thing, apart from Babar, who scored 33, nobody has scored more than 5 off the bat so far. And we are kind of approaching the halfway point of this inning. So someone's got to stand up for Spain if they're going to get these runs. And at the moment, Portugal, with their noses in front, but there's plenty of cricket still to come. And there's plenty of batting still to come as well.
Yeah. Good comeback, though, from Didar. And he comes again. It's well bowled. Good bowling. Just right where you want to be. This is what coaches will be getting their bowlers to bowl time and time again. Just getting it in that slot. Not about attacking the stumps. Just here, look at this. Pinpoint accuracy.
We're really harsh on wides as well on ECN. So if the ball grabs any of that blue line, then they'll call it a wide. That was perfect by Dida.
This one's not so perfect. Gets it starts to swing as soon as it comes out of the hand. So that's been called a wide.
I was going to say, though, with Idibasha Dida, what I really like is that he bowled a shocker, that basically 5 that he gave away. But then he came back with 2 good deliveries. And I think if you're a bowler and you can recover quickly, that shows a lot of character.
Nicely played, just slightly over pitch. But Mohamed Ishan is quite happy just to get him. No, not a bad guy to have coming in at this stage of the innings. Mohamed Ishan, we've seen him open the batting in Barcelona, and he smashes the ball to all parts of the ground.
Yeah, that's true. So, I mean, the 4 wickets looks bad, but it's probably not as bad as it looks, is what I'd say, for Spain, the way that they've built their side. But for me, they're still half a dozen behind the run rate required. Hasn't gone too far, though. It's up to 11.6 at the moment.
What can the Spanish captain do? Christian Munoz Mills about to face his first delivery.
I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the viewer chat as well. Say hello to Jeff Maguire, who's joined us as well. And also to Tala, who's watching at Helix. Anybody else would love to comment? We always appreciate the feedback in real time. Here's Dida, last ball of the over.
Well, he's taken this, you know. I think he's taken this. They may want to have a look at this, but this has happened right in front of me here. I think he's taken this cleanly. I think he's got the palms off the ball, got the palms under the ball before it makes any contact with the ground. This is a very, very good catch. When you look at this again, look, you can see he's super confident. He's saying, nah, there's no way. That's Ranjit Singh saying, nah, there's no way this has touched the ground. That's a good catch.
Yeah, I mean, if he has, I mean, the batter's gone nowhere. There's a full toss. It just happened to hit it pretty much straight at that fielder. We'll see if we can gather anything here. I mean, the thing is, it seems clean to me. These are always hard at any level of cricket.
Yeah, I mean, the question here is does this ball make any contact with the deck before it goes to his hands? Let's see if we can slow it down here and just have a look. Just about there. I know it's so tight
to me, it seems fine, honestly, and it's a pretty even surface as well. So I think
from the angle that certainly I saw it from here. I mean, it's a slightly different angle there. I saw the hands behind it, but it's all what. Well, they're saying not out.
Well, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. What I would say is the umpires on the field would have made a call. The umpires on the field would have made a call, and I think you wouldn't have enough video evidence to overturn a call there. So if the umpire, probably the umpire at square leg is the one with the best view of that.
Yeah.
If he felt that there was enough doubt there, then he was.
Well, he was sure.
Going to go not out.
He's saying, "Are you sure?" Ranjit Singh said, "Maybe, have a look at it again with my shades on because I'd say
my instinct is that I think Spain catch a break there.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, if there was no decision on the field and I look at that replay, I think it's a clean catch. I think sometimes you just know. It didn't seem like one that hit down low on his fingers that that hits the ground and his fingers at the same time. It seemed like one that pretty much went into the palms. So that tells me I think Austria are a bit unlucky there. But it was a marginal one. Anyway, we're going to see some spin now, and it's going to be Hassan Yusuf, who batted very well. He's not going to bowl his left arm spinners, and he has been effective on this ground.
Oh, what a beauty. That is a boogie, oogie, oogie, cooker with a fireball, and he is fired up, isn't he? And this man, I mean, this is the sort of thing Hassan Yusuf was doing in the European Cricket League when he was bowling for the Austrian Tigers. He was just a wicket-taking machine, and there he does. It does it again, comes on the bowl, just a change of pace, a little bit of variation, gets the wicket.
Yeah, he's just so accurate, really. And so sometimes you see bowlers come on and they spray a couple, and Medina was a bit like that when he bowled the last over. But this one is right on the money, and you can see the batter tried to go leg side, tried to go across it somewhat, didn't he? But Isan does like that mid-wicket region, but this one knocks off stump out of the ground. And so Spain lose the 5th wicket now. It's 45 for 5 And this will bring the DDC in Daniel Doyle-Kayet, who will come out at number 7. But he's a genuine batter coming out at 7.
Yeah, I was just looking at the once again, the batter there when he was out, just losing his shape once more, losing his balance. You can see by the time he's gone through the shot, just have a look at this. The bat, he's got no balance at all. Look, he's falling over. One hand has come off the bat already. Just hasn't got himself in a good position. And Ashan, well, what a start from him.
Exactly right. I want to say hello to a few people in the chat. We've got Tyrone and Charlie joining us as well, part of our commentary team in the ECS.
Little edge away to the third man area. Gets the new batter, Daniel Doyle, off the mark.
Now here's Christian Munoz-Mills. He's a really interesting character. He's the Spanish captain. Of course, he's a real, I suppose, pin-up boy is what I would say of Spanish cricket. Very experienced campaigner. But, he had a stroke of luck first ball, and we'll probably never know if that carried or not to the fielder. But he survived. That's the only ball he's faced so far. And he's going to have to deal with spin straight away. Looking at this field, they've got 2 square on the leg side out on the boundary. They've got long on, long off. And then they've got a deep cover. So pretty well spread field. There's some big gaps in between the outfielders, though. That's what Chris Munoz-Mills will be targeting here. But Yusuf has got the ball on a string.
Played out to one of those fielders. Just mentioned Vinny. They'll take the single.
I want to say hello to Rahel Khan as well, who's watching from Sweden. And we literally have viewers all over the world. To Terry in Czech Republic as well.
Goes for the big one, and this goes all the way. Balle, Kinnasana, Shakalagya.
Yeah, nice shot. And I suppose one thing you would say about Yusuf is he's not a huge turner of the ball, is he? Most of them will just kind of slide on, so you don't have to play for a lot of turn. It's well balanced there. Sent that one over the giant ice cube.
That's way to bring the... Goes for another one, and this time it's in the gap, and it's back-to-back sixes. Manos arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más. Qué guay, qué grande, qué genial. Hay mucha risa en las caras de equipo de Español ahora.
Here's the thing, though. DDC is no number 7, really. He's a guy, we saw him batting at 3 earlier in the year in T20 international cricket. He's a genuine bat, and he likes to attack. That's the thing. He's not a defensive batter at all. So if he gets going, which he has so far, they could get close to this target or over it pretty quickly.
It's a bit of a miscue, but it still goes all the way. Well, he does it. 1, 2, 3, Calypso style. No hay dos sin tres. 3 sixes on the spin for Daniel Doyle. He's up and running, and all of a sudden, the balance of this match shifts again now in favour of the Spanish team.
Yeah, 68 for 5 now. Perhaps a game-changing moment with the 3 sixes in a row. But, I mean, they're going to play this way. And so he's also just as likely to hit one straight up in the air. But got to say, it was a good display of hitting. So Yusuf's over ends up going magical, 1 for 20 off his over. We call a magical over anything 20 or above. So that kind of went off the rails pretty quickly for Yusuf, didn't it? With 3 sixes in the last half of it.
Interesting, because it's following a very similar pattern as the innings from Austria. It was that over. It's over number 6 that went for plenty for Austria as well. Prince Daman went for 17. That one there went for 20. So that one ends up being magical, even though a wicket came off it. And the scores, well, very similar at the moment. 67 is where Austria were. 68 is where Spain are now. Neck and neck.
Yeah, really close. Really close at the moment. A bit of a discussion here. Not quite sure what it's about. Maybe somebody's got an injury concern or something like that. But you're just waiting to clarify something or other.
Two umpires having a chat there. This is the Italian stallion, umpire Suleiman Saeed, and from Barcelona, Nilkesh Patel, 2 experienced men, our men in black, doing a marvellous job, led by the tournament referee, Rob Kemmy. Yeah,
we've got a lot of people working really hard to make this work. I mean, no one's ever tried anything like the European Cricket Network. We've got over 1,000 matches of cricket a year. Of course, this is one of our marquee tournaments, but we've been going all the way along, kind of refining the processes to get this much cricket, this much entertainment to you.
Yeah.
And I want to say a quick hello to Danny Hudacek as well, who's in the chat, part of our commentary team as well. Hello, Danny. I know all the Czech supporters, they are logging into the chat right now because Czech Republic will see them against Portugal in the second match of the day. And the other really special thing about this year is it's the first time that we have played ECC cricket under lights, and the lights will take effect later on tonight. So it means we're starting in a pretty hot part of the day, actually. It's not a cold morning at all. That's going to be something really special
It's
tonight.
going to be amazing. I'm looking forward to it because we've been here before. We've seen the cricket played, the 5 matches during the daytime, but I think the night time's going to be special. I think it's also going to be special for the fan zone as well, because one of the things is, of course, the daytime matches midweek. It's limited to the number of people that come because of work. But I think in the evenings we're going to be packed.
Yeah, I think crowds are going to be up.
So if you're in the area, come on down.
Yeah,
Cartama Oval.
of course, there's a big Irish expat population here in this region as well. And Ireland are making their debut today on day one. The Ireland 11, fairly young side. And I think they'll be pretty keen to make an impression.
Yeah.
For me, I mean, you watch these two teams, they played a lot of T10 cricket, and it's obvious the way that they're going about it. They played a lot of ECN cricket. But Ireland 11 have no experience, but they're good cricketers, a lot of under-19 national representatives there. But I think the oldest players 25, most of them are 22 and under. I mean, how do you think they'll go, for example, against teams like Spain and Austria?
I think it's going to be very interesting. I think for the first couple of matches, I think Ireland, they're going to take a bit of time to adjust to the batting element of the game. Because I think in the fielding and bowling, I'm expecting it to be pretty hot. But with batting, I think they'll need to adjust pretty quickly to the acceleration that's required in this format. You've got to go big right from the start.
Here's the wild thing, Zadran.
Well, Zadran has been lofted in the air. It's gone a long way up, and that's a really good catch that's been taken. That has gone up, 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 and up. And, well, when they go that high up, you know they come back down pretty quickly. But he's kept his eye on it well. He's adjusted. He knows the world is watching, but no pressure. He's cool. Takes the catch. Another one goes, and that is the end of the captain, Christian Mills of Spain.
Yeah, Munoz Mills is fresh out of luck, isn't he? And he's almost caught first ball. He got a reprieve, but only third ball here. Goes for it. Again, tries to go across the line. Makes it a bit more of a difficult catch, doesn't it? But the catch was taken. And so Spain lose another wicket. Mills goes for 1 at 68 for 6.
Yeah, really good catch. That's well done. And, yeah, so again, just that swings in balances, doesn't it? Swings in roundabouts. We know they were neck and neck. This was the time when we saw a fairly good over from Babar when it was Austria that were doing the batting. Only about 11 came off that one. A couple of wickets. That's the thing here. Spain just keep losing those wickets. What a good catch that was, though, to remove the captain. Never easy, those, when they go a long way up. No ball called. And I think this may be a foot fault here from Zadran, the wild thing. The umpire's very quick to call it. Prince Daman is the new batter that joins doing out there. A very talented player, this man, Vinny Prince.
Bit of an issue with Zadran, though. He can bowl those front foot no balls. They're so costly in this form of the game. Free hit coming up.
Slower ball he goes for. And goes out to the fielder. They'll take the single. Clever change of pace from Zadran.
Yeah, he's got a few variations. He's got a really good slower ball. We saw him have a lot of success with it in the ECS, which is the European Cricket Series, the domestic circuit in Austria. He was playing for Vienna Cricket Club this year. Over to Prince.
Good pace. Nicely played as well. But, that's not the best of cricket, but unfortunately there the batters weren't alert to the opportunity to take the 2.
So, I mean, you've lived in Spain now, what, 22 years? I mean, some people might not be familiar with your background, but you've been living in Spain since around the turn of the century, right? Sounds a long time now. But you have a real interest in Spanish cricket, obviously, and a lot of these players, including Prince Daman, who's getting an opportunity here.
Smashed. That is huge. Watch out, watch out. There's a kookaburra about out there. Well, what a big hit. Well, that is certainly the biggest of the day so far. He's just used the pace and he sent that packing. That's a big hit. And, well, he's dealing in boundaries, isn't he, Daniel Doyle? Look, I mean, that's the difference. It's keeping your shape, keeping your position. And, well, they're liking that one, aren't they? The management team there.
That was a huge hit, wasn't it? And he's a bit of an insurance policy, I think, DDC. Coming in at number 7 here. There's a bit of length on that from Zadran. And when Zadran gets fired up, he can really let the ball go. But this is what we're going to expect from Spain. I mean, Prince Daman coming at 8. He's no tail ender either. He's got people like Cameron. We haven't seen him yet.
Yep. Good delivery, good comeback. Nicely played, lovely straight bat there from Daniel Doyle. What a strike rate that is. I mean, 6 balls, 26, 27 now of 7. That's exactly the sort of person you need out there at the moment. Can change this game in a matter of deliveries. They need to get him out. The Prince goes back on strike. Talented player. Getting his opportunity to shine here for Spain.
Last ball, the over.
Nicely played down the ground. Long on will do the fielding. Single.
Yeah, it'll be the end of the 7th over as well. So 80 for 6, all to play for here. 28 off the last 18. Potential cliffhanger here, I'll just say as well. But Daniel Doyle has been excellent out there so far, building innings. Let's have a look at what's coming up, and it is match 2. And well, 2 new teams, of course, to this tournament. We have Czech Republic and Portugal going head-to-head in their first match. And the news from the toss is that Dylan Steyn, he is leading the Czech Republic, and he's elected to bowl first after winning the toss. Missing a couple of names. In fact, both these teams are, but it's an opportunity for some new names, I suppose, on the international stage to get going. Both very experienced in T10 cricket. Portugal, they're being led by Conrad Greenshields in his international debut. So that match is coming up. It's the 2nd of 5 today, starting in about 20 minutes right here on ECN. Here's Dida.
Oh, that's wild. And called a wide. It's pretty high as well, but a wide is the call. Ends up being a beamer down the leg side. I'm not sure if it was an attempted slow delivery, so it may have dipped as it goes past the batter.
It's just been a bit loose, hasn't he? Let's see if we can get a read on the height here. Probably just okay. It's a bit far away for him to tell. Anyway, it will be a wide. Have to re-bowl that one.
This is down the leg side again, so he's just losing his shape here. No reason really for this. Bowling to the right-hander. Just not getting it right here. And you don't want to be giving these extras away at this time. It's time you need wickets. You need to break. You need to get them.
If they do lose this in an narrow one, they're going to kick themselves.
Yeah.
4 overthrows, some of these loose deliveries.
Better. Gets a single. And you can see this is intelligent from Prince. I mean, Prince Demand, like all the other Spanish batters, they are attacking. But, you know, if you have a look at their scorecard, you've got the likes of Ashad Butt, Hamza Salim, Christian Munuf, and also Mohammad Ishan, all good batters. All of them went for just 1 run.
Yeah.
And really, when you've got someone like Christian Doyle who's hitting the ball so well here, you just got to give him the strike. There you go. That's what he does, because that's another 6. Well, he's blasting away. He's a master blaster. That's another one that goes in the territory of the Spanish Snakes. Well, be careful when you go and fetch that one. But he's doing this in style. He's hitting the ball so sweet. But that is sweet. Sweeter than a bowl of glove jumbo. What a shot. 6 more.
That's shot of the day for me. I think it was just so balanced. It was the correct shot. He hit it well. If you hit correct shots, you hit them well, you're going to get runs, basically. And I just think this is the approach. You look at all those guys you mentioned. They got out cheaply, but they didn't waste a lot of balls. It allows Daniel Doyle to come, and look at him. He's 33 off 8. You just need someone to click, and he's clicking right now. And this is not clicking. Oh, wow. That's a genuine pie, isn't it, really, from Dida. Tries the slower ball, and that's the 2nd time we've seen him stray down the leg side and cost his team runs. Yeah,
I mean, look, you think about it. With I know the one before was called a no ball, but that's 10 runs. The no ball, 5. The wide, 5. Don't forget the overthrows, 5. Don't forget the drop catch, Mohamed Babar being dropped off the first ball.
Yeah.
Those things at this level, if you do that, if you make those sort of mistakes, you don't win matches.
See, it's just like that. Spain need 14 off 16. They're in the driver's seat to do this in match 1.
Nicely played. We'll go to hands to the fielder.
But, I mean, it's such an innovative approach. It's one thing to say you'll have that approach of being attacking from the get-go. And we saw lots of Spanish batters come and go and get out with, oh, they're in trouble there, they're in trouble there. But they never really fell too far behind the rate. You know, just one of their top 9 to click here. And looks like they're going to do this pretty comfortably. Prince Demand on strike now.
A bit of a half-hearted appeal. And the umpire sort of suggests, I don't really know what you're appealing for.
It's half appeal to save a wide, I think. For me, this looked pretty wide. Yeah, I mean, that should have been called. I think the appeal does the trick. Because that, for me, is...
It's touching that line, isn't it? It's touching the line.
Some of the spectators coming in. I'm looking forward to seeing a few familiar faces and a few new ones as well.
Slow delivery. Works that away. And we go for 4 runs. Nicely played. 4 more. Beautiful timing. And Prince Demand decides it's time for him to find the boundary rope as well.
One thing that's funny about Corey, who's one of our co-commentators, he's coaching Spain, He's quite a fun-loving guy when he's in the commentary box, and he loves to have a laugh.
Yeah.
Never cracks a smile when he's there. When his team look like they're coasting to a win, you know, he's pretty dour if you ask me. Anyway, 9 to win now.
Oh, that's clever. That's a really clever shot. Really nicely done there from the Prince. And, well, he's almost managing a smile. He gives us a little nod there. And the smiles, though, there may not be any smiles there from Corey Rutgers, but there's definitely smiles from the two batters that are out there in the middle. Daniel Doyle, 34 of 9, and Prince Duman with that lovely shot from him. Takes himself to 8 now.
Yeah,
The ball's at his face, and they're cruising now, aren't they? Almost there.
They really are. Just 4 to win. So, well, this approach seems to have worked out for Spain, but like I say, would have been interesting if Austria hadn't have shot themselves in the foot a few times in the field. So you need a miracle from here.
I often say in this T10 format, if you get one batter that goes and makes a 40 or a 50 and gets supported by one other, you're going to get a good score. And if you look at the Spanish scorecard, that's exactly what you got there. You got Mohamed Baba, after being dropped on 0 off the first ball, well, he then went and made 33, and then you got this contribution here now from Daniel Dolcaye, 34, not out of 9, and just like that, they're in the driving seat.
Yeah, it'll be hard to lose from here. There's 5 required actually now. And make that 4. That's Daniel Dolcaye. For me, it's been a really important innings, I think. It'll be hard to come up with a player of the match here. I mean, there's been a few good individual performances, but for me, I think the way that Daniel Dolcaye has batted here at this part of the innings, if he can see his team home, I think for me he's got it.
He played and just takes a single and keeps the scoreboard ticking. And a lot of enthusiastic Spanish supporters here as well. So the kids getting behind the Spanish team, of course they would.
The kids are
Some
noisy.
Of the locals as well.
Watch out for them before game 2. They're doing the toss with me.
Nicely played.
Here's
Very
the other thing, though.
played.
We've taken 6 wickets. You're 4 wickets away from winning the game. And if you're going to try and find an angle here, I mean, you know the way these guys are going to play. They'll still be attacking. If they give you a chance, if you can take it, get a new guy out there, try and put him under pressure first up. I think Prince Duman's been really good in this partnership as well, just playing his role, not putting too much pressure on DDC.
That's through the gap once more, and he's just, look at the way he negotiates this. Perfect placement, and that is it. The game is done, and it's been finished with another boundary off the bat of Daniel Dolcaye. What a knock it's been from him. 39 hill finish of 13 deliveries. That's an outstanding performance. He never looked in trouble at any point, and he hit the ball sweet. And it's an emphatic win for the host nation. So Spain, they kick off this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, the first match with a victory. And well played by them. Austria, though, well, they've got a bit of thinking to do. They know that they didn't help themselves. It's little parts of areas of their game, some of the disciplines in the field and with the bowling that they need to readdress. But Spain, they'll be on a high. But again, they had their blips as well, Vinny.
Yeah, they did. I mean, both teams feeling each other out a little bit. Match 1, we saw a pretty close contest in the end. I think Spain get there reasonably comfortably. But don't forget, these two teams were in the top 6 teams last year. So they were in the top 6 teams in Europe. They both got out of their group, but only one of them will be able to progress this time. Of course, they're going to have stiff competition from the Ireland 11, Czech Republic and Portugal as well. And don't forget, we have Czech Republic versus Portugal coming up, and this is only around 15 minutes away from the first ball. So don't go too far. That should be a really even game as well. Czech Republic winning the toss and electing to bowl first. So we'll probably see Imran Khan and Imran, the two Imrans at the top of the order. They are very, very powerful as well. Greenshield's coming in at 3 on T10 international debut, I should say. But here, Spain was all crash and bash, and, well, not just from the batting team early on, as the Big D took out his teammate there, Dita. I don't know whose catch that was. In the end, it got grasped and had a bit of luck as well, you've got to say. Spain early, because they had the 4 overthrows as well. But they all had this approach. It meant that they did lose wickets. Some people went cheaply, but they didn't waste time. And it meant that whoever did click had the time to win the game. In the end, that would be Dolcaye. But before that, we saw Babar going large at this Cartama oval that he loves so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the Big Daddy, he did whatever he could do for Austria, picking up 3 wickets. And just kept on taking the wickets when it mattered. And we saw some good catching as well from the Austrian 11, including their captain. But it was those little errors that cost them in the field, and well, some wayward bowling at times, which meant that every time they got themselves in the match, they then gave it away. It was another wicket there. That was the catch there from the captain, Razman Shigwal. And at that point, Austria, they got themselves back in this match. And this was another one. What a start this was from Yusuf. That was an absolute beaut. But then this man came in, and just like that, he took the game away from him. And that strike rate was absolutely incredible. He was hitting the ball over that boundary rope for fun. There were some huge hits there. This was the one that saw the end of the captain, Christian Mills, that though he was to go. And it was likewise very much similar for Mohamed Ishan. Finally, Danny and Doyle got a partner out there, Prince Diman, who batted very well together.
There was a smile over there. There you go. I mean, the thing about this cricket, I mean, there's a lot of pressure. It's kind of baked into the format, but you've also got to really enjoy the spectacle. I think the players love it, the spectators love it, and all our viewers love it as well. If you're new to it, well, you're in for a treat over the next 5 weeks because there's 119 more matches here in Match 1. It is Spain to get home. Team España, and it was that man, Daniel Dorlacaya. What a 12 months he's had as he's entered the Spanish lineup. And he gets his team home. Top scoring with 39 of 13. Just the way that he did it at the end. He was composed. He played the correct shots. He executed them well. And along with Prince Diman, he certainly made a big impact on this game. Cameron, we didn't even see him with the bat, for example.
Yeah.
That top 9, they could all do what you just saw there. And Baba with
about Tom as well. Again, Tom Vine. I mean, he can clonk the ball many a mile. I mean, that's such a. I mean, looking at that squad, when you look at that, you think they should go a long way. The Spanish side.
Yeah, you'd think so. Well, 3 for 12. Eckstein tried his hardest, didn't he, early, to get the early blows, and he also didn't go for too many runs, but I think they'll rue the fact they concede 15 extras in the innings, including, not even including the 4 overthrows, but in the end, just some exquisite batting from Dorkaya gets them over the line. We're going to take a quick break. We will be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the second match. Czech Republic winning the toss and bowling first. We'll see you very, very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're enjoying the adventure so far. There's plenty more cricket coming your way. We'll be going right into the night here in Cartama. We'll see you shortly for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to Cartama Oval. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we have already seen one match of the 5 today. Sun's out, we're really having a lot of fun here, and these guys from the Art Christian School, they're having a lot of fun as well as we get ready for match 2. Now, are you guys having a good time? Yeah! They certainly are, and I think these two teams they're making their debut in this series, of course. It's Czech Republic versus Portugal in match 2. Let's head to Rob Kemming with the two captains for the toss.
Frederick or Dream11? Okay? Okay. That's Dream11. Dream11 call. It's Frederick.
We'll have a ball first, please.
So it is Dylan Stain who wins the toss for the Czech Republic, and he has elected to bowl first. So interesting tactic from him. He wants to chase. I think both these teams will feel themselves out a little bit. But what I also think is that these two, they proved last year they are giant killers. They both had some pretty big scalps, both missing a couple of names as well from last year. So a great opportunity for some new faces to emerge for Portugal and the Czech Republic. So in match 2, it will be Czech Republic. They're fielding first after winning the toss. And these kids from the Art Christian School, they're having a great time. Let's go crazy! Yeah! I'm getting crazy as well. Let's go to Rico Full in the comedy box for match number 2.
Thank you very much there to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. Let's go crazy. Well, there's a few people that have gone crazy with that win. The Spanish team winning the first match of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship here in the province of Andalusia, the host city of Malaga. This is Cartama, and this is the magnificent Cartama Oval. What a ground, what a location, what a place to be watching this, the Euros of cricket taking place. And we're ready for match number 2. The Czech Republic are taking on Portugal. And as you saw there from the coin toss video, the Czech Republic have won the toss, and straight away their captain Dylan Stern deciding that they are going to have a field first. As we have a look at the two teams on the fantasy dashboard there. And certainly with Portugal, a couple of names there that we've seen over the years that played good cricket, talented players in Portugal, and also there for Czech Republic. But as Vinny said, 1 or 2 players missing. Expected to be a close game. Czech Republic 85 to 84 according to our bat versus ball wall there. As we see the batters making their way out. Warm day, quite humid out there, gentle breeze, and some of that sunshine just disappearing behind some of the clouds at the moment. Give you some information on the opening batters. That's well, Imran, who's taking guard, and the non-striker will be Imran Khan. I don't think it's the Imran Khan. Still, not a bad name to be supporting when you're playing cricket. Hello to the kids. Hello to everybody in the fan zone. The kids from various schools that are here at the ground. Part of the European Cricket Network's Cricket School program. Nice to have them here with us early this morning. I think it was Andrew McCulloch. Maka was putting them through some warm-up routines, and they had a chance to have a bat and a bowl, get the ball around. Nice to see them out in the middle there with Vinny Sandhu and tournament referee Rob Kemming for the coin toss. And no doubt they'll be making their way around the ground, enjoying all aspects of the game. I hope you're enjoying the start to this Dream11 European Cricket Championship as well. Well, match 1 done, Spain getting victory. Now at the start of match 2, here we go. Good start from the bowler, right up in the block hole to the cheers of the Czech Republic guys. And Gupta. In the air, is the keeper going to be able to get to this? Oh, that's an outstanding catch. Oh, no, it's not. Well, right in front of me here, I think he's got the ball in his gloves, and then I see the fielders going behind his body to pick the ball up. Well, he did very well to get there, not able to take it. Just see this again. Probably see it from my angle. I think he's getting the ball in his gloves. He doesn't. So a bit of a let-off there. Chance or no chance, what do you reckon? Certainly a 50-50 call. Have a look at this. You might see a bit better from this angle. Does really well, gets there. And yeah, there you go. That's what I didn't see. But this side round, you think he's got it. Look, You think, yeah, good catch. And then you think, where's the ball? Kidhar ball kidhar gayi hai? Ah, tere piche hai yaar, piche hai. Shoulder did that catch. Well, that one goes down. Bit of an early let off. Big swing and a miss. Not getting his positioning right there at all. Playing down the wrong line. No footwork. So an early let off. For Ryoka Imran. And this time doesn't really do himself any favours there. He thinks that he needs to come down the wicket, but he comes down the complete wrong line again. He's got to be getting himself a little bit more outside that off stump. Maybe just take a little step across towards the off stump and play the shot. But it's all just swinging from the hips at the moment. No action. Right, this one's up in the air, goes a long way up. This should be taken. The wicketkeeper called it. And a good catch taken. Well, no mistakes this time for Devendra Singh. He says, "Ek bari to main chhod deta hai, nahi main chhodna." When he gets there, he says, "Mera, mera, idhar lage nahi hona," and takes the catch. Well done to him. And that's good. And I think looks like he might need a bit of attention. I think the catch that he put down the first time round, the way he landed, it looks it though, from what I'm seeing there, that maybe the way he's landed, the sunglasses may have made a bit of an imprint on his face. But this time round, it doesn't give him any issues taking the catch. Bit of a conversation happening there between the umpires. He may just be requesting a little bit of attention, but as I said, no mistakes made on that time. So they do get the wicket, and it's that of Imran Khan, who goes for a... Yep, it's a duck, and the first one, in fact, of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. He goes for 0 of the 3 deliveries that he faced. Remember, the man who's at the non-striker's end, he could have been gone for 0 himself. He was dropped, and that was in the process of that, taking that catch. That's where the wicketkeeper, Devendra Singh, is now just needing a little bit of attention. You can just see that in your screen. So, there we go. I think he's going to be okay there. There's Mary. It's Magic Spray Mary. Nice to see Magic Spray Mary back out there again. It was just receiving a little bit of attention there. And just explaining what happened there to Mary. Mary says, "No worries, we'll sort you out." There we go. We get a chance to see it again here. So there, he just bangs hard into the ground, and you can see straight away. First thing he's doing is just having an inspection. And I think what's happened there is he's hit the deck. The sunglasses have he sort of wedged himself and the sunglasses in the ground, and he's just ended up maybe just cutting himself. It's like, oh yeah, you can see it there now when he actually turns around. So yeah, there you go. He said, "Eh hoya, main tenu सीधा जानदा की होया, ball ऊपर गई है, मैं catch फड़न गया, मेरी बूथी लगी थल्ले, and का गया मेरे नाक दे विच, the खून निकल गया." So I'm just wondering what the decision could be here. I mean, I think if he is still bleeding, I think the decision, and the right decision, would probably be to maybe just go off the field of play until the flow of blood can be stopped. So, well, here we go. Some more medical advice coming, medical support coming out there. So it's going to be, looks like he's going to receive just a little bit of attention. So one more time, welcome to everybody who's just joining us. Wherever you're from, let us know where you're from. There's several ways and methods to get in touch with us. But, let us know where you're from and that you're enjoying the start of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And this week, it's all about Group A. One thing I can tell you is that only the winners of each group will return on the 10th of October for Championship Week. And in this Group A, we've already seen Spain and Austria in action. And see Czech Republic and Portugal and Ireland make the 5 teams that will be in this group. So they will be doing battle this week, Monday to Friday, 5 matches a day. Your doctor says you need 5 a day, and we're giving you the 5 a day. And remember, if you think if there's no cricket happening at the there's cricket happening the weekend as well, because we're going to have a little T10 series happening as well, a local series. So plenty of cricket for everyone to see.
Yeah, it's nice to be back as well, Rico. Here I am back in the box. Tell you what, I was getting mobbed by kids down there as part of the cricket school project. And I think it's really great. I know you talked a lot about it in game one with some of our dignitaries from the local council and local government. The fact that there's a big push to try and get cricket into schools here, show them how fun it is, show them how entertaining it is. And right now, actually, my hand's sore from signing autographs. So actually, I'm glad that you were here to start the game because I was held up a little bit. But that's really great. See the kids out there at the toss, and they loved the fact they can watch it back on TV as well. So yeah, right here, we're seeing two teams just kind of feeling each other out a bit. Again, I think quite an evenly matched game as well between these two teams who are missing kind of 2 or 3 key players for various reasons during this tournament. But yeah, so far we've seen a lot of action. So a lot of it has surrounded Juvendra Singh, the keeper for Czech Republic, but he seems to be okay. We're going to carry on with the action.
This one, he allows this to go. Yeah, wide correct call being called there. The umpires for this match, match number 2, Andrew Elliott is the umpire at the bowler's end, and Sulaiman Saheed.
Yeah. So it's going to be Andrew Elliott's first ECC match. A big congratulations to him. Pretty easy call down there. Conrad Greenshield's out here now, number 3. And he's quite an interesting story as well. Has recently qualified on residency to play for Portugal, but he is a player we've seen over the last couple of years a lot on ECN. He's originally South African, has played grade cricket in Australia as well. He's very much a leader, so much so that he's captaining the team on his international debut here this afternoon. And it does take us to the end of the over as well. And a pretty good one for the Czech Republic, 2 for 1 after 1. This is Group A you're seeing at the moment, and this is what you were talking about. Only one team from each of those groups will get to go through to week 5, which is where the trophy will be decided. So it's going to be pretty competitive, put it that way. And this group fascinates me. I think Czech Republic and Portugal, for me, I've got them both probably just behind Spain and Austria. And Ireland 11, they are complete wild cards, really. They're a young side. Obviously, it's not their very top national team because of the other commitments that those guys have. So it's a great opportunity for some youngsters to make a name for themselves on the international stage.
Yeah, I'm excited to welcome them to the party, see what they bring. I mean, they're a team that we haven't seen them play this format, so I'm going to be very interested to see what they bring. But certainly, I'm expecting them to be very dynamic in the field, that's for sure.
Here's a guy that, again, during the year, he has qualified on residency to play for the Czech Republic. This is Shahaz Farhad, who's going to bowl over number 2. This is in the air, and it's going to go down to the boundary. It's going to be 4, so more of an outside edge than anything, but Imran's away with the boundary.
Yeah, good shot. Just a nice shot to play inside the power play. You know that all the fielders, bar 2, are inside that 30-yard circle. Bit of a change in the field straight away, though, here. Bowler, hard, wanting that extra protection. And this time he goes too wide, called by Sulaiman Saheed. Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough, though, isn't it, Vinny? I think when you look at all these groups and the teams involved in them, only one. So unlike last year, only one team will go through to Championship Week. It's going to be tough. Where, of course, in Week 5, England, the reigning champions, await. Played in that area again, which is I think, why. Well, Hard is justifying why he wants that extra protection out there. So it's quite unusual to see the 2 men that you're allowed outside in the power play, both sort of within meters of each other. But he's making sure that he wants to keep that 3rd man corridor well patrolled, 3rd man and backward point. Swing and a miss. There from Conrad Greenshields. Looking to go straight down the ground. I think this is what Farhad is wanting. He knows that because of the field that's been set, he's basically challenging the batters to play that shot.
He's certainly a guy that can just nip it a bit both ways at a decent pace as well, Farhad.
Well, sort of almost overcommits there. That's Imran, but he gets back.
It's a fascinating start to this game, isn't it? Very different, I think, to what we saw earlier as well. You can see This team's probably both a little bit jumpy. You can understand that. Greenshields, he's a guy, if he can get in, he can really bang it. It's made some big scores in Portugal domestically. Goes after this, and will it carry? It does carry the field. It carries the rope as well. Maximo! And Conrad gets a bit lucky there, I think. He doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. Goes after it anyway. I think there's a fielder back on the rope. That might be catchable. Instead, it does get all the way for 6.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the bowler Fahad is wanting. But you see that shot is well played. Boom! Shaka Lagya with that fielder inside the 30-yard circle. I think it's a pretty safe shot to play unless he miscues it. Backs himself to play it.
Goes this time and gets this one better. He's crunched this one straight down the ground. Still hasn't landed. Maximo. And that one was pretty authoritative from the captain.
Well, if the other one only just made it, this one cleared that boundary by some distance. That's a big hit. And that's a Bizaway Super 6. Nicely struck. And Conrad Greenshields, well, he's making his mark on his international debut in style. 2 sixes in that over. And that certainly does make the score look a lot healthier. 18 coming off it. 20 for 1.
So obviously we have a 5-team Group A. And you can see that's, that we've got just that one win from Spain so far. And then at the other end, Austria losing the first game. We'll get to see Ireland for the first time in match 3. So very interesting group to come here in week 1. Start of a new over. Looks like a slow ball first up. And Sachin Sengupta, he's a guy that did bowl really well, I think, for the Czech Republic last year in this tournament. It's hard to get away. Starts with a variation there. Completely bamboozles Imran.
Yeah, that's a very clever, slower delivery. Well hidden, well disguised. And he comes again.
Goes after this. And will it carry? Well, he says no. That's similar to the one earlier on. Different part of the field, though. The fielder made good ground. Pretty honest as well to say it didn't carry. But I tell you what, that was a brilliant effort out there, wasn't it? Because I didn't think he was going to even get close to that.
I think that's Palmer out there. He does really well. But I'm liking the sportsmanship straight away. Straight away indicates saying, no, this doesn't. And, well, he's in the action once more.
This is a really good example, as we see Palmer called in action again. A really good example of this field and how easy it is to field compared to some of the grounds we see around Europe where that could just bounce over his head at any moment. He's got the confidence to get down there and make that top, even though it was absolutely belted.
You're absolutely right, Vinny. This morning when I walked across out into the middle, I warned that after this.
Goes after this. Palmer is going to have to watch this one go over his head. Maximo! And this is what Imran likes to do when he gets into his work, and after a quiet start, Portugal starting to get away.
Yeah, this is what he's known for. Hasn't quite had it his own way. And remember, he's another batter. It could have gone first ball. It was that very difficult chance that was put down by Devinder Singh, who injured himself in the process. But now he's in his groove.
Slow ball this time. The thing with bowlers, I mean, especially the ones that have played a bit of this format, they know, okay, I'm going to get banged, it's going to happen. Now, I remember Shane Warne said that when he started playing T20 cricket. One thing's for sure, everyone is going to get whacked around. But it's how you deal with that and not letting your pride get in the way. And you see Sengupta's come back pretty well, and all things considered, he's 11 off 11 balls. It's been pretty good. Goes straight this time, and Conrad, he gets this one pretty good as well. Maximo! Well, on debut, but looking very comfortable at the international level. That's the end of the third over as well. 35 for 1 in the power play.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, isn't it? Just marvellous timing. It's similar to the one before. Boom! Shakalagya! Absolutely loving it. And, well, his partner out there, Imran, saying, yeah, good shot, buddy. Good shot, Skip. So it's a nice start. 35 on the board. Remember, it was only two for 1 at the end of the first. So that acceleration has come. Well, it was badly needed. It's come into shape of some really nice shots. But, both these batters now looking well. Imran on 14 off 8 deliveries, and Conrad Greenshields 19 off 7. Yeah, one thing I was taught about when I walked across this outfield, I said to myself, it was like walking on a carpet. It's unbelievable. Spin into action.
Yeah.
It's a touch on this, I think.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, he's gone, and Naveed Ahmed is the man that breaks through straight away. Change of pace and change of luck, really, for Czech Republic, who just getting a bit of trouble there, but Imran just feels for this one. Got to say, it's a good catch by Devendra Singh behind the stumps. I mean, he's been in the action as well, but because of the deflection, that's why it doesn't go kind of cleanly into his gloves. It deflects up, he takes it at the second attempt, and that's a key wicket now. Imran's gone for 14. So both Imrans have now left the building. It is 35 for 2.
Good time to get a wicket, isn't it? But yeah, this is a good catch. He does well, doesn't he? Gets maybe a bit of luck with the ball popping back up in the air off the body, but I mean, he was there, he didn't shy away from it, takes the catch, and he knows he's got his man, and the umpire doesn't waste too much time giving the batter Imran his marching orders. So second wicket falls here, 35 now for 2.
That's something I actually used to practice if I was doing wicket keeping coaching with the group. Is I actually would actually make them. I'd throw the ball into their body from a short range, or just give them no time, and just to then kind of keep your wits about you and catch it on the second
you
go.
Throw the ball at their body.
Yeah, softly.
Is that the Vinny Sandhu
softly?
coaching
Just to go from about as far away as we are right now, which is less than a metre, but just to try and react and keep you cool in that situation. Devendra Singh does well there, and Naveed, he's another guy. He's had a lot of success at the domestic level. Plays his cricket for Brno. We'll see at the ECL next year, by the way. New batter has come out there. It's Rana Sawa, and he's another guy that loves to smash it. So Portugal tracking pretty well despite the 2 wickets. Run rate wise, I have the feeling last year we saw 115 was the average score per 10 overs. And I think it holds up here. But what I do like about these 2 teams, there's a lot of anticipation that goes into a tournament like this. You're feeling them all. You're feeling the energy, is what I'm saying. Anyway, Conrad's going to go after again, and he will. Maximo! That Kookaburra's really flying through the sky, and 6 more to Portugal.
Well, he's hitting the ball so well at the moment. He's just muscling everyone over that boundary. And remember early on in his innings, he went for one shot where he just played it in such a hurry. Totally missed it by a long way. He seems to have all of a sudden just said to himself, I've got to wait. It's like he's saying, count 1, 2, and then hit, and then it's working for him.
That's clever bowling. This one actually goes away from the bat. Looks like an off spinner. It doesn't really ever spin. Yeah, the thing with Conrad here, he got away with one, didn't he, as well, that I don't think he timed that well. That went over mid-off. Ended up just going for 6, but I think if there was an outfielder there, he might have been caught. Since then, he's been hitting him sweetly. Gets another one that he respects. So he's being pretty selective, but he can afford to do that. I mean, he's 25 off 10, so he's not going slowly. But Portugal trying to get a score on the board. You see in the background, got some of the players signing autographs, which I think is really nice with the kids, part of the cricket school project. Little deflection, smart batting this time. He uses the pace. He doesn't try and fight it. He says, okay, you put it out there. I'm just going to nurdle you behind point, and that's exactly what he does. End of the over. Greenshields moves to 29, 4 overs down. It is 46 for 2. Good batting.
Yeah, intelligent shot. That was exquisite, really. It's not all about power and blasting the ball. It's about timing and placement as well. That was top draw, 4 runs.
Once again, you see that one trickle across the line. Very, very good morning to you, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from around the world. I'm saying good morning because normally this time, second game, it is morning. But actually, we're already kind of past lunchtime in this Dream11 European Cricket Championships. Opening day, really exciting. Look, as someone that's been involved in European cricket for quite a while, of course, you lived in Spain for 22 years. I mean, this must mean a lot to you to see this and growing all the time as well.
Massive. You know, the other thing that I like about it, and it goes back to some of the travels that we've had around Europe and the European Cricket Series. A lot of players that we saw playing club cricket, domestic level, they've made their way through to the national team. Yeah. And that's all about this European cricket coming together, seeing players playing on the big screen, acknowledging their talents, and then seeing coaches picking them up and taking them all the way through to this level.
I think
that's
really
amazing.
That's a really good point you make. And the fact that so much domestic club cricket now on ECN is being shown, you're seeing who's performing under pressure. Yeah. I think that's something that's really hard to gauge normally. This is pushed. Throw comes in, but safely home for a single. Yeah, that's something that's really hard to gauge because someone can look like a millionaire when they're batting, but at the higher levels, you really do get tested, and you have to deal with hardships. You have to deal with losses of form. You have to deal with the spotlight as well. So I think the fact that ECN is showing so much cricket around Europe has unearthed a lot of new talent on the scene. Of course, just the demographics as well in Europe over the last few years. We've seen a lot more people in the countries that we're talking about that are interested in cricket as well, a lot from the subcontinent as well, but some other places in addition to that. Anyway, this will be a good battle because this is Suzy Bouyan bowling to Conrad Greenshields. Seems into him. Might have caught a little bit of the pad. It's going to be called a leg by in the end. But, I mean, Sazib Bouyan, he's another guy that I really love to watch play. He is a guy that can nip it around. He's a bit of a character as well, Sazib. Can whack the ball when he bats as well. So another one of these kind of three-dimensional players. Pretty solid in the field. Yeah, this one just gets past him before he knew too much about it. So it'll be a single.
Sawa just seems to be quite content to play just a bit of a supporting role at the moment. Just try and get himself in some bit of form and leave Conrad Greenshield to do most of the attacking.
Second ago, that ball was hit to Ritik Tomar. Probably missing. And leg side. Could be another leg by. So it's a couple in a row that Conrad hasn't been able to get any bat on. So I guess you've got to give credit to the bowler there.
Yeah, Bouyan, slightly quicker delivery. I think that's what does Greenshield's here. Fires this in a bit quicker. And, never out, missing the leg stick by some way.
Yeah, so Ritik Tomar, known as the Tank. He's down at long off at the moment. Doesn't have a 3-3-3 shirt, I noticed, for the national team, which is his favourite, but still, I know that he's pretty excited to be out there for the Czech Republic. 50's up now in the 5th over. Again, this innings, twos and fro's. We're going to see this, aren't we? We're going to see these matches rock one way then the other. That's one thing about T10 cricket that surprised me probably the most since I started doing it. Let's this one go. Well, I suppose the umpire thinks he might take it. This is definitely over the tram line. Let's have a look if there's a pre-movement. I suppose a little one.
Yeah.
Don't know though. Thoughts?
I think the initial movement was down the wicket, not outside the off stump. And I think that movement came after the ball had been released. So, yeah, I think the bowler's got away with that.
They will move the line if the batter moves, so maybe fair enough. 51 for 2 after 5 overs. You see, that's a skill we've seen coming in to the game as well. We've seen all these aspects of the game magnified, such as running between the wickets, even sacrificing people later in the innings to keep a particular batter on strike. The other one is spotting a wide and leaving it, which is what I thought that was from Conrad. But you're right, it does kind of that second step maybe hits before the ball's bowled. That's why Andrew Elliott moves the line and says it's fine. Here's the tack. Speak of the devil. And it's a no ball. First up is going to go for 4. So not a good start for Tomar. And he's going to go for 5 and a free hit coming up.
Yeah, it's not good. Gets to the boundary 4. They just started tidying things up a little bit after a few big shots from Conrad Greenshields. But this one, well, this will get Portugal up and running once more.
Yeah. So, yeah, free hit coming up. And you can see Portugal happy with that. So, strap yourself in. It's free hit time. Short, crunch, 6. Maximal. And that one might have gone into the player tents. And they're more than happy to receive it, Portugal, who catch a break. 11 come off the first ball of the over.
Well, it was a half cracker, wasn't it? It was there to be hit. And he said, thank you very much. Take that. Bang. That's gone a long way. And, struck that well.
Notice right now in the chat that they're doing a lurker call out, which now the chat's calling the lurker call out. So if you are watching, jump into the viewer chat and say hello to us. Let us know where you're watching from. Of course, our YouTube channel now has over 300,000 subscribers. Turned around the corner. This will just be a single this time. But yeah, Tomar, it's got a lot of damage to repair, doesn't it?
Yeah, both these batters, just looking at Sawa and Greenshields the over before, tend to be walking into the ball. So just wondering whether the bowlers here need to just get the length a bit fuller. Seem to maybe just bowling a tad shorter than where they want to be. Get the Yorker length deliveries in.
Hits this one through the line, but there's a man out there. It'll just be a single. It's Naveed Ahmed doing the fielding that time. That's yeah, that free hit. I think it was an attempted slower ball. He just drags down. Phil G saying that's not how to bowl a free hit ball. Hello to CJ Sharp watching from Manchester, who's supporting Portugal, hoping for a big score here. Hello to Meyer as well. Hit straight back at the bowler, does well to field it. Yeah, good work. Prevent any run. Yeah, but I also want to say hello to Mike Buckland and Ian Johns out there, to Rohit Singh Rathore, who is watching from India. Osama Mahmood watching from Switzerland. Well, hopefully we'll see you soon, Osama. And yeah, we're really touched by all the support we've had from all around the world. Hello to Terry, of course, as well, who's watching from the Czech Republic. Well, this is in the air and it's hanging. There's no outfielder though, so it should be fine. Can you stop it? And that's a really good piece of fielding. And then the fence stops him. Well, hopefully he's all right there. Who was that? That looked like Sengupta, who went all the way back. And this is the play. You just got to swipe at it because once it gets past you, you normally can't catch up with it. Very good fielding.
Yeah, this is very good reactions. I mean, he only gets the one chance, and it's here, and he gets it, and then he hits the old boundary fence there pretty hard. I think he's took a bit of a knock there, the first few initial steps.
Taking the wind out of him a little bit. I think he's just kind of got what we used to call a corky in Australia, which is just a bruised thigh. I think just the way he hit the fence. He knew it was coming.
Yeah.
So he was able to brace for impact.
If it was one of them, you go into it, you go over it. He didn't fancy going over it, didn't fancy doing the hurdles. So he takes that one on the shin.
Sengupta, though, he's bowled his 2 overs, so I'd just have him off now. I mean, you don't need him to bowl again. He won't be batting above 7, I wouldn't imagine. So, to me, you've got Smit Patel as the 12th man, and he's actually a really good fielder as well. So I wouldn't hesitate to take him off here. I know that Satya wouldn't want to go off.
Yeah, but we got to see Magic Spray Mary.
Oh, well, here's Magic Spray Mary.
We got to see.
Well, Magic Spray Mary, I think, has her own camera now. Normally she comes on, and here's a true story about Magic Spray Mary, who you're seeing do her best work there. Even though we're not going to show you her face, it's a bit like a dentist. You can't show her face on television. But Magic Spray Mary is now involved in cricket. There she is. She's involved in cricket here on the Costa del Sol.
She plays here. Cartama plays for the ladies in Cartama, which is fantastic.
She came in as a medic. And loved cricket so much that she wanted to start playing. Isn't that awesome?
I think that's great. I mean, cricket in Cartama is just it's just booming. Not just the men's game, but juniors as well. And now we've got the women's cricket as well. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
that's just the growth of cricket in Europe.
The Spanish national team there, enjoying a spot of lunch. We'll see them later in the day against Portugal. So I'm sure that that's around their lunch. They're watching this game pretty closely. A lot of people looking forward to watching Dylan Stein bat as well. He's leading the Czech Republic in this tournament. Goes after this. It was pretty wide, hanging in the air. Should be out, and it is. Nicely caught by Kranthi Venkateswamy down at 3rd man. And so the break maybe just impacts the concentration of Sarwar. But I've got to say it was pretty well bowled. It was quite wide, but not quite a wide. And more towards the bottom of the bat than anything. Flew down to Venkateswamy. Takes a pretty good catch. And it's the 3rd wicket down. Portugal now 66 for 3.
Yeah, doesn't get this out the middle of the bat. Hits low down. You heard the sound from it straight away. And a comfortable catch taken. No mistakes. And just like that, get another breakthrough. A little bit disappointed. Sarwar there. But, it gives an opportunity for the next batter to come out. This looks like it's Francis Stoneman.
Yeah, Faf they call him. And another good young player. It's been making a lot of runs domestically. I think he's stopping for a quick prayer, but it better be a quick one because he's got 90 seconds to get out there. So I probably wouldn't be doing the whole Lord's Prayer. I'd probably just stick to a couple of lines and an amen, and let's get out there. I've got to say hello to all the lurkers as well. We've got Boone, who's watching from, or Boo NZ, I think it is, watching from New Zealand, loving the coverage. Nice to have you with us. And also Aaron Ashokan, who I'm sure would love to be out there for the Czech Republic, but unavailable, unfortunately, due to other commitments. And that's the thing. I mean, it's not a professional pursuit in continental Europe cricket. So a lot of these guys, they're juggling work and their cricket careers. They have to have time off for things like T20 international tournaments. So some of them will struggle to get off for every tournament, and a lot of them may not be available. Some of them may not be available for this. I know that Aaron Ashokan's in that boat. So is the beast, Sudesh Wickramaseka up the Czech Republic. I know they'll miss them. Full toss. And it will be a single. That was the end of the over as well from Tomar. So it was 66 for 3 after 6. So that's why Conrad Greenshields is facing, of course. When you get caught, you have to go back to your original end. So you can't cross anymore. And that will be actually a law which actually starts in all cricket during this tournament, because it's the 1st of October that it becomes worldwide. But that is something that we pioneered in last year's cricket, and obviously I think it's a very good rule change, because who's on strike is actually super important in T10 cricket more than any kind of cricket, really.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense indeed.
This is whipped away. Faf's off the mark. He'll run really hard. I think at 2. It's not quite there. I've got to say quickly, I'll correct myself. Terry, who was heavily involved in Czech cricket for a lot of years. So I said he's watching from Czech Republic. But of course, he's reminded me in the chat, he's actually watching from Estonia now. And he's doing great things with Estonian cricket. So apologies, Terry. Hope you're enjoying the new job. This is in the air, and it's going to carry. And Greenshields is looking more and more powerful the longer he stays there. Maximal, that one over mid-off, pretty well struck. And that takes the score up into the swinging 70s.
Yeah, he's just been off the strike a little bit, hasn't he, Conrad Greenshields? So just got a little frustrated, but you see there, that one, that's just power. Gets enough on it. Doesn't go too aerial, but, well, distance is fine. 6 more to him.
Goes up this, hits this hard into the gap. This will be 4 as well by the giant Ice Cube. And Cuatro Carreras Mas. Conor Greenshields moves into the 40s. He's been a real force at number 3 in this innings for Portugal.
Yeah, it's a tremendous shot, this. I mean, it's all about the positioning, all about, we quite often say, you've got to go to the ball. And that's exactly what he does here. Just look at this. He goes, puts his full weight into the shot, gets into the ball. And, well, despite the diving effort of the fielder, it's 4 more runs.
Bouillon. Come back ball, and now he's going to be gone. And this is one he just doesn't get out of the middle. He just tries to hit through the line. Doesn't really try to keep it down. Well, luck's a fortune for Czech Republic, who is starting to get blown away off the bat of Greenshields. But it's Bouillon that has the last laugh. It's his first wicket in this ECC, 78 for 4.
Yeah, and I think he may have just kept this one back slightly, and that's what caused the error there from Conrad Greenshields. The catch safely taken, so they get another wicket. That's an important wicket. That could have a big impact on this match and this innings, because while Conrad Greenshields was out there, I mean, he looked like he's going to get a good big score. Dylan Stern, the captain, this man taking the catch.
Yeah, and he's got a very good pair of hands. He's an excellent fielder, Dylan Stain. So just watch out for him. I mean, he's been travelled as well. He has had experience in South Africa and New Zealand. Now he has a home in the Czech Republic. And of course, I mean, to qualify for a national team, you need to either qualify on citizenship or there's a residency requirement. And Conrad Greenshields has just fulfilled the residency requirement, and looks a little bit upset to go for just 41 because he was hitting them well. There's still 3 overs remaining. Someone else is going to have to pick up the slack, and it will be Mohamed Siraj Nippo to come out at number 6. He will be facing first up. Left-hander, also a very good left-arm spinner. We'll see him in the second half of this game. And he's had a lot of experience on ECN as well, hasn't he? But look, credit to Bouillon, because he does get Greenshields to play that one false shot, and the chance was gobbled up by staying at cover.
Yeah, he didn't deter from what he was trying to do, and that's what I liked about Bouillon's bowling. He always sensed that he was going to get that opportunity, and he did get it. So this is Bouillon, as you see there on the screen, picks up the wicket of Conrad Greenshields, 41-19, highest score so far in this championship, 41 individual score, that is.
And goes for it.
Going to be hurrying. Well, they're asking a question here. The umpire on field has given it the shake of the head, saying no. Just wondering if the keeper has full control of the ball here.
I think it's no on a couple of counts here, because I think he's in anyway. And the other thing is, I don't think Devender gets this very cleanly at all. Might have a look at it on the replay. First one maybe won't be able to see too much about the ball, but we'll see that he's home. So whatever happens next, maybe the ball hits the stumps, but maybe I think the ball was going to hit the stumps, and then Devender has hit the stumps out of the way. So I don't think the ball actually ever touches the stump.
Yeah, I think Devender's hands were quicker than the ball there for a moment.
Well, that's the end of the 7th over here, and it's 79 for 4 after 7. Now, we do have these 5 weeks in Cartama, which is just outside Malaga in Spain, and it's actually going to be 7 days a week. We'll also have cricket on Saturdays and Sundays. That will be probably mostly telecast on Fancode in India and our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. So there is cricket 7 days a week, Monday to Friday. We have the ECC, which is international cricket. We'll have domestic cricket on Saturday and Sunday. So it's going to be a big adventure, 160 matches in total. ECN will broadcast from Cartama. But then the Fancode European Cricket Series, still some life in that series. 8 weeks left in the season. It will commence, or recommence, I should say, on the 17th of October in Croatia. 1 week there before a couple of weeks in Malta. And we'll finish with 5 weeks right back here in España. We'll be in Barcelona. So here we go. Final fling. 3 overs to go. Naveed Ahmed's going to come back, and this one will just be a one-hopper out to cover, 1 run. So yeah, the real question here will be, can they get this final push without Greenshields, who fell at a time where you felt he was going to swing them to something well over 100, probably over 110. But now, it's 2 fresh batters at the crease.
Getting the field changed around here.
Quick hello to Sebastian Bratt, who will be leading the Netherlands next week, I believe. Netherlands 11. Hello, Seb. Hope you're well. Really looking forward to seeing you. Goes after this. That made a good sound, and that is gone. Maximo! Faf Stoneman has just pumped this one over the giant Ice Cube, and that was always going for 6.
Well, I think, what is this hit? Has this hit the old floodlights here? This is hit long, strong, and hard. Wow. It goes aerial, and I reckon this hits the old floodlights here.
Well, I've heard the term "shoot the lights out," and he's almost done it literally there. Well, I hope not. This is the first time we're going to turn them on, and we might be 1 short already. Similar kind of shot, but this time drags it off the under edge for one. Yeah, well, we do have the floodlights here for the first time because we are going into the night. That's going to be super exciting. I still can't quite get used to it. I mean, we've done, between us, we've done something like probably 3,000 games. We have had some dedicated night series, but to have a full day's play that finishes under lights is something we've never done before.
It's going to be wicked.
It's going to be really exciting. Nippo goes after this. Got the field set for that. Just be one. Again, these two looking to push for every run. These guys will be innovative as well, pushing for extra runs at this stage of the innings. Yeah, so I didn't actually think too much about the fact that the lights might have to be Kookaburra proof because if that did hit it, that's a bit concerning. Goes after this straight, smashes it. Maximo! That one bounces off the side screen. And Stoneman, well, he's picked up the pace now. No Conrad, no worries as Portugal swing their way towards 100.
Lovely shot this. I mean, they don't come any better than this. Straight down the ground. It's as straight as they come. Love the way he gets down onto one knee. It's a beautiful hit. Manos arriba there from the umpire.
He's been making piles of runs in Portugal, and he's got such good technique. That's the thing. He's got a very good technique. You could see it there. Last ball of the over. Clever bowling from Naveed, but it might cost him 4. It's a long chase. The fielder does well to get there. And we'll get 2. They might think of a 3rd, but I don't think it's quite on. So it will be a couple to Stoneman. End of the 8th over. It's 96 for 4. Just quickly, I want to say hello to a few of the other lurkers. I know that Jacob Clements Hunt is watching from England, supporting the Czech Republic. Hazin Nadeem Ahmed watching from Bangladesh. Kawaja Shant from Pakistan. Jeff Berg from Australia. Let us know where you're from in Australia. And this interactive chat is one of the really cool things about the European Cricket Network, that people can interact with us live on the air. So we'd love for you to get involved. And I mean, I've even got a chat wife. And I see that she said hello in the chat as well. So
she's back, huh?
she's back. Anyway, if you'd like to drop us a line in there, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you to everybody for all your lovely comments as well. And we are a big family. And we are, as the banners say around this ground, stronger together and becoming stronger together and bigger together as well. So thank you for everybody's support. So 12 balls to go in the innings. What do you reckon? 110, 115?
Yeah, they're on track for 120. The way Stoneman's going, they might want more than 120. Dot ball, Nippo.
No, wide ball.
It won't be a dot because it'll be wide.
A bit too wild. That one should just be really, the Vizzy just needs to get the ball right up there. Doesn't want to buckle here now. A good tight over here. Could see the score under 110. That would be ideal.
I also noticed in the chat that Kaku Kumar is in there from HCL Software. Of course, they're powering this Crickathon, which is based about, if you like the idea of being a sports scientist or even armchair sports scientist, go to crickathon.com. There's a question of the day and a question of the week. Now, the best question of the week winner will get an internship with HCL Software, who actually employ over 280,000 people around the world. And that's a pretty big operation, put it that way. Short, down leg side, this will be a wide. So, yeah, I know the questions of the day, they change every day. The question today was who will score the most runs? Which team will score the most runs on day one? At the moment, got no idea. They've all been pretty even, if you ask me. But then the question of the week is a bit more detailed. How would you use data to choose a bowler to bowl the death over? So go to crickathon.com, check it out, and get involved. Too high. And we'll scramble through for a leg bite. So Kaku Kumar, nice to have you in the chat as well. Michael Andrews watching from a not so sunny Preston, but really enjoying watching. That's really nice to hear. And Tyrone, he is watching, confirmed it was the real Tyrone in the chat. He's watching from Bondi. So hello, that's a nice part of the world as well. Be warming up in Australia soon.
Hello Tyrone, the Iceman. And looking forward to seeing you here soon.
Goes leg side and gets it over the fielder. This is going to be 4, and you can see Sabawun Davitsi, who's a bit of a death specialist here. He's only going to get the one over, but he just gets a bit too straight to Nippo. And Davitsi's a left-hander himself. It's the kind of ball he'd enjoy receiving. And Nippo just clunks it over the short, fine leg and gets a boundary.
Yeah, nice clean hit. Just the bowler just straying a little bit there. Gets too close to the pads of Nippo, who rather than trying to hit down the ground, just lets this come to him. And last moment just whips it away. Nice, intelligent shot. 100 up.
and climbing. And he misses out. The thing is, Stoneman's got a bit cold at the other end. It's over. He's got the leg by earlier in the over when he faced, but he really looked good. He looked pretty comfortable against the spin, I suppose. Maybe the bit's a different proposition. But I know that we've also got Yasmin watching from Toronto in Canada, the CN Tower. Well, I'm a big Blue Jays fan, actually, so any viewers from Toronto or even Canada might appreciate that. Short, takes to the rib cage.
Ouch, that one would hurt a little, I'm sure. I mean, he's not a lot of Nipu.
That's true.
It's a few ribs there. He might need a spare one because that one hit him pretty hard on the side. He's giving it a rub.
Yeah, that was that was a nasty one. We actually heard that one from up here. Hello to Naveen Padmaraju. Oh, he's certainly a regular with the Prague Cricket Club in Czech Republic. Naveen, great to see you in the chat as well. And hello Raja, who's watching from Vancouver. So we've got a big Canadian audience as well. Viewers all around the world. All happening in the ninth, and this is pretty innovative stuff as well. This will fly into that HCL software tent, I think. And Maximo Stoneman, he goes backwards for the first time and he gets 6.
This is what I'm talking about. Cartamania. Well, we are on the Costa del Sol, and this is all about sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket.
Sexy shot, isn't it? But he did give him the kind of length to play with there and play that shot. If that's fuller, that's a lot more difficult. It's kind of premeditated from Faf Stoneman, but he does get 6. And Portugal still cruising along, 111 after 4. 111-4-4, I should say, after 9 overs. I'll say to everyone, thanks for your engagement. If I miss you, then don't be afraid to say hello again. Hello to Kirsty Redhead, who's saying whoop whoop Faf. And of course, Faf grew up, learned his cricket at Coimbra Knights, where Kirsty Redhead, of course, a big part of that club. She was one of our guest commentators earlier in the year when we were in Portugal for the ECS.
Hello, Kirsty, and a marvellous cook, can I just say.
And of course, Chris, better not leave Chris out. Chris is still plying his trade.
Yep.
For Coimbra Knights there in Portugal. Anyway, last overtime. Seatbelts on, everybody. Here's Farhead. And he gets French cut away. I suppose I might call that a leg glance. But what Nippo does do, he gives the strike back to Stoneman. And he's been quite artistic, actually, in his stroke play. He's moved to 22 off just 7. He's got 5 balls to play with here.
Yeah, so line up the 120.
Also want to say hello to Amy, who's watching with Tyrone in Bondi. I look forward to seeing you soon as well.
Hello, Amy. Yes, indeed. Amy's become a bit of a cricket expert herself now.
Goes after this. It was a slower ball. It's hanging. Should be caught by somebody. And it's been dropped. And it was an absolute sitter for Sharon Ramakrishnan. I suppose I'd rather do this in the 10th over than the first, but still costs you a run. And costs you the chance to get rid of Stoneman, who's been really good at the death.
Yeah, Ramakrishnan here. I think he's too relaxed trying to take this one. Should have taken it easily, really. Many would say there's no such thing as an easy catch. Does everything right to the last moment.
You don't think so? Watch that one again. Anyway, this will be an off-corner. I suppose no catches are easy when you've got millions of people watching all around the world, but still. Like I say, not too long to go, so probably won't affect the bottom line too much unless Stoneman goes on and pumps another 6, which could happen. Nippo got done by the slower ball there. Shahaz Farhad, I think he's a really good pickup for the national team now that he's qualified in Czech Republic. In the air, this one's hanging as well. This won't carry to the fielder, just the 1. So we're getting that kind of more or less pass score. 115 last year was an average score per 10 overs. So I want to say hello to AC, who's watching in the chat as well. I know we've got James watching from Perth in Australia. It's my old hometown. And to everyone else, hope you're enjoying it. Danny's got a question. Come to that in a second. This is short and it's hit well. It's hooked nicely. I think that might have gone all the way,
yeah,
It has. Maximo. Manos Ribampa. That is a 6. And they try the short ball and Stoneman does hurt them. Makes them pay for that drop catch. Moves to 29.
Yeah, this is such a good shot. He's onto this so quickly. And he just basically said, don't bowl there to me. You can see he's deep inside his crease. He don't want to be bowling short to a batter that sliced the bat deep inside his crease.
Exactly. There's a couple of times they've given him length to play with and he's punished them. Danny says, do I think that the Czech team will miss Aaron Ashokan and the Beast, Sudesh Wickramasegara? Short answer, yes. But at least it gives opportunities, right? And here's a guy that's just qualified in residency, Farhad, getting an opportunity. And a lot of other players get an opportunity, so they'll know what to do. This one would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be 6, and it's a big finish. Maximo Stoneman, what an innings he's played, 35 off 10. And we asked the question, didn't we, after 7 overs, who's going to pick up the pace now that Green Shields is gone? And it's Francois Stoneman, who bangs 35 off 10, and Portugal, they get to an above par total in the end, 126 for 4. And let's see how the Czech batting respond. Of course, no Ashokan, no Wikramasakra for them, and they have their hands full with his target of 127.
Yeah, we always say you're going to chase a wide ball and make sure you send it to the boundary, and that's exactly what Francis Stoneman does there. What an innings that has been from him. It's been outstanding, really. 35 with just 10 deliveries, and he was well supported there by Mohamed Siraj Nipu as well, who just played a good supporting role and just kept giving him the strike as much as possible. So we've seen a good score. That's a very competitive score. You mentioned 115 was about the average score last time. Well, 126 is going to take some getting. Well, he had issues trying to catch the first one, did sing, but he made no issues taking the second. Needed a bit of attention, but it was a bit of a roller coaster sort of innings to start off with, particularly the first 5 overs. Conrad Greenshields was doing all the damage at one end. He got a bit of support early on for Imran, but really once he went, the question was who was going to keep things going. But this was a good catch once again from Singh behind the stumps. Got a little bit lucky with his body with the ball popping up in the air, but he made sure he clung onto it when it mattered to get the wicket off Imran. So then it was all a little bit about Conrad Greenshields. Every time he hit the ball, he seemed to be sailing over the boundary fence for 6 runs. But that was a huge shot there as well from Sawa. But there was a catch nicely taken. Sawa had to go. That was after a little bit of a break. But Greenshields, he played some lovely shots as well. But then he was the fall. Good catch taken there by Stern. And then after that, somebody had to keep the innings going. Somebody had to make sure not only they got the 100 on the board, but they went bigger than that. And that was down to Francis Stoneman. What a very, very good innings it was from him. There was a little bit of that, as you saw, from the umpire there, Sulman Saeed, putting his hands up in the air. There was a lot of put your hands up in the air, and this one went a long way up in the air. Well, that was a little bit of sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket, as we saw the big 6. And that was, well, not so sexy as a catch was put down, which gave the opportunity for Stoneman to come back on strike to face those last 2 deliveries, which were pumped all the way over the boundary for 2 big 6s. So a big finish from Portugal, 126 they posted on the board. This is match 2 of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship between Portugal and the Czech Republic. Portugal having a bat, and well, thanks to 2 good contributions from Conrad Greenshields, the captain, 41 of 19, and then that 35 not out of just 10 balls from Francis Stoneman. They've got a good score on the board, and well, they'll be hoping that they can follow that up with some nice tidy bowling. Speaking of bowling, well, this was the bowling from the Czech Republic. I think it was a pretty tidy there from Sengupta. He probably was the pick of the bowlers. I was quite pleased to see the spinner of Naveed Ahmed bowling well. Just took 1 for 28. Maybe he was just a tad unlucky there as well. But they just a little bit short at times for me with their length, which the Portugal batters, particularly Conrad Greenshields and Francis Stoneman, were able to capitalise on. 126 on the board, so 127 required for victory for the Czech Republic. They've certainly got the firepower to do it, but well, this is the big stage, this is the big one, this is when it matters, and runs on the board mean that the pressure is always on the team that's going out to do the chasing. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, as we return for the conclusion of match 2. 127 required for the Czech Republic if they're to win their first match. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the magnificent, the splendid Cartama Oval Cricket Ground here in Malaga, in the province of Andalusia. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the start of the Euros of cricket here in Spain. 5 weeks of cricket coming your way. The first 4 weeks will be group stages. From each group, one team will qualify to make it through to week 5, Championship week, where England will come into the frame, the reigning champions, and the 5 teams will play off to see who will be crowned the kings of Europe for 2022. This is the start of Group A. We've already seen Spain victorious against Austria, and now this is match 2, Czech Republic against Portugal. Portugal had a good knock, 126 on the board for them, 127 required for the Czech Republic if they are to register their first win. Only one team qualifies from the group, and the other key thing is to make it through to what we call sort of finals day of the group. You've got to finish in the top 4, so team finishing 5th in the group will be eliminated as well. So everything to play for in these early matches. Portugal, you would think, have the upper hand in this. The Vizzy just placed this one straight down from Conrad Greenshields. Well, he did a good job with the bat, did Greenshields, 41 of 19. And with the ball, it's a very experienced cricketer, gets that ball to swing around quite viciously, and he has got the ability to move it both ways as well. Greenshields gets this one to go right across the batter. And that's the variations that we're talking about. Big plus having Conrad Greenshields now eligible to play for the Portugal national team. He's played a lot of cricket in Portugal and now meets the criteria, and what a debut he's made. Short in the air, and this will go all the way. Balle, balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. Well, this was a bit of a challenge, wasn't it? Greenshields says, okay, I'm going to bang it in short. Let's see what you got. Well, that's what I got, he says. I got 6. Big shot. And doesn't shy away from the challenge. So, the Vizzy giving Greenshields something to think about. Well, Greenshields goes short again, and Davisi, he rocks back and he pulls this all the way over to the boundary again. Boom! Shaka Lagya, manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras más. Así me gusta. Boom, 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 boom. Shaka Lagya. Well, he's up for it. And just like that, after a good start, Greenshields is surrounded by a couple of players saying, hey, buddy, come on. You know what you're good at. Pitch it up, get that swing into place. Stop banging it in short. Oh, this is not good. It's a great bit of work from the keeper to stop that. And Path Junjat sliding, making a stop. Otherwise, that could have been a fifer. Losing his shape slightly. Maybe a little rattled here, Greenshields. After those 2 big 6s. The VZ. Just asking Conrad to wait. Better, nicely played down the ground, and he wants it. Calling it through all the time, all the way through, getting Dylan Stern to get to the other end, gets a single. So Dylan Stern now has the opportunity to face just the one delivery off the bowling off this first over from Greenshields. 14 without loss. As we welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinisandu into the Dream Box.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. Yeah, Conrad, a bit of his own medicine a couple of times, wasn't he? From Sabu and Davisi, the man they call the water boy. But you can see that he's really strong in that fine leg region and the square leg region as well. But here's a guy, Dylan Stain. It's a lot of responsibility for him as a young man to take over the reins from Aaron Ashokan in this tournament. But he's had a lot of success on the international stage in T20 cricket. Let's see if he can do it in the T10. Starts with a big friendly wide from from Conrad Greenshields. And that's the thing about Greenshields. He can genuinely swing the ball both ways. He's one of those guys that on his day, you can have the ball on the string. But I guess it's a bit of a double-edged sword as well, because unless you control it, especially in this form of the game, it can also be expensive.
Yeah, I think also he's one that would be prefers to bowl to the right-handers. 2 left-handers here, Vinny, and you can see he's struggling.
Nice ball over. It's a better ball, but guess what? It's a pretty good shot as well. It's hit straight, and that's out of here. Maximo! A pretty good way to get off the mark in T10 international cricket. It's the first legal delivery that Steyn faces, and he smacks it over mid-off for 6. Also, the end of the over, it goes magical. 21 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect start, isn't it? When you're chasing 127 for victory, you get 21 off the first one. What a beautiful shot that was.
Such a good shot. Well, if you're new to the ECN, you might be wondering what we're talking about when we talk about a golden ball. If there is a tie, it will be decided by golden ball. So we've now gone 31 matches on ECN without a golden ball. We actually had a record 405 games in a row that weren't ties. It was broken in late July. Since then, we've had a few more. All time, there have been 34 golden balls. In fact, 35 now after the one we had in Belgium. So we'll see if we get one at some point. We've just had the one golden ball here at Cartama. It was in the ECL. It involved Luxembourg beating the Finnish team. But if it is a golden ball, it's going to be pretty tense, put it that way. Well, the Irish team, we'll get to see them for the first time in the 3rd match of the day, and I'm really looking forward to that. But right now, let's concentrate on the task at hand. It's going to be Junaid Khan, another guy that can swing the ball prodigiously. He's going to bowl over number 2. He's going to be bowling to Sabun Davitsi. Edged and fine and well stopped. Well, he doesn't use the hand method here, to be honest. That's Mohammad Fakhrul Hussain. But he's got the body behind it, and that shows the commitment. He saves the boundary there. Yeah, there's no excuses, though, Vinny, there not to be diving and sliding around on this outfield. I mean, like I said before, it's like a carpet. And, well, that's a good indication there what you've got to do. You've got to throw yourself at these. You've got to get something behind it. Good stop. Yeah, again, it's the kind of field that you won't mind diving on, because it is like playing on a cloud here, really, in Cartama at the moment. Goes straight again, but doesn't quite get it. Fielder's underneath it and gone. So 6 and out for Steyn. The catch is taken by Imran Khan at mid-on. And so Junaid, I think, just wobbling it a bit, and it forces a false shot from Dylan Steyn, who has to go. He's the first wicket to fall, 22 for 1. Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that, wouldn't he? And after hitting a lovely straight drive 6 the over before to get himself off the mark. This one, where he just doesn't get it right, does he? He almost tries to sort of clip this rather than stroke it. You see there, he's just trying a little dink shot. I think if he has that ball again, if he has that opportunity again, he's probably saying to himself, well, why didn't I just go through with the shot? Just doesn't get into the right position. Gives his wicket away. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I was wondering how Dylan would approach this format, because he's made hundreds even in T20 international cricket, but does generally like to play himself in a little bit. So I think he could probably, he's one of those guys that could afford to have a few balls and doesn't have to go crazy, because you've got someone like Sabun Davitsi at the other end who is so dynamic. And I think especially with no Ashoka, no Wickramasinghe in the lineup for Czech Republic this time around, those other top order wickets probably have a bit more of a premium on them. But anyway, he decides to go downtown a couple of times. Goes downtown once, goes uptown once. They had such a good start. I mean, 21 of the first. Didn't really have to play that shot, maybe. But it's one of those. We saw that with the first match with Spain played. You know, you had 5 batters getting out on 1, but they all went out there with the same philosophy. Go out there, play our shots. If it don't work, somebody else will come in and do the job. Yeah, especially since you're seeing a bowler for the first time and you go after that very first ball. I think you're just more likely to make an error. Sazib Bhuiyan comes out at number 3. He tries to smack this one out of the ground. This has traditionally been the home of the beast in the Czech Republic's lineup at number 3. Sazib has been playing some pretty good cricket back in the Czech Republic. Of course, we have seen a fair bit of cricket from the Czech Republic on the European Cricket Network. I know I've spent a lot of time there, and it's been improving all the time. More teams. I think that it's just been growing in quality over the last couple of years. A lot of new registrations as well. Bhuiyan goes after this leg side, gets a bit of it. Fielder might have a chance to cut this off. Does. Good team fielding there. They will get back for 2, but again, good hustle from Portugal. Yeah, liking that. That's what it's all about. Nice little flick back, straight into the hands of the fielder, and gets a good throw in. Good cricket all round. Running from the batters as well. Just a reminder, you can join us in our viewer chat as well. I know that a lot of people are discussing what they're watching on there. I'm enjoying keeping an eye on it as well. There's Junaid. Good in-swinger. And he sends him back at the last moment. This would have been out if he hit. Had to hit from side on, though.
Would have been gone. Junaid Khan, what a campaigner he's been. I mean, he's always been there, hasn't he? Every time we've been to Portugal, we've seen Portugal play well. He's always been a key figure. Once again, he's turning it on here with the ball. 1 for 3 with the ball to go in his spell. Great over there, especially with the first one of Green Shields going for 21.
Last ball, the over. Goes leg side, goes over the top. Again, this will plug. It'll still run away, though. Oh, and he's made a meal of that one. Went with the foot. This is one time he can probably go with the hand. So Bullion gets his first boundary. It's the end of 2 overs now, 28 for 1.
Yeah, this one on. He'll be looking back at this and saying, yeah, I should have done better. He knows it as well. He's done very well out there so far, but this one he gets wrong. I mean, just at this point, look, he tries to get a foot onto it, but I think he knows himself, really, that he should have been diving at that and flicking it back with his hand and then tidying the job up afterwards. So a little bit of a let off there. 28 for 1 at the end of 2. So Junaid Khan, he'll be disappointed that he's allowed that last ball going to the boundary, but I think that's more down to an error from the fielder than he's bowling. As we have a quick look at the tables, the standing so far, Spain victorious against Austria, sitting pretty at the top. But, which one of these two teams will join them on 2 points? Short. Well, just electing to play this back down. It's almost like this surprises the batter slightly there. Divisi just playing this one back down from Green Shields. Green Shields preferring to bowl himself out. I mean, after getting 21 off the first, he's not shied away from the battle against Divisi, but probably doesn't want to be banging it in short to him. He's hit pretty well. This man out there does really well.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision from the captain to bowl himself out here, isn't it? I mean, he's probably thinking he's a swing bowler. He wants to bowl when the ball's at its newest. It kind of backfired in the first over. But, I mean, that, again, shows he's not making decisions just solely based on the small sample size of the first over. A couple got away. He obviously feels that he can get the better of Divisi perhaps in this over and remove him.
I'm interested to see how he'll bowl against a right-hander.
Yeah.
The first ball he's bowling to a right-hander.
Yeah, that's a good point you make. We saw the lefties kind of take a bit of a toll on him in the first over. Anyway, outswinger, Bullion, wild swing. Doesn't make any contact.
Yeah, this is where I think he's more at home to the right-hander. Gets that one. You see, that was the one that he was bowling a fair number of times to the left hand, being pinned or being called wides. Right-hander, it's a different ball game.
I know that in Perth, when he was playing there, Conrad played for Melville Storm, which is a club which has been home to cricket like Dimitri Mascarenas and Adam Voges as well from Australia. Full toss. Oh, they go on the hit, and if that was picked up cleanly, it would have been a real chance to run out, but Rao Imran fumbled it at the critical moment. So Bullion getting a bit lucky. But the other thing is he hasn't really clicked yet, Sazib. And just keep an eye on that run rate required. I mean, they basically need 13 and over from the get-go. They want to be 39 or so after the third over. They look to be a few behind at the moment. There you go. Hey, Conrad. Really, I think he wants Sabah. That's what he wants here. But these power plays today, it's amazing how similar they've been. In the first game, after 3 overs, Austria were 31 for 1. Spain were 34 for 1 in their innings. And in the first over of this, it was 35 for 1 for Portugal. So, and now 30 for 1 with a ball to go. Very, very similar power plays. Hit and run. Sabah, like all opening batters, he's a master of counting balls, and he knew that was the last ball of the over. He'll retain the strike, moves to 16, 31 for 1 after 3 overs. Yeah, so I suppose what that's telling us, Rico, is that these games have been won or lost in the overs after the power play, because the power play has been pretty even. So I guess whoever plays better from this point forward wins the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's about, this is where the captain, and he's thinking about which bowlers he's using there at the death becomes key. And, because we know, especially in these sort of close contests, you get a couple of good overs in where the bowlers are on top. A couple of wickets, keeping that score down, maybe just going for about 6 or 7 in the over. All of a sudden, the game changes so quickly. You've got to always maintain that rate, and that's what the worry will be here now. We've had a number of deliveries now without any boundaries. Much better over there on the green shields. I mean, only going for just the 3 in that one compared to the 21 in the first. So the captain, well, backed himself, and he came up top trumps. Now what's the plan here now?
I think it was a gamble, wasn't it? We would have been quick to jump on green shields if he'd gone the journey again. But yeah, it does come up with a good one. This isn't a good one for Portugal because it's the first ball from Mabin Tariq, the off spinner. And Saba was pretty keen for the strike. And now an 0 white. Davizzi goes Maximo. And Tariq's got some things to think about.
Yeah, he goes down at one knee and he smashes this away over what would have been deep square leg. This is a lovely shot, and it's all timed as well. There's no slog here. Just a time to perfection.
Yeah, so Tariq's a guy I've seen playing previously for the Coimbra Knights and Ourash in Portugal. Next one to turn around the corner. This also shows me Davizzi's thinking. He's not just thinking boundaries, he's also trying to think intelligently. He's happy just to take the one there and retain the strike. I think we're going to see Sazib Bouyan just going for broke now against Tariq. He's had 6 balls, he's on 7. He's been pretty aggressive on the way to that 7, just has missed a few deliveries, particularly outside the off jump. So if you're Tariq here, you can't get too close to Sazib Bouyan because he'll take your leg side. He'll be hoping to just kind of sneak a few inside that blue tram line, I think, on the offside.
A few changes in the field being made by the combination of the bowler and the captain.
It does get straight, but it's actually a good ball because it's full. Once again, Imran, make it look like it's a long way down and can't come up with the clean take. What I will say as well, if you weren't aware, that these games are really strictly timed. So you have 40 minutes. There are a couple of allowances for things like taking extra wickets, but essentially you have 40 minutes to start your 10th over. So you got to be careful that you don't run behind time. The captain's always advised that whether they're on target or not. Mabin's come back well here. Now we've got to mix up. They've got to go to the bowler's end, and he's going to be gone here. So it will be Bouyan who's run out. I think that he wanted it, Bouyan, and technically it was his call, but I think Davizzi knew that he hit it straight to the fielder, and he didn't feel there was a run there. So Bouyan is going to become collateral damage. Pretty good fielding as well to sum that up, to get a good throw to the bowler who was back at the stumps where he should have been. So good basics really from Portugal. And Czech Republic lose the second wicket 39 for 2.
Yeah, that was good awareness. I mean, the fielder, as soon as he feels it, he looks up, he assesses the situation quickly and gets a good clean throw back in. Look at that, straight away, right over the stumps, and there was no way back there. But I think Davizzi's quite right. Definitely not a single there. And, I mean, if he was to run himself out there, particularly since he's the set batter, that would have been a disaster.
But I suppose the counter-argument there is once Davizzi, even if it's a bad call from the non-striker, he's the one at jeopardy, right? Because I think if they run that run, it'll be Bouyan, they'll go after it at the keeper's end. So it's a funny one. I think ultimately the run just wasn't there. Here's Venkataswamy, the new batter, and he's a guy who's been playing for the Prague Spartans in the Czech Republic. He's a very good player when he gets going as well, but it'll be at non-striker's end to start his innings.
Yeah, Venkataswamy. It's a new batter. Comes out to support Davizzi. Just punches this one back to the bowler. Let's have a look round. This field, 2 men on the leg side, 2 men straight. It's been hit pretty well, and it will go all the way. Well, watch out, there's a cookabout. Well, there's Fletch. Well, Paul Fletch, he's always in the action. And we know that one of his highlights was here earlier in the year, the ECL, and Fletch has already taken an outstanding crowd catch. You saw him take that in Germany, so now anything that comes his way, he says, I'm just letting it go. I've had my moment of magic. I'm not going to let myself down. That's a good shot. It's a powerful shot. Hitting that one flat all the way for 6 on the offside. Big hit.
Yeah, end of the over as well. 45 for 2. Good finish to the over. So kind of bookended with 6s in that 4th over. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And joining me is Rico for. Certainly hope that you're enjoying your action so far. And we're enjoying bringing it to you, of course, European Cricket Network. It's the biggest cricket project in the world. There are so many matches. In fact, last year we had 1,222 matches. I know that I did over 1,000 of them personally. You've done over 1,000 in your career as well, and we're really enjoying the adventure. So strap on and enjoy it. It's going to be 5 weeks of madness.
It's going to be amazing. I mean, just this non-stop action all the way through. I can't believe I was looking at it the other day. 124 matches is what it'll be once that final's played. That's extraordinary. And on top of that, we've got those 5 matches every weekend.
We do. We've got Saturday and Sunday cricket as well. Right now, let's watch the start of a new over. Again, it's going to be a tight one, but it's one they'll take. First up, I think Davidzi was pretty keen to get the strike. This is Fakrul Hussain, who will be bowling. And so, Czech Republic, again, they'd want to be around about the 52 after 4 overs. Okay, they're a handful behind. They can make that up in pretty quick time, especially with someone like Davidzi there. If he hits his traps, he can hit sixes and hit a lot of them. Let's see how he deals. A bit of left hand on left hand action here from Fakrul Hussain. No ball called. Well, I heard a call. But, yeah, there it was from Andrew Elliott. And it must have been for overstepping. And so, yeah, we can't really afford too many of these. We'll get a look at it here. Yeah, a long way. Over by a long way. That's early in his spell, but that's going to be costly potentially, because it is a free hit coming up now. First of all, Mohammed Fakrul Hussain playing for a team called Friendship CC in Portugal. Another no ball. Heard the call there, and this is going to go for 4. And this is a disaster, really. Can't get that foot behind the line. And if that continues, there's going to be even more trouble. We still haven't had a legal delivery in this over. You see exactly how far he's over that time. It's just we're talking about, well, the line belongs to the umpire as well. So we're probably talking about 5-6 centimetres.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little less than the one before, but that's not good from the bowler. I mean, once you've done it once, you need to make that adjustment and get it right.
Yeah, Conrad Greenshill's quick to have a chat to him as well here. So it's going to be no ball plus 4 and a free hit. So let me get my calculator out. Okay, so he's basically 8 off 1 ball so far. It's not ideal. And they've got another free hit coming up as well. And Kadaswamy will face once again. He's got the immunity cloak on. Gets it good enough. I think this is out of here. Maximo! Well, potentially game-changing minute here, isn't it? Because Czech Republic, they're a little bit behind, but after this start to the over, they are ahead of the run rate.
Absolutely. Look, that's 14 already off this one. That was a big hit. Look, he's deep inside his crease. He's waiting for it to be there, isn't he? And it smashed away. 6 more. So once again, the balance starting to shift slightly. They're a lot happier now after those 2 deliveries anyway. 2 legal ones.
Yeah, he's got some things,
come from it.
Got some things to think about, doesn't he? Fakrul Hussain. At least he could take a wicket off this ball. No ball called. 3rd one of the over. Oh, this is so frustrating for a captain. I mean, Conrad, he's got a good head of hair, but he might not for much longer. He'll be tearing it out. Let's have a look at this one. Well, I mean, to be honest, that one's not no ball. That's all you can say about it. Oh, I know the umpire only gets 1 look at it, right? And they're not in such a good position as that camera.
Yeah, I mean,
as an umpire, I know you've done a lot of umpiring, Rico. I'd want to be absolutely sure that it's a no ball before I call it.
The only thing, I mean, 2 ways. Look, I mean, yeah, when we see that, I mean, that's of course the umpire don't get the opportunity to see that.
Yeah.
When you see that, you think, okay, that's a tough call. But really, as a bowler, if you've been called twice and you know you've been way over, you've got to make a better adjustment than that. So it's 2 ways to look at it. Tough call, though.
Let's see if there's some natural justice here on the free hit. He misses it, so that's the dot ball. So that one doesn't go, well, it's just called a wide this time. It's interesting because the time before, there wasn't a wide called where the umpires moved line. This time, I mean, he takes a big step before the ball is bowled. What do you think with that one? Still pretty wide.
It's
I've got to say, I wouldn't have called that one.
Yeah. I think that one, for me, I'm going to say, right, the batters has moved, the line moves with it. Depends how the umpire standing sees it.
Now he gets a big filthy full toss. He's going to put it out of the ground. Maximo! A water boy filling up here in the 5th. This over goes magical. And we're only halfway through at 23 off the first 3 balls.
Well, this is a big shot. Look, you've got to tell us all, what's the water boy about?
So everyone had a nickname except Saba. And they had the Beast. They had the Tank, of course, Ritik Tomar, who's in the team. And he's the water boy because he's always apparently just asking everyone if they want water. And that's just something that they came up with in the Czech Republic. So then he actually, when I went and had a chat to some of the players in the break there, he was asking me if I wanted water. So obviously he was reminding me. Better ball. Again, this is a test for Fakrul Hussain, isn't it, to see if he can come back from adversity. We've seen some kind of half overs go big, but then the other half of the over, things just get back under control. That's what he'll be hoping for here, because he really needs to limit the damage. And just have a look at that required run rate. It was up over 13 a moment ago. Now it's under 11, so things can change so quickly in this form of the game.
24, just the 4 legal deliveries that have been bowled in this one. 2 to go. This one could go supersonic.
Could do. 30 plus for supersonic here on ECN. And Gould. Well, this time it's the opposite of what happened to Bhuyan, isn't it? Because Venkateswamy, he hits it and thinks there's a run there, but really that is the call of Tavitsi, who's at the non-strikers end. He didn't want to go.
Yeah, he's been a bit tentative. And for me, this is a run. I mean, if you're backing up, you're there.
Yeah.
But,
didn't hit it too hard either. It's not like he got there that quickly. Junaid Khan, pretty solid piece of work from him in the circle. So it becomes a huge ball now. Just pulled things back here in the last couple of deliveries, but can Hussain get out of the furnace here? Well, maybe, maybe not. This is clunked away to the leg side. It is fielded there by Stoneman, who is a pretty good fielder. Not so good at staying on his feet, but he manages eventually, and it's the end of the 5th over. So in the end, it goes for 25. From where he was, though, it actually could have been a lot worse. Fakrul Hussain, 5 overs down, 70 for 2.
yeah, but what you have to think about is, you've had 46 runs scored of 2 overs.
Yeah, game changing.
When you think the first over went for 21 from Greenshields, that one's just gone for 25.
The other thing is, when Bhuyan got run out for 8, might have been a blessing in disguise. Just didn't seem to have it, and he's such a dynamic player on his day. But that's kind of what we saw with the Spain innings earlier today. You know, I think that you've got to accept that some of the batters out there, they're not going to all come and have the best game of their lives in the top 6 or 7.
Yeah.
So if it's not yours, sometimes it's better if you get out the way, and there might be a match winner down the order, like we saw from Daniel Dahl-Kayet for Spain in match 1.
You talk about match winners. This man coming on the bowl now, we've seen him being a match winner many a times. Nipu.
Leans on the first one. In Nippo, we've seen a lot of him, haven't we? He was Golden Ball hero, one of our first back in 2020.
Yeah.
And he's a guy I always love to watch. He's kind of a wiry kind of a left arm spinner, almost a, I won't say slingy, but yeah, it does get high, gets a lot of bounce as well. He'll change his pace as well. Doesn't get a lot of turn. Generally, will just slide on. Most of the time, though, left-handed batters do like facing these left arm spinners. See Nippo, that was a slightly quick one, but you couldn't really tell the way he released it. Just hurried on, kind of surprised a bit too, has to pat it back.
Yeah. Good start from Suraj Nipu.
Game right in the balance at the moment. Oh, this one almost bowls him, sneaks it under the bat. Again, Nippo, that's a couple in a row. He's just been on Davitsi before he's realised it. Just have a look at how late the bat comes down here. He thinks, what he's thinking, he wants one that he can get under and drag to the leg side, but just doesn't allow it. Like this, he tries, and he doesn't get too much of it at all. 2 fielders are guarding that boundary. Stoneman, who hits the stumps here.
Not alert. I mean, that's a direct hit from the deep, but the ball goes into territory where there's no fielders, and if the batters were alert to this, that's the second run.
Yeah, I mean, you both had to be aware, I suppose. You see the keeper. Normally, as here as a keeper, you try and protect the stumps, but the throw was too good. Lucky the batter was paying attention there and kept his bat firmly on the ground. Didn't look to take another one. Mohamed Siraj Nippo. He's just waiting here, maybe to get the stumps fixed up.
Get those stumps adjusted. Nice to see the teams in the background there warming up for the next match.
Well, I can't wait for the next match. Ireland 11. They're going to be bowling first. Austria winning the toss and batting in that one. You'll see the teams in a minute, but that should be, for me, the most fascinating contest of the day on paper. His hands here. Well, could be trouble, and he's gone here. They'll probably have a look at this. In fact, well, no decision's been made just yet, but I got a feeling he's going to be out, just eyeballing it.
I think the bat may have been in the air here for me, Vinny. I mean, I'll be very surprised if he's made this hit. But again, the running's not been good. He has hit the cording. Once again, it's the VC who's involved. He's not interested, is he?
Yeah, we'll see it here on camera 7. We'll see this one first. And yeah, I mean, I can even tell there he's gone. And this will confirm it. Yeah, just short. So smart work, and probably not so smart work from the Czech Republic. They haven't really been on the same page. He loses his bat. Probably almost gets a mouthful of grass for his trouble as well there.
I like this. It doesn't quite work this way. He decides, well, I'm not going to make it in. I'll just put the extension cue on the bat and see if it makes it. But he still was a bit late. He sort of shoves the bat sliding along. Have a look at this. He sends back here. Look, he's way short. Watch the bat here. Let's see. Here we go. Here goes the bat.
I suppose the field's in much better condition than we saw it earlier in the year for the ECL. But this has also been an issue for batters trying to slide their bat on the surrounds of the pitch where the bat will plug. We haven't seen a bat plug victim yet, but I don't think I'd count that one because he was always short there. And it's unfortunate for Kranthi that he has to go that way, but he will for 14. Ends that partnership now. It's 72 for 3. A lot of people mentioning that Mohammad Siraj Nipper has a Bangladeshi background. He does. Played with Shakib Al Hassan in BKSP. I think also a bit of a Nepal connection with Siraj as well. Lovely guy as well off the field. Of course, we know a lot of these players very well from our tours around Europe in the domestic European Cricket Series. Here's the tank, Riddick Tomar. Gets wide first up. They'll run on it as well. So, Riddick Tomar is called the tank. I don't know where that originated, but normally in domestic cricket, he does have the tank on his shirt, and normally wears number 333. It's a bit of a Chris Gale reference to, not always, but quite a lot of the time. But he does love to whack the ball. Also a pretty handy bowler. I don't think we saw him in the first innings today. Davitsi, no, he's the key in this chase, isn't he? He's still there. He's on 38. He's got one ball to face from Nippo. And he just flicks this away, and this could go for 4 at will. That was just pure timing, wasn't it, from Sabu and Davitsi? And it will take us to the end of the 6th over. Czech Republic, 78 for 3.
Yeah, it's not a good finish to the over from Nipu. He bowled really well right until the last couple of deliveries. He just strays on the leg side. Doesn't do too much damage when he does it to Tomar, but to Davisi, who's seen the ball so well, if you bowl a bad ball to him, he's going to put it away, and he does. He executes that beautifully. 4 more runs. Just keeps them just above where they need to be.
Yeah, it's a fascinating game, this one. They're pretty much at 13 and over right now. That's what they need to be, essentially. It started at 12.7. So again, that's how I'd be doing this as a batting team. 13 and over from here, just to stay on track. So you want to be 91. You've got to set yourself little targets within the bigger target just to keep yourself on track. But we're going to get to see the tank here. Riddick Tomar facing up for the first time. Tries to moose one down the ground, but just gets a one. That's okay. Let's see Sabu Davitsi coming on strike now. He'll resume his battle with the spinners. This time it's going to be Mubin Tariq who he's facing. Could we have a golden ball on the first day?
We could indeed. That'd be something special.
Never had one in ECC cricket in 96 matches last year. It's full, but I think it's going down the leg side. So no run there. Valuable dot ball. Davitsi's the kind of guy, he gets frustrated easily. So, my wicket keeper fingers, sometimes it's about as frustrating as me trying to pick up a watermelon seed off the floor. Gets annoyed pretty quickly. This is into the ground. It's another dot ball. So that's, look, this is going to be Davitsi's classic 2 dot balls in a row. He's not happy. He wants to go this one.
It's a much better line. I mean, if you were to look at the sort of where he scored all his runs at the moment, they're all on the leg side, so they're trying to get the ball outside the off, and you can see that's where they're starving him of runs. He's not able to play those shots as well. The wagon wheel was the word I was looking for. So the wagon wheel, look, all his runs, leg side. Look at those 6s he hit from green shields, but there's very few out on the off. He's not cutting to get the ball outside the off stump to him.
Tossed up a bit. This is going nowhere. So 4 dot balls in a row. I mean, they haven't gotten rid of Davisi here, but it's the next best thing. I've got to say, Mubin Tariq's been excellent. He did kind of bookend his first over with 6s. In between, he just went for a couple of singles and had a couple of dots. This over he's gone 1 dot, 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 dot. I would have thought there's no chance of Davisi facing 4 dot balls in a row. This rate has climbed now to over 15 and over require. That's a good over. Just goes for one last ball. So Saba will keep the strike. Potentially a game-changing over. So Tariq goes wicketless, but I think does a very good job for Portugal. He only concedes 16 off his spell and 7 overs down. The score is 80 for 3. Well, coming up, there's plenty more cricket here as we will be going all the way into the night here for the first time in Cartama, and match 3 is on the way. It is Austria versus Ireland 11. The first time we've seen Ireland 11 in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. And I can tell you the news from the toss there was that Austria, they won the toss, selected to bowl. And yeah, so Ireland 11, of course, we haven't really seen them on ECN, but there's a lot of good players in there. I know that Mikey O'Reilly's got international experience in the junior setup. He's not the only one as well. There's plenty of them. And I know that Jared Wilson is leading that team, and he's really excited about the opportunity. So stay tuned for that game. It's not too far away. And I think Saba's going to get the boundary he wants here, and he does. It's just pushed in a little bit too much from Nippo. He's just trying to get his angles right now. He's trying to reset his field, but that was a badly needed boundary from the Czech Republic.
Yeah, Nippo bowls a similar delivery, similar line to what he did the last ball of the last over, which was put in the same area before 4 runs. He's got to go and get this ball outside the off stump to Divisi. Otherwise, he's going to find that it's going to go there a few more times. Better.
Pitches up, and this is hit square, and it's going to be 4. Well, that's Miguel Stoneman who's out there, and he's normally a pretty good fielder. Tries to do everything right and gets in a muddle in the end, doesn't he? Gets the body behind it, but it just clunks off the long barrier. Number 4 on his back, and that shouldn't have been 4, but it was.
Yeah, this is, well, you've got to say it's a bit unfortunate. He does the most things right. He gets a slide in, but you see there right at the last moment, he allows the ball to hit the top of the palms of his hands, and that allows it to ricochet over his body and go for 4 runs. So a bit of luck that the Czech Republic need here.
Also brought up the 50 for Davitsi with that shot. An innings that came off 29 balls and is still going. Well, Conrad doesn't know where this one is. They're going to go for it. Bit of a dodgy 2. And, well, it might be 6 now because that's going to go, well, it won't go all the way, actually. They'll get a 3rd run, and that's all they'll get. Well, this had everything. I mean, first it hit Conrad, and it came off his back. He didn't know where it was, but the other fielder fielded it, threw it to the keeper. It actually took a funny bounce. The keeper knocked it over the guy backing up. And in the end, it's pretty lucky it wasn't 6. This is the start of it. And, yeah, I thought when this gets past the keeper, look at this at the other end. It ended up, luckily, the keeper took enough off it that didn't go to the boundary. That could have been a disaster. But in the end, Conrad saves 1 run because it would have been 4. Instead, it's a 3. Changes the strike, though. So it's Tomar who gets a little edge, and this will run away pretty quickly as well. The chase is on, but the ball wins it, as we see so often here at Cartama. And, well, fielded by Andres, our cameraman in the background. And he loves his cricket as well. So Tomar gets a break, and he wouldn't have been on strike if they hadn't got that overthrow. But he gets another 4 handy runs, and Czech Republic just hanging in there.
Just, yeah, I mean, after a couple of tied overs, well, I was almost giving the camera a kiss there. After a couple of tied overs, this one has worked out in their favour so far.
Well, this is going to be swung away on the leg side. It's hanging high in the air. It should be caught, and it is. And that was well taken down there, and that's Faf Stoneman that takes the catch. Well, Nippo, he had the look in his eye of what do I have to do to get a wicket here? He had a lot of bad luck in this over and kind of in this spell, but that was a miss hit, wasn't it, from Tomar, who gets the boundary, but he gets out next ball. Nicely held out there in the deep, and it's the end of Tomar 4-5. It's 95 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is here, I mean, it's just not a bad thing. I think all the other batters here from the Czech Republic side, they have to go out there and they've got to play these shots. They can't be chewing up too many deliveries, and it's game 5 of 2. So he'll go back, another batter will come in, but the key man out there is, of course, the man that's gone past his half-century. So Sababun Davisi, congratulations to him. Bod badaya, Bela Batara Jera, European Cricket Champion in the bit, up to 50 Benali. So he needs to go strong, he needs to go big. And, well, if they are to win this match, he's got to finish with a score, well, close to the 70, 80s.
Yeah, you feel like he's got to be the man that get him home or get him really close. Yeah, he's scored 54 off 30 at the moment with 5 maximos and 3 fours. He's been joined out there in the middle by Devendra Singh. Now, here's another guy. He is full of talent with the bat. We saw him in the ECS recently. He plays for Prague Barbarians. Didn't have the best ECS this year by his standards, but he's a guy that when he gets going, he's an artist with the bat. He's got all the shots. And now Nippo's fought back to 1 for 23. And I think he's bowled better than that. He's got Devendra at the other end for just this ball. Goes after it straight away. Well, they like it. Well, this might be caught behind first up. There's definitely a big shout there. In the end, it's a pretty good piece of wicket keeping. It's past Janjat behind the stumps. Well, how'd you read this one, Rico?
I think he's gone. I think he's already walking. He's not waiting around. I mean, I think he could have been. I'm not sure if there's an edge here at all, but I think the stumping, he's off balance. I don't think he gets the foot down quick enough. Let's have a look here. Yeah, it's gone. See,
he's gone. So he's either caught or stumped. I don't know what the official the result is there. It's just there seemed to be a bit of a shout as it went past the bat, but Path makes sure of it. That's a really good bit of keeping, actually, because that was climbing on him from Nippo. So he does grab a second wicket in the end, and it will be the end of the 8th over. It's 95 for 5, and it was given stumped. So Devendra, keeper himself, gets stumped first ball. That wasn't in the plans, but it will be Sabu and Davitsi who's facing up, and now it's 95 for 5. Look, that probably looks a bit ugly, but maybe they were also thinking, look, I don't really want a 1 here because Sabuwin will be facing at the start of the new over. So I'm just going to go for this.
Exactly.
And with only 2 overs remaining, they've got 5 wickets to play with. Maybe don't have the depth of the batting order some teams do, but still a very decent batter to come in. Akash Palmer, he's a recognised batter. So he's certainly a guy that you can rely on in this situation. But now they've made things tough for themselves, haven't they? 32 required off the last 2 overs. And it's going to be Faf Stoneman who's going to grab the ball in the 9th.
Yeah, Stoneman coming to the ball here now. So they're keeping pace on here. Not sure if that's the call I would have made. The Vitsi on strike. But the key thing is the line. Stay away from his body. Stay away from the leg side. Get him trying to cut the ball. Play out in the covers.
I think this is a risky tactic to go around the wicket to him as well. Because you know how much he likes to go leg side. And you're kind of playing into that. So I think Stoneman will probably try and hit a spot just inside the tram line on the offside. The other thing they've got to watch here is the time factor as well, because I mean right now getting up to around about the 40-minute mark, you do get some allowances for things like reviews. I know we had a slight delay before as well, but remember we had those no balls that went to the boundary. That all cost them time. Anyway, here we go. All happens in the 9th. It starts with a wide. That's not going to help either. So again, we are very strict on ECN with the over rates. And it's a bit more strict than you'll see in most cricket. But the part of the reason is we just can't afford to fall behind time with so many matches in the day. We've got 5 matches a day here. Because there will be a 5-run penalty if they don't start the 10th in time. This won't help either. So it's going to be another wide. And you know, a 5-run penalty at this stage could be huge. They will get an extra minute because they have taken a 5th wicket. So every wicket after 4, you get an extra 1-minute allowance. But you can see the way that Faf's running back to his mark.
Yeah.
I think he has to hustle here.
Yeah. Oh dear, this has come out wrong as well. This ball seems to be coming, it's almost like it's slipping out of his hand.
Yeah, he's doubled down on the tactic though, hasn't he, of going wide, but he's just got it wrong.
Just look at the hand here where the ball comes out. It just doesn't seem to be coming out right at all. So 3 wides to start off with. This is not good.
Goes straight up, worked away, needs to be stopped and is. Hussain keeps it to 1.
Yeah, that's a result. Keep it to 1. Basically means that Palmer, the new batter, will be on strike here. Daviti will be desperate to try and get back to the other end. Stoneman quickly getting his field to move. That's the other thing that's happened. You see, all the time that Daviti's been out there, they've had to keep moving the field every time there's a single. And that also eats into your time. It also plays in the bowler's mind. So now Stoneman has to get this ball right to the right-hander.
Palmer yet to face a legal delivery. And get a 1 here. Again, he's a talented batter. I'd like to watch him apply his trade. Plays for Prague Cricket Club in the Czech Republic. Bit of a boil-over, actually, in their domestic final there. PCC Kings have had a mortgage on that competition lately, but it was Burno, and then from out of town, who knocked them off, and we'll see them at the ECL. Oh, this is pretty full. It's going to fly away to the boundary.
How high was this, Vin?
And wow, it's highish, isn't it, as well? Have a look on the replay.
It was definitely probably would have been a wide. I would like to see the height on it. It goes for 4. I think the batter's probably a bit disappointed it's not been called, actually. You can see the frustration on his face.
I mean, it all happens very quickly, but, well, I'm going to say, oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's high.
I think that's too high. If it's waist or higher, it should be called. And now he's going to be out. So what would have been a free hit? Well, there's no decision as yet. But maybe it wasn't off the bat after all. I've got to say, it looked incriminating.
Batter straight away. That's a lot of batters do, I suppose. Is indicating straight away. No, I didn't touch anything on this. But it certainly looked like it caught something on the way. A pad was that?
It must have been pad. That was totally done by this angle.
Yeah.
It looks like comes straight off the bat. But yeah, maybe off the pad, so that's fine. Now, well, we're going to have a run out here for sure. And you can see it's another victim. And Davitsi's racking them up. Not just the runs, but the partners at the moment. As he's going to lose Palmer for 1. And things just getting away from Czech Republic here. Again, that non-call of the no ball, which it would have been an extra delivery because that's what they're running out of at the moment, the Czech Republic. See, Palmer just thinks it's a hit, but Davici's down, and he just doesn't think he's going to get there. So he instructs Palmer to do a U-turn, and Stoneman, this long over, does bring a wicket in the end. And so, yeah, the score now 104 for 6.
Important wicket that as well, because it just means that it will help them maybe on the time element of things, because that certainly is still going to be a concern here. But yeah, that's 3 run-outs. I was talking about when you get a wicket off a free hit or a wicket off a no ball, that's the big fine. I mean, somebody else who's paying some fines here is Davici. That's 3 men he's run out, you know.
Yeah, I know that. Anyway, it doesn't matter if he wins the game for them. Oh, this one is an interesting one. Yep. It's definitely wide enough.
It's called it's a no ball. It's called
because it's off the pitch. But if it bounces after the stumps, then it should be just a wide. But this isn't helping them their over rate either.
So no ball.
See, this is definitely wide. But where does it bounce? Does it bounce after the line of the stumps? Yeah, I think it should have been just a wide. So it makes it it's a tough call. I mean, that's the square leg umpire's got to help you out there. So it'll be a free hit. Saba's just going to get 1. So I'm going to keep my eyes on the umpire here.
He'll want to. He's running to the safe end. He'll want to.
But I don't think that's smart because it's the end of the over. So I think you'd want to have. Well, there's a no ball called now.
Called here. So this is another no ball. So it looks like we're going to get another free hit here. This over, well, I don't know how many balls have been bowled in this over, but this over is going to hurt them with time. Hasn't hurt them so much the runs that's come on of it, but the time element could be critical here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'll have my eyes on the umpire because if there are time penalties, they'll be administered at the start of the 10th over. So a free hit to finish this over. It's had about everything. And so this will be the actual last ball of the over. And this time, Saba does get the single. So maybe he heard the call on that previous one. That's why he was keen to push for 2, because I knew he wanted to face. It's the end of the 9th over. The score is 109 for 6. So at the moment, they need 18 off this over. I just got a feeling, though, that we could have some trouble.
The umpires have had a chat. Now let's see what's coming here, because that 18 could soon change.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Let's see here. This is Suleiman Saeed. He's the one that'll tell us. And
there we go. Look.
There we go. He's going to get 5 runs. They're going to get 5 runs here, Czech Republic. And see, when he's tapping his chest, that means it's 5 runs to the batting team. And that's for the time. I predicted it, and that's a game changer, really. So 18 off 6 becomes 13 off 6. You kind of saw it coming, though, didn't you?
Yeah.
You got Sharan Ramakrishnan at the other end now with Davici, and he's a specialist batter, Sharan. He's made some really good contributions, even in ECC cricket, up the order. So here we go. It's going to be Junaid Khan to bowl the last over. 13 to win for the Czech Republic, and it starts with a dot. And Davici's had it all through there. Well, a bit like the quarterback at the box social. He's gone through a few partners, but he's still there in the last dance, and let's see if he can get them across the line.
Yeah, this is such an experienced campaign. Junaid Khan bowled so well.
Got to say they're well over as well. I mean, they're 6 minutes over. And so, I mean,
yeah, they would have got a minute. They would have got a minute for that wicket. That's why I said it was such an important wicket.
That's true.
That helped them, I think.
You've got to be strict on it, and they are, and they track everything. This one goes straight through his leg, so 2 dot balls. Now, when I think about a bye, I don't think it was an actual genuine run-out attempt from the keeper. Just throwing the ball back to the bowler. I think the ball's dead there. But, yeah, I mean, all these things we're talking about, they're taking into account. So, the first time penalty. Davici on strike 2. Sharan, who's a new batter, just having a quick word to him. I don't know whether it was don't run me out, but
he's probably saying, you know, I got bat in my hand as well.
Do you think? I mean, he's 2 blows away from tying this game. Well bowled though, and it's cut off. So they make sure it's just 1. They may think it's 2 here, a creative 2 to try and get Davici back on strike, but they don't. So Ramakrishnan, the left-hander, will basically get a chance to win the game for the Czech Republic. And the way that Davici's gone off the ball, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to get the new guy out there. You can see that Junaid Khan, just an accidental collision there as he was trying to get in the line of the ball.
Got to go to the boundary, isn't it?
Not easy, though. You're coming out there facing your first ball in the tournament. It's a pressure situation. 12 runs off 3 required. They basically need 2 boundaries in the next 3 balls. Can't do it. And now they're going to run, and it's going to be clever by Davizzi. In fact, wow, this is interesting.
It's another run out.
I think he drops the ball into the stumps here.
He drops it, fumbles it onto his knee, onto the stumps. It's the 4th run out that we've had here. Davizzi being involved in all of them. That's got to be a record, really. I'm telling you,
Well,
that's a record.
This one I can understand because it's actually a creative, well, it's a deliberate sacrifice, really, of one batter. But you see how the batter there waits, Ramakrishnan, and that ball, yeah, the ball ends up knocking into the stumps. It knocks the opposite bail off, so there's no problem there. So now we've got 2 balls left. And what a last over this is from Junaid. I mean, he likes to bowl top and tails. He bowled the second over. He only conceded 7 then. And I've got to say that even for everything we've seen, if he can hold out Czech Republic here, I mean, Junaid's almost my player of the match. I think he's bowled that well under pressure.
He's been sensational.
Unselfish from Ramakrishnan, who sacrifices himself to get
unfortunate
Davizzi back on strike. Well, if there's one guy in the Czech Republic team that needs to hit 2 sixes to win the game, it'd be Saba, and that's what he has to do. He gets this one. It's going, and it is. I think it's saved.
He saved this.
Well, this is potentially a match-saving save. They're going to get 2. They need to have a look at this.
Let's see where his feet are here. I mean, if he saved it, this is an amazing stop. That's called a green shield. This is all about, well, that's what captains do, and that's saving the match.
This is cricket on steroids, really. Now, where does he take off from here? We may never see. Oh, he's fine there. He takes off inside, and yeah, he's done incredibly well.
Amazing.
All right. Sorry, Junaid. I've just given away your player of the match.
That is amazing. Well, there you go. That Superman in the house just there. That is amazing. How does he get up there?
Had no regard for his physical safety there, Conrad Greenshields. So now that's pretty much the game winner because Saba needs to hit a 10. And even he won't be able to do that. He'll hit a 6, but it's going to be game over. That one flies away. Maximo to finish, but the win goes to Portugal. Really close game in the end. It's Portugal 126, Czech Republic 123. High drama here, and there's plenty more to come on opening day of this ECC. But Junaid Khan, I've got to say, he was Iceman there, wasn't he? And Conrad Greenshields, I mean, he brings a lot to the table. And the way that he saved that 6, pulling it back from the beyond, was just something else.
Listen, I'm telling you, that ball goes for 6, where I think, 9 out of 10 fielders would not have stopped that. He saves the 6, and then the last ball is hit for 6. If he hadn't done that, who knows? That could have been, we could have seen different scenes there. It would have been, the Czech Republic would have been going wild there for a moment. But what a great game of cricket. It just went, it was a bit like a yo-yo, wasn't it? From one side to another. You didn't know which way it was going to finish. A couple of expensive overs in there from Portugal, which kept the Czech Republic in it. Greenshield's first one game for 21. And then we saw an expensive over from Hussain that went for 25. So Czech Republic were always in it there, but in the end, it comes back to those little things, dot balls. And when you think of those dot balls that were played out, especially even the beginner of that last over.
The 4 in a row for me is the one that did it.
Yeah.
When Tariq dotted up Davizzi in, what over was it? Probably the 8th over. It was the 7th over, in fact, where there were only 2 singles in that over. So they were all important. Look, Portugal, in the end, it wasn't a perfect game from either team, no doubt. You wouldn't expect it at this stage, but we knew it was going to be close. And the water boy, well, he was out there making waves early on. But Saba, it'd be really a bit of a long innings from him. And it had twists and turns, didn't it, early on? You see Dylan Stain, he started with a 6, but he was a 6-and-out victim as he went the very next ball that he faced, well caught by Imran Khan. And Booyah never really got going. We saw Portugal make a meal of things a couple of times. We saw a bit of panic from both teams. I think that's just good television. But we saw plenty of run-outs as well. Davizzi went through a few partners and ultimately got them so close, but not close enough to get their first points in this ECC.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be feeling that, isn't he? I mean, he's batted so well, 71 of 42, so the highest individual score of this championship by far already. But to score that and do that all the way through the inning and fall, well, 4 runs, well, just short, 3 runs short of winning the match for your team. It's going to hurt you a little bit, and you can see that it was totally frustrated, bit exhausted there as well towards the end when he goes down. They had a few moments. I mean, this was one, wasn't it? Went for 4, and then you had Francis Stoneman who came on to bowl, and he was just bowling too many extras, the wides, the no balls as well.
Yeah.
So
They were happier times for
they were
Faf
happier times,
before
yeah.
one of the world's longest overs. I got to say, one keeper stumps another. It's always pretty satisfying. Devendra Singh went first ball. This is towards the end, and yeah, we just saw more miscommunication there. That was Palmer that had to go. 5 penalty runs was crucial, and it meant that they needed 13 instead of 18 off the last over. This is kind of a tactical run out to get Sabah back on strike. If anyone in the Czech Republic team had hit 2 sixes to win, he'd be the guy you'd choose. This one would have been 6, but it was pulled back from across the border. Conrad Greenshield, one of the plays of the day here on opening day.
Oh yeah, easy. That was class, top class. And then you go see in the end he does hit the 6. But, well, because of that stop, the ball before by Conrad Greenshield, it was not enough. What a massive play that was. And, here we are at the Cartama Oval. There you see it. There is a wonderful location. Come on down if you're in the area. Come on down and join us in the fan zone. And, this is what we've got coming up next. Certainly looking forward to this. Austria, they've had played one game already, which ended up in defeat. But now they take on Ireland. Let's see what Ireland bring to the equation. Certainly looking forward to this.
I can't wait to see the Irish. And the Irish are a little bit of, they've gone to the finest finishing schools, but they're going to be in a street brawl here against Austria. And I can't wait to see that one. It's coming up in just a few minutes' time. So Davitsi anchors the innings with 71 of 42. Didn't have a lot of help, but really a lot of that was his own fault because 4 run-outs in that innings. The next best was Venkataswamy, who stuck around with him for a while. 14 he contributed. With the bowling, I mean, it's a pretty good team effort. Fakrul Hussein's over just went completely off the rails, but even that, he pulled back after I think 23 came off the first half of it. Only 2 came off the second half. Nippo with a couple of wickets, bowled better than his figures suggest. Tariq was good. I think Conrad, again, fought back after a tough first over. And the other thing for me is the way that Junaid Khan closed out the game. He was ice cool, even though 5 penalty runs. I mean, all the players, they know this. They played a lot of ECN cricket. These guys out there, they knew that they'd gone overtime and they had to do it the hard way, but they did. They win by 3 runs. Just checking the next game. I'm not sure if we'll start right on time. In fact, looks like we will have a 10-minute delay. There you go, just come in because we ran a little bit late in that game. So we'll be back in around about 10 minutes with the start of match 3. Ireland will be in the field first. It is Austria winning the toss and batting. We'll see you very shortly. More cricket on the way. ECC opening day. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Back soon with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And welcome back to Spain. It's been a really exciting opening day of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket, and we're continuing now with a very interesting clash. It's going to be Austria versus Ireland 11 in match 3 of the tournament. The first time we've ever seen Ireland playing T10 internationals. And, well, the coin toss will be important as well. I know that Rob Kemming is with 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match number 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is heads. We want to bet first. You want to bet first, yeah? Austria decided to bet first.
So it is Austria that win the toss, and they've elected to bat first. That's what they did this morning, because Austria did play this morning against the host nation, Spain. And they did put a decent score on the board, but they weren't able to defend it. Some of those blows were self-inflicted, with a couple of drop catches, 4 overthrows, and some pretty wayward bowling, to be honest, costing extras that ultimately did make it a bit easier for Spain to overhaul their target. But for me, this is going to be a really interesting chance to see Ireland 11 for the first time. They're a very young side. Let's see how they deal with the pressure of the occasion as well, and a format that they won't be used to. So let's go up to Rico Full, who's in the commentary box as we get ready for the start of match number 3 of 5 today. It's Austria winning the toss. Shigawal wants to bat. Let's see what they do. Over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu there, just giving us the insight from the coin toss between Austria, who are taking on Ireland. So welcome to Ireland, playing their first game. Austria, of course, they played the very first match number 1 earlier in the day. And they batted first then as well. They put 107 on the board. It wasn't quite enough. Spain winning that one by 4 wickets, thanks to a great player of the match performance from Daniel Doyle-Kayet, 39 off 13. So they'd want to go a bit better here. I mean, Ireland team, a bit of the unknown really, we don't know too much about them, so it's going to be interesting to see how they go about things in this format. I'm expecting them to be pretty dynamic, I think, with the field and with the bowling, and be interesting to see that how they adjust to this T10 format. I would imagine that most of the players out there, they probably have played T20, maybe even played the 100, but T10 slightly different, so let's see how quickly they are able to adjust to it. Austria, on the other hand, they play a lot of this format. They've got players in their side that we know can go big and score runs quickly as well, but they just didn't quite all click. And as you heard Vinny say, there were a few errors that crept into their performance in that match against Spain that they need to iron out. Well, one change they've made straight away is the tall figure of MSB, Mark Simpson-Parker. He was the 12th man in the first match, and he's been brought into the team this time around, and he'll be opening up with the batting and see if he can give his team a good start. And you've got Utmanzai, who is out there as well. Utmanzai will face the first ball. Getting ready, getting excited for match number 3 of Group A, day 1 here of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Austria looking to get points on the board after the earlier defeat to Spain. Ireland looking to make it a winning start for them. Looks like it's going to be Matthew Humphreys. He's going to be bowling the first. Very good morning, afternoon or evening to you all, wherever you're tuning in from. Hope you've enjoyed the 2 matches we've had completed so far. And welcome to match number 3, the battle of bat versus ball. Here we go, first ball from Humphreys. It's right up there, right in the block hole. Not too much that Utmanzai can do about that.
Very nice, Matthew.
Good encouragement from the keeper straight away, Max Burton. Very nice, Matthew. Slightly quicker. Pass this one in a bit quicker to Utmanzai, the left-hander. Not able to do anything with it, so 2 dot balls to start. Ireland, as you expect, in a very traditional green kit. Chops this one down out into the offside, get himself off the mark. The first runs on the board. Utmanzai, as well as Austria now off the mark. Mark Simpson-Parker, lovely young man, does a lot of good hard work in Austria, in that Seabarn cricket ground. Groundsman there, as well as playing a lot of cricket. Very exciting, talented young player. And on his day, he can really be the game changer Let's see how he starts this campaign of this European Cricket Championship 2022. Off the mark straight away, just guides this down to third man. Single taken. We've got full here of the European Cricket Network. We're part of the Good Time crew, myself, Corey Ruckus, who will be joining us here in the Dream House as well, and alongside me as well is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and I'm really excited to see this contest. Here's Upman Zai. He's just going to play this away for one. Yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker comes into the lineup for Austria. Didn't see him in the 11 in the first game they played against Spain. They went down in a reasonably tight one, I suppose. Spain able to overhaul Austria's total in the end. Austria batted first on that occasion, and they were only able to post 107. Didn't prove to be enough. Yeah, but Ireland 11, what an experience for these guys. I mean, first T10 cricket, I think, for most of them, if not all of them. They're part of the circus now.
This is a big hit, and this goes all the way. Volley. Big hit for Mark Simpson-Parker. And that stays hit. 6 runs to end the over. It was nice and tidy up until then, but look, quickly to get back. Rocks back into his crease and hits this big over mid-wicket. 6 runs, end of the first. And that's 9 without loss.
Yeah, what a good shot to finish it. Gets him out of jail a bit in the over. And yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker, a lot of people think because he's more of a technically correct player, he's not so suited for T10. But we saw him do pretty well, actually, for Austria last year, especially at the top of the order against teams that maybe were a bit more technical with the ball, because he can handle it. That was a really good slog sweep for 6 to finish the first over. 9 without loss. This is Group A, of course, and first of 4 groups we'll see in the 4 qualifying weeks, and we'll have the 5th and final championship week, which is starting on the 10th of October. So 21 nations are involved in this ECC. 6 more than last year. Ireland already taking a little bit of time to set their field. We already saw Portugal run into problems with the time. That's something they're going to have to be conscious of. Finn Catherwood is going to bowl over number 2, left armour. Here we go.
This is being hit well, and well, nicely fielded. Bit of early swing there from the bowler, Catherwood.
Have a look here, and you can see that 11 Spain, Austria, Czech Republic, and Portugal in this group. There's plenty more countries to come, of course. Each group is basically a tournament in itself, and it will have a final. It will have a winner of that final on Friday afternoon, or Friday night actually, not Friday afternoon anymore. And the winner will go through to championship week. So stay with us. 120 matches in this ECC.
Has to flick this away. Doesn't quite get enough of it. I think he may not have got any bat onto this at all. Just keep an eye on the umpire. Yeah, leg bye being signalled.
So Finn Catherwood-Smith, I think we'll probably see him called Finn Catherwood, I think more often than not, but I think up there is Smith on the board, big left armour. And it's a very young side. That's the thing about this side. Mostly early 20s, some even a lot younger than that.
Oh, that's nicely played. Gets it right in the gap between the 2 fielders that are there just for that particular shot. But this is nicely guided in between the gap, and he'll pick up 4 runs. Yeah, certainly plenty of action in the run-up from Finn Catherwood. Puts everything into it, but just a little bit too short. Gives the batter a bit of width, and rather than trying to hit this too hard, just uses the pace of Catherwood, finds the gap, 4 runs.
Here's comeback ball from Finn.
Hit hard, straight at the fielder, and the catch goes down. I mean, it's a difficult one, it's dipping, and he dives forward, which he had to. The hardest ones to take for me. Ball's been travelling pretty well as well, pretty hard, and dipping, gets down, and it's one of those, I'd like to see it again, just how much he actually gets into his hands. I think he'd be disappointed he doesn't hold on to this.
I think he will. I mean, they set high standards. That's probably a good shot of it there. Just kind of yorked himself, essentially. He does get the fingers on the full, but he can't hold on.
For the shorter one here, doesn't really come up, I don't think, as much as the batter was expecting that to. MSP. We've got another run on the board.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing some of these youngsters. I mean, some are as young as 17 in the Irish side, and I just wonder what they're going to make of this. Some of these dates of birth, it's crazy. Not too many in the 19s, put it that way. It makes me feel pretty old.
It makes you feel old. What do you think I'm feeling right now?
Actually, looking at you, feel young again. Here's the next ball.
Oh, this could have gone anywhere. This was just a, I think it's a preempted shot played. Wasn't really played with any merit to the ball. Just swinging wild. I think, got a bit more time. I think he rushes into his shots here at Manzai. He's got a bit more time just to wait and be a bit more selective about the stroke he plays. It's end of the over. And the score moves on to 18. We're going at 9.
Hey, I mean, Austria, it's an okay start. One of the weird things today is that a lot of power plays have been very, very similar. Around the 1 for 30 something, or 31 for 1, or 35 for 1. Those kind of ranges. So, yeah, Utmanzai, he's an out-and-out hitter, and that's what he's up there to do. Have a look at the table. You can see it's early days. But Ireland, their first chance to register some points.
Mikey O'Reilly is the new bowler. Just marking up his run-up. Utmanzai wants to get a few shots in here. It's the last of the power play. So this one will be called wide. Good carry through. So nicely taken there by Max Burton, the keeper.
Yeah, again, keeper's got an important job, doesn't he? It's pretty even pace, this pitch. It's good for batting. There's a bit of bounce in it, but it's consistent. You do find across Europe different artificial surfaces play differently. I think this one's pretty batting friendly.
It's uppish, and well, it would have been a magnificent catch if it was taken. I'm not sure that he does get anything on this in the end anyway, but it's a superb effort from John McShett here, diving to his right. But I think that just had a little bit too much on it for him. 4 more runs. Nicely played there, just clipped this away off his pads.
Well, match it. I'm calling him Grandpa because he's the oldest in the side, and he's 25. I think the next oldest is 22. But his old man legs couldn't get him there in time. We'll go to the boundary.
Another wide, but once again it's another preempted just swing, not really playing anything, not really playing the shot to the right ball. He's looking to hit everything sort of down on the leg side. That one really there if he's playing that shot. Got to be looking to be playing it out on the offside.
Yeah, I wonder how Ireland will adapt quickly because a lot of them want this kind of wide hole kind of bowling, but yeah, you cannot even touch that line in this form of the game. You have to have the whole ball inside.
It's well bowled by O'Reilly. Lovely movement there. This time keeps it well inside that guideline there for the umpires. Good bit of pace, but certainly getting the ball certainly to hit the deck and getting plenty of bounce through as well. O'Reilly, that's the player and fan zone over there. So some of the teams, the Czech Republic side, just reflecting on the match before. Came so close, didn't they? Just got 4 runs short. It's well bowled, and this one, clever bowling from O'Reilly. He's bowled all the others which have come in and moved away, and this one, it's gone straight.
Yeah, he's bowled well. He's getting that movement. Just look at it. That one didn't do as much as the last one, but they're hard to catch up with. And obvious signs of nerves out there for the Ireland 11. Again, it's the first time we've seen an Irish team in the ECC, so yeah, really exciting to have them involved. I think that's perfect again. He's bowled a couple of these that are leaving Utmanzai, who's just on the rack and can't get off at the moment. And yeah, I think the umpire's saying, well, you can go that far. You probably can't go any further than that. There's the bench of Ireland 11 watching on.
Yeah, he's got to make up his mind, Utmanzai. I think if he knows where it's being targeted, I mean, that's the area they're going to target. He's swinging and missing. They're not going to be too worried about getting the wicket, Utmanzai. Keeping him there and swinging and missing is probably better for Ireland. There we go again, you see. Staying where he is, just planting that foot down there and swinging. He's going to get nothing on it. He's got to take that initial movement, sort of get himself outside the line on off stump and then try and play the shot.
Yeah, so Mikey, as he likes to be known. Well, some of these Irish guys, I'm happy the sun's not out at the moment. think
Oi, 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 oi.
they won't mind the cloud cover. Just looking at a couple that I think I'd be throwing them some extra zinc cream out there. Anyway, last ball of the over.
Well, he gets hold of this one, but how far? Not far enough. Really, really good catch taken there. And that's John McNally backpedaling, but times it to perfection, takes the catch, and just like that, well, it just really wasn't happening there for Utmanzai. He has to go. He goes for 13, and it is unlucky for him.
It's good reward, though, I think, for a very good over from Mike O'Reilly. You see, this one was kind of more in the zone for Utmanzai to go after, but just doesn't get enough. It's good back pedal, good catch. So we saw one go down. Yeah, that was a pretty tough one. It was a tough one too, but it is held. Utmanzai just couldn't put an innings together really. He goes for 13. He's the first man to fall. And it's the end of the power play, 24 for 1. So it's the first power play today that hasn't been up in the 30s. And Austria just behind the 8 ball here at the start of match 3.
Yeah, it just didn't happen for Utmanzai in this one. You're hoping that somebody else can go in there and get things going. I mean, I'd like to see. I mean, I'm not sure who's going out there. If it's whether it's Yusuf who they're going with first or whether they're going with the captain. It looks like it's the captain's going out first. So Rosman Chigwell. It could be either one of them.
Yeah,
but
I think Chigwell's your 3.
This.
I think he's your 3 though. Yeah. He's a guy that can really rip apart attacks on his day. It's probably a good time for him to come to the crease because Utmanzai just couldn't quite deal in this game, could he? It wasn't his day. So now they're going to go back to spin. So I'm impressed with what I'm seeing from the 9-11 so far. I mean, obviously, they're quite professional the way they go about things. And I think no matter what cricket background you have, this is such a test of your cricketing brain, your cricketing skills, and your resilience, really, because they are going to get after you from time to time. Here's Jamie Forbes, who's going to bowl over number 4.
It's right on the money again. Goes very wide, very close to that return crease. Just a single taken, and also what we're seeing here is that Ireland, the very first team, that each over that's been bowled has been by a new bowler, so they're very keen to let all of the bowlers have a bit of a bowl, see what they do before deciding who's going to come back bowl the other. This one is well struck, it goes all the way, and finally this is out of here. Well, I'm not sure if the ball retriever there knew anything much about this. It was a big hit. Yeah. And it's that man again, Rasmal Chigwell, the captain. I mean, he did this in the first match, didn't he? Got to 14 before he then got himself out. But if he just stays there, he can certainly make a big difference.
Oh, he's pretty to watch. You have to jump a lot higher than that. I've got to say, we've got a few more adult ball retrievers in this tournament because we do have the cricket school kids. They're here, but of course, because they have to go back to school around 2 o'clock. That used to be kind of just after halfway through the day. Nowadays, it's pretty early on. Gets a bit lucky here, inside edges, and bounces off the keeper. Chigwell will be hoping to continue. And I like the face here of Forbes saying, what's this guy doing? He's trying to hit me for 6 every ball. Welcome to ECN.
It's nicely played away. Maybe a bit of fortune in this as well, but it goes for a boundary. So 6 and a 4. Rasmal Chigwell now says, I don't need the helmet. MSP, he's got a big smile on his face. It's not had too much of the strike at the moment, MSP, but he's quite happy to be there. Yeah. I'm sure he's going to play his part in this.
Key partnership with these two, and you mentioned us and Yusuf as well, who can come in at 4, batted really well this morning. Say hello to Benedict Chambers, who's watching at the moment, and he's cheering on the Irish. It's wide down leg side. Nice keeping, though, from Burton.
Yeah,
I like him so far as well. Very good footwork, anticipates that. Of course, you lose the ball in the body there for a little while, so it's not an easy take. Chigwell looks like he's in the mood to go big early today.
And he goes big here. That is a lovely shot. Well, goes down on one knee. This is a slog sweep, and that has gone a long way. Well, there's a few people there just tucking in a bit of tandoori chicken. Well, watch out, watch out. There's a kookaburra about.
Well, don't you hate it when you're sitting down after a hard-fought win and you're trying to have your lunch and you're interrupted? And Chigwell sends the Portuguese scattering. That was into the marquee. Festival atmosphere, and 6 runs to Austria.
It's a lovely shot, and this could be 4 more. It is. Well, that's a classy shot from a classy player. It's very close to being the shot of the day. What a beautiful shot this is. That's top draw.
He's a 360 player, Rasmal Chigwell, and he's not just a leg side player. You see here, after he goes leg side, he goes back, punches that square of the wicket, and pretty good over that one for the Austrians. It finishes 46 for 1. Very, very good afternoon to you. It's pretty hot here in the kitchen. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full. Got to say, now the wardrobe choices, we get a lot of A lot of talk about them. I've got to say, this is a new one. I really like it.
Yeah.
Hey, you got the ladybugs on them. They're pretty significant for you, mate.
Ladybugs, yeah, because obviously, as you know, when I'm away, I'm always away from my daughter, Sonia, and she's my doodlebug, so we've got a few doodlebugs on the
Looking
shirt today.
very nice. Looking very bright. And it's kind of bit of cloud covers come off the ground, over the ground at the moment, so we saw the ball swing around a bit more. The other thing is, how will the ball react under lights? We'll see it for the first time at Cartama. Yeah. We'll see that in just a couple of games' time.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it's going to be amazing.
Stay with us. I know it's getting late, especially down in Australia, New Zealand. Well, put the coffee on, because there's plenty more action to come from here in Spain. This is short, it's top edge, it's going to go for 6. And that is ECN cricket at its best. Maximo, what's a backwards Maximo? A Baximo from Simpson Parker, who gets half a dozen. They try out the short ball. All smiles from the big Q. That's Quinton Norris, his Austrian coach. And they'll take the runs.
Yeah, of course they will. And I was saying he's been off the strike a little bit, and as soon as he gets on it, it gives it a big swing. Well, he's going to swing hard, you might get lucky. And that's exactly what he does get. Wilson will want to reply.
It's the captain, Jared Wilson. Goes for 6 first ball.
Taking him on. Chance. Oh, well, if this hits, I think it would have been curtains.
Yeah, well, it would have been. And Mark Simpson Parker's really quick between the wickets. But this is kind of what you have to do as well. I mean, you're not getting too many direct hits from side on. So he just takes it on. He knows he's going to be hits, but, you know, you don't have too long to build your score. You've got to take those risks.
Yeah, well backed up. I expect to see a lot of that from the Ireland team here.
It's been a good contest. Captain versus captain.
Straight down the ground, and it's going to take some stopping. It's well stopped. Covers the ground really quickly. Just takes the one.
Good fielding. We typically see the best fielders for the team's position down the ground. Did well to get there. I want to say hello to Amy, who's in the chat at the moment, along with Tyrone. But Amy's in there saying hi. Nice to see Amy involved, and everyone else. Thanks for saying hi.
Hello to everyone. Hello, Amy. Hope you're well. Nice shot. Oh, that is beauty. That's an absolute beauty. That is top draw. What a shot that is. That's magnificent. Loving it. Sensational. 4 runs.
He's a player, isn't he, MSP? That's a proper cricket shot. He's a guy who was born in Austria. He's played all his cricket in Austria. And so he's definitely, when we talk about homegrown players that played all their cricket in one country, he's certainly in the conversation. That was a beautiful looking shot. Pure timing.
Yeah, what a stroke that is. The captain under attack, Wilson. Oh, this one goes straight through. Yeah, MSP a bit disappointed. His selection of shots there goes right across this one. Lucky to see his stump still intact.
Yeah, I know that when I'm with Corey, he often talks about that top of the stump's length, which this almost was. It was just a little bit too short to actually hit the stumps. But yeah, MSP, I think maybe what he was doing there, he was anticipating a shorter delivery because he'd overpitched slightly and he cracked it through the covers. And so, you know, he's already got a short ball earlier in the over. I think he thought that was going to be one. It wasn't really.
This one is genuine edge. So hay poquito de suerte ahí por MSP, pero nada más es 4 carreras más. And the run's just starting to flow here. That's the end of the over. And the score moves into the 60s now. 62 at the halfway mark. So certainly eyeing up 120. 120 plus at this rate with wickets in hand.
Yeah, 62 off the first half of the innings. But most of those have come in the last 2 overs. In fact, the first 3 overs, the power play only brought 24, but we've seen 38 in the last 2 overs. So yeah, 22 over and a 16 over. So this partnership is flourishing. Still plenty of batting to come as well. Just have a look at some of those names there. They all like to hit. You look at those 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even Akib Iqbal at 8. And Asan Arif, I mean, he's a proper batter as well, but he seems to be in just to keep. And he's batting 10. So they've got a lot of all-rounders in their team. Austria, they will throw the bat. They've got the resources to do it. So, yeah, very interesting start to this one. And Austria, 62 for 1, a good platform to build here. That's all off the back of those last 2 overs.
Humphreys coming back. The attack. Bowled quite a tidy first over, just 9 from it. The last ball was pumped for a big 6, otherwise it was quite tidy. Let's see what his comeback is going to be bowling his second over. Hit hard. Oh, and this is a chance. Goes down, and he knows it. I think he's done everything right, but take this, you know, to gets himself in a good position, gets down early, but chance goes down. Let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Was that a bump ball or not? He was in the air?
I think it was in the air.
Went pretty quickly, I couldn't tell first viewing.
Yeah, chance taken, easy, and he gets his reward. No mistakes there at all. And that's the captain, Wilson, taking the catch. And well bowled by Humphries. And he gets the wicket off MSP, who plays a nice shot, scintillating shots. But as we know, there's plenty of batting to come. And this is what we get to see. All the batters will come and they'll play the shots. Sometimes it'll click, sometimes it won't. The main thing is they want to try and push and keep that rate going the way it is, get to that 120 plus score. Just getting a slice on this, just losing his shape, losing his head. And as soon as you do that, you're not going to make the clean contact you're after.
And it's well bowled by Humphries as well. I mean, I think they brought him back on to just kind of bring a bit more stability to the table after those last 2 overs went for plenty. But MSP, some highlights in his 24, and he scores it quickly, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And they've still got plenty of batting to come, just one false shot. The captain, Jared Wilson, takes the catch, and Austria 63 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good innings from MSP. First time we've seen him in this championship. And he's made a vital, healthy contribution for his side. New batter that comes in will be the hard-hitting Ashan Yusuf. What a magnificent knock he had earlier today, scoring 35 of 15 against Spain, but in vain. He wasn't able to get enough runs on the board as Spain knocked him off quite comfortably in the end. But, hoping to put a good partnership together now here with his captain.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this battle, left-hander against left-hander. It certainly looked good this morning, Ashan Yusuf. It's a clever bowler, Humphries. You can just tell the way he varies his speed, which I think is really important. Not to overdo it, but just you got to get that timing off a little bit. If you vary your speed plus minus 10% even, that's enough to throw the batters off their timing.
Humphries now to the captain of Austria. Slower ball, just flights this up. It hangs around in the air for a bit. And Rasmal ends up waiting a long time for it. Gets bat onto it, thinks about the second as the fielder coming in, just losing his footing. But it stays at a single. So back to the left-hander now. Want this left and right-hand combination to work in their favour, Austria.
Go again. Something's going to happen here.
Oh, that's out, I think. I heard bat. I definitely heard some bat on this, Vinny. I know he's very disappointed. This is such a good take. I'm not sure how much the keeper, Max Burton, knew about this, but he's done very well.
It's a great catch.
I mean, it's a really good catch. Reactions is quick here.
I just go off body language. I wasn't convinced. I mean, there might have been a noise. I didn't get a great look at it. I think this will be an interesting replay. But I'm going to say, keeping is top class from Max Burton. There's a quicker one down leg side. Looked like it was going to be a big wide. See if we grab it. See anything here. I mean, yeah, it did seem to kind of get muddled up in his glove area. I mean, it's a tough one.
There was definitely noise.
Yeah. I mean, it's near the hip as well. That's the thing.
Yeah, there is.
I mean, and then it might have bounced off something that could have been glove or it could have been arm. It's a messy one. That's probably what you'd say about it. I mean, even still, I don't think we get a great answer there. But the umpire, he looked at it from 22 yards away. He thought it was gone. And so Yusuf, unlucky for him, but he doesn't waste too much time either. He goes for 1 off 2. The score now 65 for 3.
Yeah, Humphries doing exactly what his captain Wilson wanted. Comes on and gets a couple of dangerous batters out straight away. Then gets a little bit of respect from the new batter, not wanting to take him on. That is the end of the over. So good comeback there. Just the 3 runs coming off that one. Well bowled by Humphries. 65. 2 wickets in that over. So 65 now for 3.
So say that it's exactly what Ireland wanted when they brought back Humphries in the 6th after overs of 22 and 16 to come back and only concede 3 in the 6th. They pick up a couple of key wickets. Yeah. So Shigawal has been watching all this from the other end. So let's see if he can kind of get some momentum back for Austria in the final fling. 4 overs to go, and here's Forbes coming back.
Goes up in the air, but he doesn't really get the meat of the bat on this. And, he's taking it second time around. Almost spills it, does spill it, but he's got the reactions to save his blushes. So, yeah, I know what he feels like as he rolls his eyes, but he does take the catch. And that removes the dangerous Rasman Shigwal as well. And they're just losing those 3 quick wickets without really making any contributions to the score. That's going to hurt Austria here.
I feel like it's a big moment in the game. Well, Scott Macbeth, he's the younger brother of Ryan Macbeth that we saw playing for Brigade in the ECL earlier this year. I tell you what, Scott there, he had time to order dinner and have it delivered by the time that ball came down. And Chigual just gets it wrong once. You can see that he got plenty of bat on that, but he just hits it too high, not far enough. He goes for 23. The score 65 for 4. And I would say that the Ireland have worked their way into the game, or kind of back into the game really well over the last over and a bit. But Austria, they've still got the hitters to come. There's not that much time to go. They don't really have wicket issues at the moment. This is Ranjit Singh, who finds himself batting at 6 now. Saw him opening earlier today. Good catch though. It's a funny one. The technique goes out the window once the ball bounces out of your hands the first time. He just snatches it like he's grabbing a fly with chopsticks.
It's hit well, but straight to a fielder, and a good throw, and he's in trouble, and he is in trouble. Adios. You got to go. And, well, this is what you're expecting, really, from Ireland. I'm expecting them, as I said, I expect them to be dynamic in the field, and that's exactly what they've been so far. I mean, this one has been hit really well, but that's the problem. He's hit it too well. It's a clean pickup, and on this surface, on this carpet, you're picking it up, throwing it in, and you're not going to make it. Yeah,
the non-striker kind of goes on the hit, and they ball watch for too long, and you can see that the way he played the shot, he didn't really get a good jump, did Ranjit. So you can't really blame him for that one, because, I mean, once his partner had gone, Zishan, he had to go, so he's run out for a golden duck. The score now is 65 for 5.
Yeah, disappointment for Ranjit Singh. He goes for a duck. And you see there when he's played the shot, he's hit it so well. But the other thing is he's down on one knee. So he's hit the shot, he then gets rooted to the ground, and then he's having to try and getting himself up and get there. And of course, he's not going to get there. He's run out by a big margin as well. So another wicket goes down. I think that's probably, what's that, 4 wickets gone down in a matter of a few runs, 3 runs maybe?
Well, 6s as well as wickets here, as this one is gone. Maximo clunks off the steps. One hand off the steps. Is that out? Well, not even on ECN. Good awareness, though. It will be Maximo, 6 runs. Well, it's not the new batter. Zishan Arif, of course, he's facing. And that's why he wanted the strike. He sends this one out of the ground.
Yeah, I'm liking this. Big hit, watch. Hits the deck, takes it one-handed, but no, it's not out. And now, paid away. Take the single.
I do like the one hand off the steps, though. That was a perfect steps bounce. But you got to have your wits about you when you're in the fan zone here at the Cartama Oval, because a lot of balls do fly. Some even end up in the bar. Know that.
And listen, we got 2 batters out there that if they click, they can go ballistic. Yeah, well, this has gone a long way up in the air. How far does it go? It doesn't go the distance. It's another one that goes, another one that bites the dust.
Yeah. Well, see, this is clever from the fielder, because what he does, he goes back and he feels the rope with his foot, so he knows exactly where the rope is. And that's fine, as long as he comes back into the field to play before he touches the ball. So we'll probably see it on the replay. But yeah, Zadran, the wild thing, doesn't wait. And yeah, bowler going wide of the crease. So he knows, yep, well, I felt the rope, and I'm inside it. He looks down, confirms. Well caught. And so this good comeback continues. The collapse is on at the moment. Zadran gets it 99% of the way to the boundary. But that crucial 100% matters, doesn't it? And he becomes the 6th wicket to fall now, 72 for 6.
Yeah, the wickets keep tumbling. And, well, we only saw that one Maximo and a couple of singles either side of these wickets falling. So Ireland, well, they're right where they want to be here. And Austria, well, they need somebody to do something quite magical.
Yeah,
in the remainder of this innings.
Good catch by McNally, though. I think that's that kind of top-level exposure. That's a pro move to do something like that, to actually have the presence of mind, to feel for the rope. A lot of fielders in the outfield now will kind of start on the rope rather than walking in, just so they know they've got a definite point where they know where they are. And you get lots of these teasers that are really close to the rope either side in this form of the game.
Oh, well. It's a bit lucky there.
This is Akib Iqbal who's batting, and he's much better than your average number 8, tell you that much. And he gets Yorker first up, keeps it out, and Ireland 11 been brilliant in the last couple of overs. The score after 7 is 72 for 6. Let's have a look at Group A, and this is their T20 international rankings that we're using here to give you an idea. And this is where we can see Ireland 11, okay, they're ranked 12. We know it's not their ODI team or their T20 international team, but still, a lot of good players out there that are in the frame for that. And then Spain, Austria, Portugal, and Czech Republic. I mean, Probably Spain and Austria for me a nose ahead of Portugal and Czech Republic, but I think we're going to see a lot of competitive cricket this week.
Oh, we definitely are. I mean, look, those rankings, all right, nothing gospel about them, but they give you a good benchmark. Go back into the action here now. And this is launched up in the air. Could be another wicket. Here's the fielder's going to get to it. It's going to drop right in the middle. Well, how about that? Goes a long way up. 4 men coming in from all parts of the ground, and still drops right in the middle between them. So a bit of luck there for Arif.
Other thing is, though, okay, it's gone off the rails a bit for sure. I mean, they lost 5 wickets in the last 2 overs. But get your 100 on the board. Ireland 11 yet to be seen with the bat in this form of the game. So even a cheeky 100 might be competitive here.
Nicely played, just not trying to do too much with it. A key big bar. As you said, both of these guys, I mean, I mentioned Arif. We saw him at Seabarn, and there was one innings that he played was quite amazing. He can hit the ball a long, long way. But we know Akib Iqbal, he's a very classy young cricketer as well. And he's played some very important T20 international knocks as well. So 2 guys that can bat out there. That's an edge, and he's got to go. Yep, the umpire takes his time, gives the batter the opportunity to march, and when he hesitates, says, yeah, you got to go. So Zishan Arif, yeah, he's a hard hitter. We have seen him score plenty of runs, but not this time round. And that's well bowled from the captain, Wilson. He gets his first wicket. And, well, this collapse, if you like, from Austria continues.
Yeah, it's been a pretty nasty one, hasn't it? I mean, they were 63 for 1. 1 ball into 6th over. And so since then, they've lost 6 wickets for just 11 runs. So it's just certainly has taken a bit of a turn for the worse, hasn't it? And add Zishan to the list now. I thought we might see the big D out there. But not quite. I think this looks like it might be Arslan Arif coming to the crease.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? I mean, yeah, Arslan Arif, we've seen him play with the big D, and big D normally would be opening the batting. And we're not seeing him.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it shows you
at
the level up. I mean, you've got all these guys. You can shuffle them in the order, really. They all like to hit. It also tells me they've got a bit of batting to come. That's the thing. But they've had no room to breathe. They've had 1-6 in the last 2.5 overs. Apart from that, we've seen 5 wickets and just singles apart from that. Anyway, here's Wilson. Oh, this one ends up right on middle stump.
He does a little dance with the kookaburra there. That's Arslan Arif. Just a little bit of in, out, shake it all about.
Luckily, the ball about this more than anything. I mean, you've got to be conscious this doesn't go onto the stumps here. He's worried about it straight away, but luckily it spins back towards him, not towards the stumps. All's fine. What an experience for the Ireland 11 guys as well. To come here to Spain, they probably would have never imagined they'd be doing this. A lot of support in the crowd for them as well, as you can imagine.
This ends up being a full toss. It's a slow delivery, I think, from Wilson. Doesn't get any timing on this at all. Gets a single.
Yeah, overcooks the Yorker here. It turns into a pretty big full toss. Let's have a look at this. It's a tough one. I mean, the regulations in ECN cricket say if the ball's waist high or above, it should be called a no ball. Was that waist high? You could have made an argument. But in the end, they decided it was okay. So, yeah, full deliveries are treated a little bit differently, just for various reasons. You'll get a first warning, then a final warning, and then you'll be barred from the attack if you bowl 3 deliveries that are full and waist high or above. Last ball of the over for Wilson here.
It's nicely played. I think this is sensible now from these two. They're probably thinking, all right, you have got, like we said, Danny Oakenstein who can come in and smash the ball about a bit, but none of the big hitters have played off. So they're probably thinking, look, with the 12 balls now remaining, even if we can, you know, even if there's no dots, we keep taking the singles, try and turn ones into twos, and maybe pick up your boundary here and there. It will get them to that 100 or just over that 100 mark, and that is something, and like you said, Vinny, quite rightly, we're yet to see Ireland bat. So it's very important they do try and get to that the 100 mark, I think.
Yeah,
just
the
the
worm
mental
tells the story. Have a look
system.
at the Worm there with those wickets, and so they had that flurry, didn't they, of 38 runs in the 4th and 5th over. But if you had 38 runs in those 2 overs, the next 2 overs just went for 3 and 7. So they had 38 in those, the 4th and 5th, and then only 10 in the 6th and 7th. So really shutting things down. But yeah, I mean, 100 seems a long way off at the moment, I'll be honest with you. We have seen low scores win games as well. I remember in Group A last time we saw Spain defending a score in the 80s. Often we talk about the Grady 80s here on ECN. Scores in the 80s too. Throw up some good contests. I just feel like at this level, 80's a bit thin on the ground. You're looking to get that 100 plus, and you're actually probably looking to get 120 plus, to be honest. Anyway, let's go back to the 9th over, and it's going to start with a boundary. It'll be 4, and they brought back Mikey O'Reilly. This is innovative stuff. I've got to say, it was a very clever piece of batting from Mikey Iqbal.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. I mean, it's almost like, I think O'Reilly, when he sees the movement from Iqbal, doesn't quite really know what to do. And I think he ends up slowing the delivery down a little bit more, which just helps. Iqbal played a shot. Lovely shot. Nice start.
What's he going to try next? Or just stand still and hit? Well,
It's
second
really
one.
well.
Yeah, that's pretty high as well, isn't it? There's been a couple of these. They probably are just okay, but you're testing the umpire's patience with these kind of deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, I think he goes. No, he doesn't go forward to it. I mean, that one to me. I think you've got to be calling those. I think you need to be
You
consistent.
don't really
on it.
deserve the benefit of the doubt as a bowler with those either.
No.
You're bowling that full. Anyway, gets away with it, O'Reilly.
Well bowled. I mean, he sees that Arslan Arif is starting to just back away to give himself some room. He just gets that ball right outside that off stump. Keeps it away from him. So dot ball. I don't want to be giving away dot balls here now.
I find that the splits really interesting, the first 5, second 5. Remember, they were 62 after 5 overs. And the second half has only brought them 19 runs so far. Still over and a half to go, though.
Well,
So trying to maybe get away from the strike, but you can't really afford runouts now. You can't really afford to sacrifice people. Yeah, it's just not happening out there for Arslan at the moment. Well bowled, though. I'm going to say left-handers, or left-armers, I should say. They're a bit of a cheat code, we say sometimes on ECN, whether they're spin or pace. I just think that they've got a few natural advantages. One of them is that they go across the right-hander, and occasionally they can bring the ball back.
Well, gets a fair chunk of this, but it's up in the air, catching opportunity, and no mistakes this time. There's no fumbles. He says this time it's staying, and it's staying put. And it's another wicket that goes down. So Arslan Arif, well, you wanted to go big, you wanted to get after it. All he succeeds in doing is giving it another straightforward catch there. So another wicket goes down, and looks like they're going to struggle to get out of the 80s at this point.
The way it's going.
But maybe the big D. It's got to be the big D.
Well, the big D is a guy, we've seen him in domestic cricket opening up and smacking runs for fun. I think he's in here mostly as a bowler. You'll probably see him opening the bowling for Austria in the second half of this game. But he comes in a bit of a perilous situation because with 8 wickets down now, always back in your mind, I think, worrying about getting bowled out. Score 81 for 8. So let's just see if they can... I don't know what they can get from here. Maybe high 90s or something if they can get a few boundaries, but not looking great for Austria. Eckstein, he's a very interesting guy as well. He's played cricket all around the world, you know. A very popular figure, and he just has a single big D on his shirt. I always said you can't say big D, but we'll just make the D really big. Well, this is how to deal with it. Maybe not, though, because he hasn't cleared the fielder, and it's going to be a wicket to finish for O'Reilly. That's the end of his spell. 3 for 11. What a great ECC debut it is for him. And it is also the end of the 9th over. The 9th wicket falling. It's 81 for 9.
Yeah, well, the big D going for a big 0 off the first ball, so it's more around this ground. And, well, not only is it 3 wickets and well bowled from O'Reilly, but also 3 catches there from Macbeth. He's done well as well. After juggling the first one he takes, he makes the next 2 look easy. And that one probably was the hardest of the lot. So it's not to happen for the big D. He has to go out. He's probably thinking, well, what else did you want me to do? I had to go for the big hit.
Yeah. Gets plenty, but just not enough. These slightly shorter boundaries as well, what they do, they encourage batters to go. Sometimes people say, oh, but these guys are hitting the balls miles over the boundary. Why would you have the boundaries in where we have them at the 50 metres mark? And one of the reasons is it changes the mindset of the batters. Is they believe that they don't have to get it absolutely perfect to get away with it. And I think it encourages attacking cricket. But, yeah, Big D, no good for him, unfortunately.
9 down now, so 6 balls to survive. And also to see what you can get this score up to. So, big ask here now. You've got Iqbal there with the number 11 batter. Iqbal on strike. This should be called a wide, and it has, so that'll help. It's another one onto the board. Still 6 to come. Iqbal, we've already shown what he can do. Very creative. Played a lovely shot earlier for 6. And let's see what he can do against the bowling here of Catherwood, Finn Catherwood-Smith. Short. Oh, he misses out on this. And he knows it as well. Placed this far too early. It was there for the taking. It's a big gap between the man on the boundary, backward square, and mid-wicket. Needed to latch onto that.
I don't think Dita was planning to have a hit in this innings. He's the one that probably wouldn't call him an all-round, although he can handle the bat, but certainly known for his bowling. Not facing at the moment, it's Iqbal trying to hold things together.
But he gets hold of this. Balle, Kinna Sona, Shaka Laga. Well, he may have missed out on the first one, Vinny, but he gets that one out of the middle, and it sends it packing. Big shot.
Yeah, nice shot. And again, you can't just kind of nudge around, run a ball, really, to get out of the innings. You've got to take a few gambles. That's a nice shot. Iqbal, again, he's a guy, he could easily be batting in the top 4 for them. He's a very good batter, and you can see that there. Probably wasn't the greatest ball from Finn Catherwood-Smith, though. Field just not quite set there.
Yeah, a bit of chat happening. Moving the field around, so Iqbal just moves out of the way, says, hang on a minute. I'll just let you get your field set. Smith wants a reply after being pumped for 6. And well, this is it high up in the air. He's got a chance to get it himself. Does he call and bold opportunity? It doesn't get there. Makes the ground. Had a lot to do. And now another chance at the other end. And they make it, so they get 2.
Well, Finn's got his steps in here. Don't worry about that, because he looked over to see if anyone is going to catch this. And then he says, well, you know, it looks like I'm the only one. And he actually gets there pretty comfortably in the end. He spent all his pennies, I think, getting to the ball. And then we had a chance for a run out. Again, I think the keeper, Burton, was originally thinking of chasing the ball. That's why he was slightly out of position anyway. So the innings survives. They get 2. And Iqbal faces up again.
As he plays this time around, I think they will just stay at the 1. So score has moved into the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst score ever, but it just feels like it's a waste of a good start, isn't it? When they were 62 off 5 and we're thinking 120s.
Yeah.
Something like that. And now they're not going to make 100. I don't think they're going to make 100. Let's see if Dita has something to say about it. It was his chance to be a superstar on the world stage. Itty, it's over to you. Underwhelming.
Oh, well. Let's talk about small margins.
Yeah.
This one only just misses the shy from Burton.
It's a risk, because if the keeper hits the stumps there, that's the end of your innings. But obviously, Iqbal not really believing too much in the skills of Dita. I thought it was worth the risk to get back on strike. Burton's done some good things, but he misses 3 stumps there with the shot put through.
Ball to go in the innings, 92. I'd love to finish with a boundary.
All right, last ball time.
Oh dear, that's hit him right on the back. Well, he might have a bullseye on the back of his shirt instead of a number, because that's hit Didar right on the middle. And, well, he's okay, thankfully.
This is highish as well, don't you think, the way he played this? Let's have a look at it here. Yeah. Well, it definitely was above Dita's waist by the time it got to him.
That's hit pretty hard here, but they get a single there. Well, Didar, he's got to do some bowling now. I hope he's all right.
He is one of your key weapons with the ball. Anyway, they survive, and they do bat out their 10 overs in the end, and they will make it to 93 for 9. So 62 in the first half, exactly half of that in the second half. They score 31. That's how much Ireland 11 were able to slow it down. And we talk a lot about defensive tactics and things like that from the fielding team. But I think taking wickets, well, usually it's a good way to keep the scoring rate down. And Ireland 11 really put on a masterclass in the second half of that innings. But early on, it was the openers, and particularly Mark Simpson-Parker, making a bit of an impact at the top of the order. He was a key inclusion. Utmanzai just couldn't get going, had a bit of a life there, but really didn't make them pay. They're all smiles at this stage, and why not? Austria, as they were teasing the Irish fielders in the first half. And even though Utmanzai went, Shigawal came, he looked good as well. And yeah, you thought this innings could be well over 100. In the end, they don't get there. And it's because of a very, very good comeback from Ireland 11. But first, it was big hitting from the men in red.
Yeah, it certainly was. The start was good. As you said, MSP was very good there. The captain, Chigwell, was batting really well. But then it was those wickets. They fell within balls of each other. And you said it. I think at one point they lost about 5 wickets with just about 11 runs. And that was where it all fell apart from them. And those applause and those smiles all disappeared. Well, this was the first to go. This was MSP, just miscuing that one. And, but he did his job. He got them off to a good start. And these were the wickets. Well, that was one. Well, did it not? He was unfortunate there. He still doesn't know. He says, I don't know whether I did or not. But it was given out. And then after that, well, the wickets kept going. Macbeth, well, he did well. Held on to 3 catches. First one did wobble about a bit. But, well, this was really good work as well. And as I expected the Irish team to be very, very good out there in the field, good with the bowling, and all the bowlers went well, and I think good captaincy as well. So 1 or 2 bowlers did go for a few in their first over. Wilson, he showed faith in them, and they all bowled well the second time around. This was a lovely shot from Aqib Iqbal, and certainly liked that one. But the problem was they kept falling at the other end. Nobody stayed there with him. And though Iqbal did almost, well, he gets them close enough to the 100. Big Daddy came out. We thought he's batting pretty low down the order. Well, I certainly do. I think the man that can hit the ball as well as he can. Surely should be maybe slightly higher up the order. But once again, you see there, even he, and all his power and strength, couldn't clear the boundary. So they came and they went. They came and they went. And in the end, 9 wickets fell in total. They weren't bowled out at the end. Aqib Iqbal scoring and making a very valuable contribution, coming in at number 8, scoring 17. A few ducks in the scorecard there as well, but yeah, as Vinny said, that really was a story of 2 halves. The first 5 overs bringing 62, the second only 31. Good start from MSP and also Chigwell, and also Aqib, well, held it together towards the end. The bowling figures, well, 3 wickets there for Mikey O'Reilly, bowled really well, good movement from him, good pace as well. I like the bowling of Jamie Forbes there as well. Certainly like this start, the opening from Humphreys. I think that was something new, something unusual. I think it probably had Austria just stung a little bit, starting with the spin, but it all made an impact. But though Australia got off to a good start, I think the way that Ireland showed character and came back into it, especially with some of that catching and fielding, is something that I think we're going to see a lot of. 93 put on the board. Main contributors, as I said, Mark Simpson Parker, 24, made a lovely inning, some lovely strokes there from him, as well as from the captain, Razman Chigwell, and Aqib Iqbal there, coming in at number 8 at the end, at 17 not out of the 10 balls he faced, and 3 wickets for O'Reilly, 2 for Humphreys, and also 2 for Forbes. So 94 required for Ireland to be victorious in the first match they play in a European Cricket Championship. They never had a bat before, so it'll be interesting to see how they go. I mean, my suspicions were before the start of the day that they'll be pretty dynamic with the ball and with the bat. It'll take them some getting used to the way that the batting strategy works in T10. Well, let's see if that is going to be the case, or are they going to go out there and just blow Austria away? There's only one way to find out, and that's to join me, Rick Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, as we return for the conclusion of match number 3 of this Group A. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back. We're halfway through match number 3 of this, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And we welcome Ireland for the very first time to the event. And they made a pretty good start against Austria. Austria already played one game today. They lost earlier to Spain, 109 to 107. Spain winning by 4 wickets in the end. So looking to register their first points in the table of Group A. But Ireland at the moment seem to have them on the hook. Austria managing to just get to 93, 9 wickets down, and that was thanks to a good effort from Akib Iqbal coming in at number 8 and scoring 17 of 10 balls earlier. MSP 24 of 11, and the captain Razman Shigwal 23 of 9, had them 62 for 1 at the end of the first 5, but second 5 only 31 runs came from that thanks to some good bowling from Ireland. Let's see how Ireland performed with the bat. Here we go, first ball. Short, and one-handed effort, diving to his right. Well, that would have been something sensational from the big D. Well, if he'd taken that, I think the whole place would have exploded. It's a great effort, one-handed. It's a wide ball loosener, and let's have a look at this. And he gets there, doesn't he? They either stick or they don't, and unfortunately for the big D, who made a golden duck earlier, by the way, this just isn't his match at the moment. Catch goes down. And now this edge goes to the boundary, 4 runs. Well, hay poquito de suerte ahí. A bit of the Irish luck maybe for Ireland. Well, first the catch gets dropped, and then this one is an edge. And it goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. So both batters have had a bit of luck. So Matchett was dropped. And then we see there Lynch getting an edge which flies past and over the keeper for beauty from Akib Iqbal. Not had too much luck here today, has he? He was very unlucky against Spain as well. Remember, in that match, he could have had the dangerous Hamid Babar out for a golden, who went on then to score 30-odd runs. It could have made all the difference in that match. Short, hit hard. This will go all the way. It will. 6 runs. He's got an amazing shot, really. He knows what he's doing here. This isn't an edge. This is he's played this on purpose. Gets plenty on this, just using the pace of Iqbal. Qué grande eso es. Eso es 6 carreras. Míralo. Manos arriba, arbitro. 6 más. And they need something to happen. They need to lift their heads here, Austria. I think it's not been their day, maybe. But they've got to make something happen. A catch like that one that went down from the big D, if that was taken by Daniel, anything could have happened. Better delivery, more at the batter. No width this time. Still, take the single. That's one thing you'd expect to see from Ireland, is that the running in between the wickets. Expecting that to be pretty sharp from them. A few bits of rain just started to fall. Some more width, and once again, we'll take the single. Daniel Lichtenstein doing the fielding. Yeah, I mean, it's been cloudy for most of the day, on a cloud cover. And till now, we've been pretty lucky. But I can see now just a bit of drizzle starting to come and fall. But hopefully, it's nothing that's too threatening or too serious, and it will blow away pretty soon. It'd be very unfortunate to have any interruptions due to rain, considering what a hot, long summer that we've had in Spain so far. A lot of parts, including here, haven't seen rain since probably the last time we were here, and that was about March time when we did have a bit of rain, unfortunately. In the air, does he get this out? Oh, well, another tremendous effort. And I think that was Akib, who's running back and trying to make things happen for his side, but this one was always going over him. Just slicing this, look, there's a magnificent effort. Big D. little bit short. Then asking the fielder to have a go, have a shy. Once again, Ki Big Ball in the action. Daniel Eckstein just get the ball to swing around a bit. Not seeing too much of it at the moment here. Once again there, no swing, no movement. You would expect with the conditions as they are now, with this cloud cover, a bit hazy as well, that we'd see a bit more movement from him. Struck well. Fielder watches the bounce. Does well. It's just another single. Steady start from Ireland. Making the most of the few opportunities that went their way. And this one may go all the way to the boundary, and it does. Not quite where he was wanting this to go, but he gets enough onto this. And it pierces the field on the leg side, and it's 4 runs. And ball to go in this over. That rate under 10 at the moment. In fact, with that boundary, it goes to below 9. What's a good finish to the over? Eckstein, 9 from it so far. This has gone big, and I think this will probably go all the way. Yes, it will. And Manos arriba time from the umpire. Come on, don't be shy. Put them up in the air. Manos arriba. Eso es 6 más. Qué grande, qué guay. Eso es una Ariana, una grande. And that's the way to finish the over. And just like that, the score moves on to 28 without loss. So already, even though Austria made a decent start, already they're 10 runs ahead of where Austria were at this point. So need something to happen quick. Looks like they're going to go to Didar. And last bit of action that Didar was involved in is when Ki Big Ball smashed one right back at him, hit him on the back as he was the non-striking batter. That's the situation so far. Spain and Portugal, 2 teams that have registered wins, and they've got 2 points apiece. This one, well, just toying with the line, the umpire, Nukesh Patel. Happy that one's okay. So just sneaking this one in. And, okay, you make up your mind about it. But anything really that's touching that line normally is called, being very consistent. But this one was very wide, and oh dear, that's not good. That's not good at all. You can see, it's one of those ones that Ranjit Singh is drawn to taking the catch, but I don't think he's ever going to get there. And the issue with that is once you're not going to get there for the catch and you've committed, there's no way you're going to stop this ball going to the boundary. Let's see this again. See, he's frightening himself at this, and I think that maybe you can understand going for the catch, get a wicket, anything can happen. This one's going to be a wide delivery, but giving 4 runs away there when your team's already under the hammer is not the best of options. And the next ball, wide delivery. So Didar needs the breakthrough, needs something to happen. Well, gets himself in the right position this time. And I've said a lot of times that you see a lot of batters that are swinging and missing, but not getting themselves in position. What you see the batter here does, he makes that step, gets the step across, does smash it, but misses the shot, and you can see he's quite disappointed with himself. Let's see if he tries again. In comes Didar. And this time it's straight into the hands of the fielder. So they do get the breakthrough, and it's the captain, Razmal Shigwal, that takes the catch. So they get the breakthrough. And let's see if they can do maybe what Austria did to them. Once they get the 1 wicket, once they get the breakthrough, they can pick up a handful without conceding too many runs. And that really leaves this game once again wide open. But they need wickets, and they need them quickly. Nice catch taken there by the captain. Nice time to welcome back into our commentary position here, the dream box, as I like to call it, Mr. Maximo.
I'm enjoying my time in the dream box, that's for sure. And well, as so often happens when I walk in the door, There was a wicket that fell, and it's that man, Matchett, who has to go, but has got Ireland 11 off to a reasonably bright start, along with Seamus Lynch. They've got them to 33 for 1 with 2 balls to go in the power play. So it's kind of, at the moment, it's about a par power play based on what we've seen so far. I'd say probably in the 30s. Seems to be par. And look, it's a reward for Dieter as well. I think that he's bowled pretty well. I think it's not so obvious watching from a distance, but he has all these variations, including this knuckleball, which just comes out a little bit strangely. You don't really know what it's going to do. There's not a lot of revolutions on the ball. You can see they actually hit that one pretty sweetly, didn't he, Match it? But he hit it in the air. That's always a risk, especially in the power play when you've got more infielders. Chiguel didn't make a mistake. So new batter out there is Max Burton, the keeper. I did like his keeping.
It's up in the air, but it's safe, and it's going to be 4 more. That's frustrating for the bowler and also for Austria. But again, it's a good shot to be playing in the power play. Only 2 men outside a 30-yard circle, so this is good power play batting from Ireland.
Yeah, it's a pretty good confident shot as well first up. It's not an easy shot to play when you're first in because it's away from his eyes. He has to reach for it, and you need really good hand-eye coordination to pull that off. He does. Didn't try to overhit that. He's eyeing off that area again. Last ball of the over.
Better delivery, and well, have a go. It's nicely fielded. Good bit of cricket there, nicely bowled. Well dug out by the batter as well, but the fielder is on top of it pretty quickly, gets the throw in to Zishan. So dot ball to finish. 37 for 1 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, so I think from memory that's the best power play we've seen today. But also we know, I mean, look at the Austrian innings. They were flying, weren't they? They were 62 off 5. It all went wrong. They only made 93 in the end. Ireland 11, will we see something similar? I mean, I remember with the England 11 last year as well, often if you could get through the top 2 or 3, they weren't as comfortable kind of with the pace of the game. So I think that's the key. You got to take wickets. You got to take your chances. That one was taken in the over. Chiguel with the catch. Anyway, time to go back to Big D, Daniel Eckstein. Cult figure. You can understand why. Let's see if he can break through. He's got Lynch on strike, who's on 22 off just 7 balls.
This is sticking a bit of the pad on the way through and will be, well, I don't see any. I thought it was pad. Oh.
Yeah, looked like it from our angle, but we'll have a look. We'll have a better look here. Cause
giving us runs.
Yeah,
but it's 4 anyway, but I thought it was a bit of pad on the way through here.
Might have been off the glove. We'll have a look here. Probably can't tell from there. This one will tell the story. That's umpire. Obviously, they can hear it a lot better than we can hear as well. But regardless, it's 4 to the total. And Lynch will take the runs, moves to 26. And now, Eckstein's just to be careful not to get too straight. Gets that prodigious in swing, doesn't he? Has to start it a bit further outside the off stump.
It's hit pretty cleanly. That's sweet out of the middle of the bat, and it goes all the way. Well, that is sweet as a bowl of rasmalai. And that's a nice shot, and just timing the ball so well here at the moment, Lynch. And looking the part, and that's, well, 4 and 6 off the first 2 balls of the second over from the Big D. Yeah, well, the Big D is getting the big treatment at the moment.
They loved that, didn't they, on the bench? And I tell you what, Lynch did not move a muscle after he hit that. He knew that was gone.
It's another one which is going in the same zone. Well, he's going ballistic here. He's taking the Big D to the sword, and that's back-to-back 6s now, and making it look easy. And you can see now the shoulders of the Austrian team just starting to drop here. Got to get that right up there. Got to be full.
Yeah, he's kind of swinging it right in the wheelhouse, isn't he, of Lynch now, who's flying 38 off just 10.
Oh, well, once this taken on the way through, it's going to be 4, whatever it is. Let's see what the signal is this time. Well, this time it is leg byes. And, well, if they're not coming off the bat minute, they're coming off something, and they're going all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, Lynch has just taken this game away from Austria pretty quickly. Now he's even kicking 4s. Have a look at this one. I mean, it looks exactly the same as the one before from that angle, so we can't really tell. But what I can tell you is it does end up at the boundary. It's hard to keep to as well when you get a lot of that in swing. By the time it reaches the keeper, he's quite far back.
50 up already, 53 for 1. This time, well, good pick up, good throw, but once again, good backing up there from Burton. Gets there quickly.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Ireland 11. I mean, this was always the question. How will they deal with the format? I think the answer is pretty well. I think you mentioned the bowling and the fielding. Maybe that's a bit more natural for them because, again, it's kind of a defensive mindset. But with the batting, it's often something different to the T10 format. But they've been playing some pretty good shots, including that one, which is a genuine cover drive, and it's going to end up going for 4. There's Hassan Yusuf, who did well to get there. He got a hand on it. He kind of deflected it away towards the other fielder. But the rope was the winner in the end. It's also the end of the 4th over. The score is 62 for 1 after 4, and it's advantage Ireland 11.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that bit of play there that it's not just about hitting the ball for 6s, is it? There is time and a place to play genuine cricket shots, and that's a lovely shot there. Look, unfortunate for the fielder, does very well, gets the slided, but unluckily for him, wasn't able to really push that forward enough. But yeah, I'm with you there. I think Ireland, from what we've seen so far, and you know, it's the first time they're playing this format, and they're looking the part, looking the business, looking a team that well, that could go all the way.
Yeah, it seems that way. I just want to say a big hello to everyone wherever you're watching from around the world. I know a lot of people are watching from Ireland as well. You might be watching us for the first time. Hopefully you enjoyed. I'm sure you will if the Irish team keep playing like this, and I know you will, because they've kind of shown maturity beyond their years a little bit as well in this run chase. They don't seem to have been overawed by, I suppose, the scale of this. What a great opportunity for them to show how they can handle the pressure as well. I'm sure all of them would have ambitions for playing potentially World Cup cricket for Ireland. Of course, Ireland now a full test nation as well.
Nice looking shot. More work to be done for the fielder out here. Got to get the slide in. When it goes with the foot method, well, he gets lucky. It works for him. Nice looking shot, though, again, all along the deck.
I tell you who the #1 Irish supporter is here at the ground. That's Jeff Maguire, Grizzly. He's got the Irish top on over there, and he's certainly cheering on the guys. Comes from Northern Ireland.
It's been well hit, just using the pace of the ball. It's a little bit ill-directed. It's into the pads, and he's very quick onto that. So now Burton is playing some lovely shots as well, trying for pace, trying for the quicker deliveries around, but just helped along the way. And looking like they're going to get to this score pretty quickly here.
I like Burton. He's a player. I loved his keeping. Obviously, that's my specialty. And I loved his work up to the stumps. Got to work on his overarm throw, trying to hit 3 stumps. Probably his own criticism. But his batting has been sublime so far. 14 off 5.
Nice looking shot. Take the single, look and think about the second. That's what I like to see as well. Good teams do that. They run the first one quick, and when they get to the other end, both batters turn and look. They're ready to go if there's any mistakes. In this case, just taking the single.
Yeah, Zadran. This guy bowls a very good slower ball. We'll see if he unleashes it at some point here.
And he goes for pace, and he's trying to get this through the gap, and he does, and he goes all the way as well. Manos arriba, Mitro. Well, they're just checking. No, they're not. They've heard me voice and said, if Rico says it's 6, it's 6. 6 más. Qué grande, qué guay. Eso es impresionante de ese equipo, de ese batedor de Irlanda. Irlanda marcha. Adelante, 6 más.
Yeah, fairly comfortably. Almost 2-3 feet over the line. Back to live action here. Zadran.
Goes short, and well, he may go short, but the ball has gone long way, and it's Manos arriba once more. 6 más. Qué guay, qué genial. And, well, it is just a brilliant display of batting, and what a way to bring up your 50 as well. 52 in just 15 deliveries. This is quite extraordinary. This is hitting, master blasting off, well, the top draw.
That's great batting, isn't it? Look, 6 6s in there and 3 4s. So he scores 48 of his 52 in boundaries, and he really enjoyed that one. That was pure timing, wasn't it, from Lynch? And a very quick 50. What a great ECN debut for him. So 82 for 1 off 5 overs. I think they're on borrowed time now. Austria, who are going to be one team that's going to be pretty frustrated, I think, with their date. They'll be the first team back to the Sunset Beach Hotel, and they'll be wondering where it all went wrong. I mean, they've gotten in strong positions today against both Portugal and even Ireland 11 after 5 overs of this game, and it has gone wrong. Time for some leg spin. And first one is a tough one for the keeper to deal with. It's certainly was a tough take. This is Zishan Arif with some of his leg spin, but it's like more or less part-time leg spin. He's coming on here.
Yeah, I think this is more the case. I mean, you could go with Yusuf, and I think Yusuf has probably decided, look, there's no point me bowling this one. This match is done. give somebody else a chance, maybe just save my arm a little bit for maybe one or two of the other matches, which probably makes a bit of sense. I mean, I think Hassan Yusuf is going to be a key player for Austria if they're to progress into the finals group day. Burton on strike. Short, Gundy, and this needs to be put away, and it has been put away. It's been absolutely mullered. Well, that is big. That is a supersonic blast. 6 runs.
Well, that ball's got some hurt on it, and it was asking for it, wasn't it? It was a filthy half-tracker from Zishan, and I actually think I saw the batter lick his lips before he hits this because it was going miles.
That is a huge hit. I mean, that is a Bizaway supersonic. That's gone over the player's marquee.
Yeah, that was really teed up, though, so it might not be long to go here.
Just one boundary will do it. And he doesn't get the boundary. The fielder does come charging in, keeps it to 1.
Don't forget, we've got more cricket coming up. We should be back on schedule now. This one looks like it's finishing a bit early, but we'll be back in about half an hour. Spain versus Portugal. Well, traditional rivals, really, aren't they? In match 4, they'll meet two teams that did have a win earlier in the day. And Portugal will be fielding first after winning the toss.
In the air, and this one goes all the way as well. Bolle, Shaba. That is it. That's the victory that Ireland wanted in their first appearance in the European Cricket Championship, and what a confident one it was. A master class display from them in the field as well with the ball, and then here with the batting. That was the one question that we all were wondering. We know they'd be good in the field. We know that the bowling would be good, the fielding would be good, but what are we going to see from them with the batting? Well, we had the questions. Ireland have gone out there and given us the answers. Well, they've knocked this off in rapido style. 97 for one of just 5.4. And a very comprehensive victory for Ireland. And, well, the Irish boys, they're just showing that, well, they're here to go all the way. And they're here to make a name for themselves. And that was a dominant display, Vinny, from the Irish team.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a pretty impressive debut from Ireland. Like I say, Spain and Portugal did win one match each earlier. Just looking at that, Mayavanchi, the little maestro, comes in for Spain. And they've listed Christian Munoz-Mills at the top of the order. It's an interesting one. Now, Adam Alga also comes in for his Spanish debut. So looking forward to that. Portugal, fairly similar lineup. Just Anthony Chambers comes into their lineup. But yeah, right here, right now, Ireland 11. Congratulating their batters. But also the Austrians, who certainly mixed it for 5 overs in that game. But after that was one-way traffic. And Ireland end up getting on the board. And they will join both Spain and Portugal with 2 points. So we had 3 matches. We've had 3 different winners so far in opening day action right here from Spain. Well, the day's drawing to an end, but the cricket's just beginning. We'll go into the night tonight, and that one was a proper wipeout, wasn't it, to start things off? And it was all bash and crash from Ireland early on, and the best power play of the day. And then they didn't slow down at all. That was another one trying to turn into a catch there, run. You can understand that. That was the wicket that was taken, and it was hit well, but caught well by Shigawal. But after that, Burton came to the party as well. He started with the boundary, and Lynch, well, he wasn't going anywhere. And Iron 11, really impressive on debut.
Yeah, it was a solid performance, a great partnership between Simmons Lynch and Max Burton. Played some outstanding shots, some power hitting as well, and some lovely etiquette shots as well. It's not just about the power, it is also about timing and playing genuine cricket shots. And some of these were just glorious all along that one. And, well, Yusuf a bit unlucky, not able to stop it. And, but there was timing was sweet, and also the positioning as well. And then, well, right on cue when you needed the big shots to finish it off, there they were. And what a way that was to bring up your 50 as well. What a good knock that was from Lynch. And that one, well, that was humongous, wasn't it? I mean, that was mammoth. It goes all the way over the marquee of the players as well. And just like that, that match was done. An outstanding performance from Simmons Lynch. Liked his batting. And the other thing here is, I mean, we haven't even had a good look at what else there is to come in the batting of Ireland. And, well, we've seen 3 batters there. There's plenty more there as well. So they're looking like a team. They're looking like an outfit that could go all the way here. They got something in every department of the game.
Yeah, well, it reminds me, I mean, the Irish team in ECL, Brigade, they had a slow start. They dropped their first game and didn't lose a game after that. Just going to the bowling figures quickly, you see there Dina 1 for 9. For me, he bowled the best over. We didn't see him again, did we? Apart from that, wasn't too much to cheer about for Austria. But yeah, really interesting interesting debut for Ireland 11. Like you said, we didn't see anyone outside their top 3, but the top 3 were pretty impressive, weren't they? The Mike O'Reilly, I think, bowled really well for them as well. He wasn't the only one. Humphries brought it back when the game was kind of sliding away. And Jamie Forbes also came back from a pretty expensive first over, say 2 for 29. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes. We are back on schedule now. So in exactly half an hour, we'll have the first ball of match 4. It's Spain versus Portugal. Spain batting first after getting sent in by Conrad Greenshields. Back with more action shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full is with me. You're watching ECN, and this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Somos un momento en la eternidad. Una minúscula parte de un todo, en un espacio y un tiempo determinados. Somos huellas efímeras de caminos centenarios que nunca se terminan de recorrer. Y sin embargo, hay tiempo suficiente para cambiar el destino. Y espacios en los que es posible convertir la anécdota en historia. El paso del tiempo es implacable, pero puede ser saboteado jugando con su aliado, el espacio. El tiempo es igual para todos. Solo consiente avanzar. Pero el movimiento nos permite suspendernos en el aire, invertir el orden natural, jugar con el pasado y el futuro y hacer del presente un recuerdo imborrable. Los cambios que experimentamos al viajar son los que definen realmente quiénes somos. ¿De cuántos sitios puedes llegar a formar parte? ¿Cuántas personas diferentes puedes llegar a ser? Tienes la opción de convertir tu espacio y tu tiempo, tu porción de infinito, en algo único y memorable. De elegir tu auténtico destino. Andalucía, espacio y tiempo medidos con el corazón.
Hello and welcome back to the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Well, this is the first time that we have had day-night cricket in the ECC. So these lights, they have been installed and we're going to be turning them on at some point during this match. It's match 4 between Spain and Portugal. Both these teams had a win in their first game, but only one of them will win their second. Let's go out to the middle because Rob Kemming is with the two captains for the coin toss.
Okay, it's your call. Yep. Dream. It is. We'll have a ball. All right. Portugal.
So the coin toss has been run and won. It wasn't the HCL software side, it was the Dream11 side that came up, and that means that Portugal will be bowling first. Conrad Greenshields, of course, he was dynamic, wasn't he, with the bat? Also, potentially a match-winning stop in the field. So Portugal, again, they're often the little brothers of Spain at this level, but, well, they certainly had a good performance earlier in the year. They beat them in T20 international cricket. I think Spain, though, they're playing their own brand of cricket. They're ultra-attacking, and I think this will be a great way to start, well, the first twilight match, really. These lights will be on shortly, and Rico Full, well, the lights are always on upstairs with Rico. Let's go over to the commentary box as we get ready for match 4. Portugal winning the toss and bowling.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Yeah, the lights will be on, and I can't wait. And I'll tell you what, that ground down there, as you see it now, will look absolutely spectacular. And the lights, I can assure you of that. I'm certainly looking forward to this. It's going to be a first as these two teams do battle, Spain and Portugal. Had plenty of battles between themselves before. One nice is it, Corey? He's nice and happy at the moment. Let's hope those smiles, certainly if you're Corey and if you're a Spanish supporter, are going to be on your faces when this match comes to an end. Nice to see that Juan Carlos, the president of Cricket España, and also John Howden, the CEO, they're out there in the fan zone as well, enjoying the cricket and enjoying the atmosphere. A very good afternoon to everybody that's out there. Well, Spain, they're pipped to be 107 to 94 winners in this match. And, well, that is what the bat versus ball wall says. So let's see if that is the case out here. Portugal, well, they elected to field winning the toss, so they want to put the pressure on Spain first of all with the ball. And to Spain, well, they'll be hoping that their batters can absorb that pressure and go on and put plenty of runs on the board. And then they're bowling to restrict Portugal from getting them. It's going to be an interesting match. Both these teams have a very friendly yet competitive history between them, and I think either one of them would love to get bragging rights over one another in this match here. Match number 4 of Group A. This is, and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's Christian Muniz, who's been elevated, or maybe he's elevated himself up the batting order. Well, that's the man who's writing all the notes down. Maybe it's to do with him. Corey Ruckers, the coach. Nice to see Mohammed Cameron, who's sat out there with him with the floppy cap on at the moment. So the batting order is going to be Mohammed Babar, who got very lucky this morning. He scored 35 of 15. But, 33 of 13, pardon me. But he was dropped off his very first ball before he went on to score those runs, and that could have been crucial. So they know that if he gives a chance, you've got to take it early. Conrad Greenshields, he's first over, and he's European Cricket Championship career. It wasn't the best either, went for 21. Battle between Greenshields and Babar to start with. Christian Muniz, the captain of Spain, the non-strikers then. Umpires are out there. Sulaiman Saheed, the Italian stallion, and umpire Nilkesh Patel is at square leg. As we get ready to go, waiting for our partner, Federica Constant, to give the go-ahead. Here we go. First ball, match 4. Short, and that's been dispatched. That's easy. You just don't bowl it there. And Mohammed Babar says, thank you very much. That'll do nicely. And, well, the first ball is smashed for 6 runs. Máximo. 6 carreras. Muy bien. Así me gusta. Vamos, vamos, equipo España. Vamos. Needs to get it up there. On the Greenshield, just doing a little bit of stretching. That really was a loosener, wasn't it? Very warm welcome to everyone, wherever you are tuning in from around the world. I know that many people enjoying this, the Euros of cricket, coming to you from this beautiful province of Andalusia, the host region, Malaga. This is the Costa del Sol as well, and we're in Cartama. This is the splendid Cartama Oval, and what a picturesque ground it is. So first ball smashed for 6. Barber off and running. Green Shields, what's the reply going to be? Well, this is a beautiful shot. Oh, this is being picked up beautifully. Watch out, watch out. There's a Kookaburra about. Well, that one has gone into the bar and is ordering a Cerveza Victoria. What a hit that is. That is sweet. Well, 6 and 6, first 2 balls. Mohamed Barber showing his class, showing his ability. And this one, well, he makes it look effortless, doesn't he? I mean, there's hardly anything in that. There's not even a bat swing. And Corey says, that's not bad, is it? That's not bad. He'd love to say I taught him that, but we know he didn't. Mohamed Barber, he's been around for a long time. And now, the last 2 years, he's starting to shine. This one is, oh, just over the fielder. And will he get there? No, you won't. And he needs the fence to stop him from going over it. 4 runs, 2 sixes and a 4. Didn't quite get hold of this one. But thought he was in the actual moment. Not able to get the flick back. And then, well, has to get the brakes on. 16 off the first 3 deliveries. Into the pads, half an appeal. They go through and take the leg by. And puts Christian Smith on strike, who's elected to bring himself up the order here. A lot of batting in the side. I mean, remember, Daniel Doyle Gaye came in pretty low down when he scored a sensational 39 of 13. Played a match performance against Austria to give Spain that victory, match 1. We've also got the likes of Adam Algar, that's in the team here as well. Didn't play the first match, very talented young cricketer. Made his way up into the national team through the youth system. Prince Diman as well there. And Gorang Manavashi, calling him the little maestro, the spin. He's in the side as well this time round. Wide ball down the leg side. We've also got the likes of Mohamed Ishan, who didn't quite perform with the bat first time round, as didn't Hamza Salim Dar. So plenty of batting to come, and that's even without talking about some of the other key players like Mohamed Kamran. So called a wide as well. Conrad Greenshield's not too happy about that call. Got a big smile on the face saying, are you sure? Come on. Two batters just having a chat. Have a look at this again. I mean, yeah, it's a fair call. Anything that's there or thereabout, it's going to get called. Dead ball called. Just quite not ready. 18 off the over so far, so it's going very much the way first over from Conrad Greenshields went in their victory against the Czech Republic. This is being picked up pretty well, and how far does this go? Well, this goes all the way as well. Balle, 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 ginna, sona, shaka, lagya. Well, there's a smile. Well, he is smiling this time. Well, smiling and the rest. I don't know what that celebration is about. Corey, watch out, watch out. There's a camera on you, buddy. 6 more. So, it is magical. Big shot of no, misses out on this one. I get the feed in. But Mohamed Barber saying, no, we won't take the single. I'll go and strike 25 off the first. And just like that, the 2 opening overs that Conrad Greenshield has bowled, it's gone for 46. He bowls better in the second. I wonder if the captain, will back himself to bowl the 3rd over again, as he did in that victory against the Czech Republic. So both these 2 teams have registered victories in their earlier matches. Mentioned Spain beating Austria. Portugal, well, they beat Czech Republic 126 to 123. Became quite a tight game in the end. And Sabawun Divasi made 71 of 42. Not out for the Czech Republic, but even still ended up on the losing side. It's agonising. Conrad Greenshield, the man that just bowled out, the captain, well, he made an outstanding stop on the boundary, which probably was the save that won his team the match. 25 for the first. And, normally one man that always does perform for Portugal is this man with the ball now, Junaid Khan. He was exceptional in that game against the Czech Republic. In he comes. Good start. Right on the money. Have a look at this field for you. So it's the two men that are outside 30-yard circle. Man at mid-wicket. And long on. Everybody else tight on the circle. Nobody particularly close. In the air and chance and taken easily. And just like that, Junaid Khan has another. And it's a big wicket as well. Mohamed Babar, that's quite a soft dismissal for Babar. And, as he makes a slow march off, but straightforward catch taken from Miguel Stoneman. He'll be happy about that. And, his last bit of action was a misfield on the boundary. You can see Babar, once again, I think this is the second time we've seen him out this way. He tries to go over that inner ring of players, but doesn't quite get the timing of the shot. You can see he's very disappointed with himself. So made a good start after hitting those back-to-back sixes. But has to go. Junaid Khan gets his man. And Babar makes an early departure of 16. But didn't use up too many deliveries. 16. Just the 6 deliveries that he faced. And 1 4 and 2 6s in that. Brings the new batter out there. And it's we're going for Hamza Salim. I think this is very much a technical change. I think if there's an early wicket like Babar in the power play, I think they will go for Hamza Salim. Somebody who can also go pretty big and pretty wild inside the power play, left-hander as well. So it needs to just change that field around. They're bold. And, one of the things that if teams have done their homework, following on from seeing Hamza play last year here when Spain finished 4th in Championship Week, is that Hamza, though he did make some valuable contributions with the bat, he is very much leg side orientated. So if you can bowl full and outside the off stump to him, he finds it very difficult to get going. And that's exactly what Junaid is doing here, not giving him the room. This time gets beaten by the extra bounce as well from Junaid. Good start from him, Junaid Khan. So after a very expensive first over, which bought 25 runs, this over, at the moment, no runs. The 1 wicket, 2 balls to go. Hits this well and doesn't quite carry to the fielders. That's the first one off this over. There's nothing comprehensive about that strike. He takes a single. Christian Munoz, he's not wanting to hang about, I'm sure. Wanted to keep the scoreboard ticking pretty quickly. Just the 1 run off this over so far. He hits this pretty well, but it's up in the air as an opportunity. It goes a long way up. And, oh, he spills it. It goes down. Can you believe that? Well, Rayo Imran, well, totally messes this up. It goes a long way up, and it looked like he got it. Looks like he got a second chance of it as well, maybe even 3 chances. It goes down. And Christian Munoz, not for the first time, gets a life. Look, 1, 2, 3. Down it goes. And once again, they look easy. But when the world is watching and the pressure is on, it goes down. Junaid Khan, very disappointed. Not picked up another wicket there. Yes, it's 27 for 1. And well, this time round, Vinny Sandhu comes in. It's not a wicket that goes. It's a drop catch. Should have been.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it was a chance, wasn't it? 3 matches, 3 winners. Well, that's what we're saying so far. And let's get into the 3rd over now. Greenshields is back. A little bit short. And worked away for a single. Yeah, so that means there's 2 teams already in the hot seat. Of course, the format of this week in Group A is that there'll be 20 group matches, and then the top team is automatically eliminated. And we go to a Finals 4 format on Friday. But the teams in 1st and 2nd get a big advantage because they get the double chance in the format. So It's all to play for. Obviously, you want to make sure in the top 4, so you even make it to finals day.
Yep.
But the top 2, that is going to be so important, especially with such competitive cricket we've seen so far. These guys, big rivals as well, aren't they? Straight back at Conrad Greenshields. Goes through 2 fielders, but the third one has it covered. That's Faf Stoneman, one of the better fielders you'll see in this tournament. Make sure that it is only a single.
What's your thinking on this change in strategy slightly, having Christian Munoz coming up the order? To me, he's not a genuine out-and-out power play batter.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. People say that, but I have seen him turn it on as well.
Yeah.
You know, in the first game they played last year, he was very, very good. Goes after this, and Exhibit A, Rico Full, eat your words, because that's out of the ground. Maximal smashed by Christian Munoz-Mills.
Yeah, that was there, wasn't it? That was his shot. It was right there, right on the money, and bang, out it goes. Well, that one came sweet out the middle. Well, this is sweet as a bowl of rasmalai. Nice shot, 6. Yeah, I see what you mean. But
just going to get on the apps and order you humble pie.
He's not the kind of guy. I see this delivery.
I'll tell you what I think the strategy is.
If this goes to the boundary, then all right, I'll eat that.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a good
that's
ball,
what I'm talking about. He's the sort of guy that will hit the boundary. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he's not an aggressive batter, but he's not. I don't think he's a Mohammad Ishan. I don't think he's a Baba or a Hamza or a Prince Damian. I think he'll play some good shots, but he won't score as quick as some of the others.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get your point. And I've got to admit, a lot of people say that, and they may have a point, but I think when he tries to, when he has that intent, and then he hits them as hard as anyone, it's just, I suppose, how often. It's his selection. It's well, Corey calls it the intentometer. He actually has a chart of, like that, would probably be intent because he's trying to hit it. But if you check your shot or anything like that, you get a red cross. And he's looking for green lights on those. He's looking 80 to 90% of the balls you face. You shouldn't be taking the soft option. You should be going for the boundaries. Greenshield's gone for 33. Last ball of his spell. Pretty good one. Won't go back into the stumps. It will be a dot, and it's the end of the power play. Funny, we had another one of these 30-something power plays, haven't we? It's 36 for 1 after 3. But I think what Spain will do is they'll keep Mohamed Babar at the top of the order, and they'll mix and match his partners. I think that gives a mix of stability and flexibility. So they may just go with who's kind of hitting them well at any given moment in time. Once again, you see Conrad going magical first over, but then bring it back somewhat, only 9 off his second over. In between, Junaid Khan, he's bowled really well today. He's only gone for 2. They won't bowl him out here because they like to save him for the end, and I can understand that as well. So we're going to see some spin here in over number 4. So I think we're going to see a bit of mix and match with the Spanish batting order, and their coach will tell you that it shouldn't matter where you're batting. You've got to have that intent, and whether you're 1 or 10, all these guys could bat anywhere. But I do think Barber at the top just gives them that kind of foundation to their plans. Here's a guy I think came back really well today. Rabin Tariq bowling over number 4. First one's a little bit short though, and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximal. You got no time to settle, and Chris Munoz-Mills go bang, and he swings Spain up into the 40s. Corey not quite smiling. There we go. 3 gritted teeth. I told him he needs to smile more over there.
That was a green marker, so that's a good one, right?
Yep. There we go. So that's what we're talking about. He's going red or green, depending on if you're showing intent. There we go.
That's the green one. There you go. That's green. Green is good. Green is good, he said.
So
a bit like the old X Factor.
But I've seen Corey do these kind of things when he's commentating. And after about 3.5 overs, he loses concentration, which is about now. When he says he'll do plus minuses and stuff as well. And in the end, just looking at a pretty blank piece of paper.
Just starting too short there, Tariq, and the bad ball gets put away. You can't be bowling that. Christian Munoz-Mills moves into the 20s now.
Got to draw him forward. Quicker one, and this one's dispatched as well. It's going to be out of the ground. Maximal, back to back. Well, this is what spin bowlers often do if they get whacked. They'll go quicker, but I think sometimes the batters are expecting it, and Chris Munoz-Mills had no problem, and he just lofts that one. 2 balls, 2 sixes, and Tariq is in the hole early on.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's got to come back here. I mean, you'd think he'd got to go for a slightly quicker delivery here. That was a good shot.
Slower, I like that. Though this is into the gap, this will take some stopping. Well done by Greenshields. Been excellent in the field today. That time it's just 1. I want to say hello to a few people in our viewer chat. And I know that Luke's in there, who's watching from Belgium. I see you, Luke. Also, I want to say hello to Oktay Galami. He's watching from Sweden. Well, I haven't seen the squad yet for Sweden, but he did play last year. He's a guy that can bowl right arm spin and left arm spin. Very talented cricketer. Anyway, right now, Hamza Salim Try and smash this. He does. And it's handled. So Greenshields, we already saw how good of a fielder he is when earlier on in the day Austria needed 12 off 2. There's a ball that was going for 6 off the bat of Tavitsi. And, against Czech Republic, I should say. And then he pulled it back from the beyond. Fantastic bit of fielding. And then, of course, even though they hit a 6 off the last ball, it wasn't enough. 50's up now for Spain and climbing. Too short again, and it's going to go the journey. So Tariq just cannot get his length here. And Christian Munoz-Mills, 34 off 11. And even Mohammed Kamran's grabbing the green pen now. They might have to refill it with ink the way things
I'm liking this. I'm liking this because Spain is going green. And it's good to be green. And, well, the captain, Christian Munoz, he's just putting away the bad balls. It's too short. And, well, they're just bagging to be hit, aren't they?
That's ball the over. It's gone magical. It's big swing and a miss, but it's also missed by Janjap behind the stump. So think of a second bite. It's a tight one. They'll get home. Stumps are a mess. It will be. I thought it was biased, but didn't see a signal. Anyway, regardless, it's the end of the 4th over. It'll be 58 for 1. Let me see. I think there's no problems here. Dark path causing a bit of a repair job to be done. Okay. And once again, want to welcome you into the Dream Box, as we're calling it here at the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. And we are here on behalf of ECN. We do have a third member of our commentary team, but he is busy. It actually is Corey Rutgers.
He's colouring.
Who is coaching Spain this week. It's keeping him busy. He's doing colouring in to keep himself busy. But I got to say, that's really clear messaging, because everyone in the tent is looking at that. He's not grading people on outcomes. He's grading people on the process, their mind and their aggression of the process. So it's a bit more, I suppose, micromanaging the process. But everyone's watching him with those green dots. So that carries forward when those batters are going out there into the middle. They're thinking, well, they want lots of green next to their name.
They want to see a green pen in his hand.
Yeah, so it's a different way to go about it. He calls it the intent-o-meter. He's measuring intent.
Intent, okay.
There you go. Intent to slate.
Back to the action here.
Wow, this is smashed. And you can forget this one. Hamza, when he gets going, he can hit a real long ball. And that's gone into a jungle far, far away. Maximo. And now, well, I'm not a lip-reading expert, but I'm glad the sound's down. Going to be a big green tick next to that one, Rico.
That was humongous. Wow, this is mammoth, isn't it? This is a mammoth shot. Look at that. That's a Bizway supersonic hit. And, well, watch out for the snakes out there. That's all I can say. Wow, yeah, it was big.
Well, we don't have subtitles, luckily. But, yeah. It's actually one of the more astute bits of commentary I've heard. Corey doing.
That's a huge hit, isn't it?
All right, he wants more. Hussein's going to get hit to the fielder. Does well to cut this off, and now they may get one. They will. There's no one in the circle there to back it up. Well, this could have been a run out as well. But this is the kind of action we expect to see on ECN.
Well, they're falling all over the place here. Well, we saw at one point when that play finished, there was 4 bodies, Portuguese bodies on the field. And first of all, it's a really good stop. I mean, it was a lovely cut shot from Hamza. Nice stop first off. The throw comes in, and, well, they were hustling. And then they took the overthrow, so once again, they had to hustle to get there as well. Running hard, applying the pressure on. Again, we got that score in the 60s before the halfway point. And Spain will be looking to continue at this pace. Certainly have got the batting line up there to do it.
Yeah, they do. And they've got plenty of batters still to come and not that much time left. Akral Hussein goes a bit short, and he's going to get pumped for 6 again. Maximo! This is getting out of hand now. And, well, you might as well put away the red pen, Corey, because these guys are going at everything. And we saw Akral Hussein had a real struggle in his first over, his only over in the first game. And he's also having a hard time here with Christian Munoz-Mills, who lofts him out of the ground again.
Yeah, qué guay, qué genial, qué grande este hombre, el capitán de España. Christian Mills, well, if you're going to bowl short to him, you're not learning a lesson, are you? He's shown you already that he can pull and hook the ball pretty well. You've got to get him driving. You've got to get him playing out on the offside. Remember how he was out in the last match? It's that ball just outside the off where he's getting him to drive. Can't bowl short. Look at his stance. He's waiting for it. Hussein better when he's asking the question. And the umpire saying, well, I don't know what you think that hit, but that went right the way through. Misses everything, including the stumps. Just that slightly fuller, you see, makes all the difference. Doesn't miss by much.
Intent's still there, though, you see. It gets
so he's
scored
still
as
got a green tick?
Yeah, it's not
You
to
know,
the outcome.
in that case, you know, when I was playing cricket, I would never, ever, ever have got a red mark.
Well, the thing is with me, you wouldn't have had to use much ink because it wouldn't last that long most of the time. Sane trying to fight back. And he gets pumped as well. This is out of the ground as well. Maximo Munoz Mills to 48 off just 15 balls. And it's kind of a who wants to be an opener situation with Spain. And he's certainly pressing his case at the moment. Again, the length is there. It's in the slot. He picks it up nicely.
Yeah, good hit again, isn't it? This one right into the flags there.
I want to say a quick hello to Bruno Cavalieri, who's watching from Portugal. Say, Portugal, got to get it together. Hello, Diesel. On behalf of me and Rico, it's great
Diesel.
to see you.
Bruno.
Right.
I'm saying, can he get that ball fuller? No, he can't. Again, it's short, and you can see the groan from the captain of Spania there, Christian Munoz, because he knows that was another one that should have been dispatched. Well, he's raced on to 42 or 15 deliveries, but they fed him, Vinny. They have fed him.
Yeah. Well, also, he's hit a lot of those marginal ones out of the ground. That one he misses, but it is the end of the 5th over. The score is 77 for 1. And it's a very good start for Spain.
Yeah, it's an excellent start. I mean, the foundation has been laid here for a big score. And, with Hamza, remember, his rocket shot that went many a mile.
So quick
He's in the mood.
Quick load to Louis Bruce,
Hello,
who's
Louis.
in the chat. Another guy we've seen come of age on the international stage this year on ECN. Anyway, back to the spin. And it's going to be Mubin Tariq, who should get a wicket here. He's got to find it. He does. So Jaunjat is the man that takes the catch. And you can see Portugal just a little bit flat. I think sometimes this can happen. They've been pummeled in the last couple of overs. They do get the wicket of Hamza, who hit a massive 6. But now he's going to have to go. And Jaunjat's puffing a little bit after this. These aren't as easy as they look, because when you're wearing their helmet, you have to quickly find it. You don't really have a reference point when you're so close to the bat. But he does well to hold it. So Hamza, he will get a green light for intent, but he will get a red light because he has to walk. And it's the end of his innings. The score now 77 for 2.
And the new batter that comes in, looks like it's Daniel Dolcayo who's coming in, and what a start he made in this series early on today against Austria. He came in when Spain, well, they lost a handful of wickets for not too many runs. A lot of batters weren't clicking. There was a lot of ones there in the middle order. He came in, and a quick fire 39 off 13 enabled Spain to victory. And he'll be looking to continue in that player of the match form he was in match 1, the start of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. So you got one batter who's seeing the ball size of the football, and another batter that's in very good form coming out there, and they've got plenty of time to really, at this point you've got to be saying they're looking at 140, 150 here.
At a minimum. I mean, they're on 149 pace at the moment. Tossed up and smashed out of the ground. Maximo DDC. Well, remember those 3 letters. I think we'll be seeing a lot of them this week. And that's a green. And right now they're having a lot of fun in the Spain camp.
Well, they're having some fun. I mean, it's good while it's all going your way. But remember, this game can change in an instant. And I think all of those guys up there, and Corey will know that more than anybody else. And I think here, Mohammed Cameron decided, look, they're reading your lips now, buddy. I think they're listening to us there somehow, you know.
So Mubin went for 22 in his first over, but he has been brought back straight away. And I've noticed that Conrad's done this, even with himself.
Yeah.
He said, okay, you've had an over, it's gone wrong. It doesn't mean I'm gonna deviate from my plans too much.
But that's the line. That ball there, that's the line.
We've seen some good comebacks, but yeah, I suppose it is also risky, isn't it? Because you've got the same batter here, Munoz Mills. That was pretty brutal on Mubin last over. He's facing up now on 48.
Yeah. I was just about to say, Vinny, when you see the stance of Christian Munoz, have a look at his stance. If you bowl this ball just inside this white tram line, he ain't going to get there. And that's exactly where this. That's where you've got to be bowling.
That's perfect.
Not in his swing zone. That's much better.
That foot goes nowhere. I think that Chris often hears people saying, oh, he's more of a correct player, he's not a big hitter. And I honestly think he's out there to say, look, I'm being judged on intent. I'm going to show intent.
Yeah.
And he's getting away with plenty of these, and he's hitting him a long way. Goes back and cuts this one, but he should only get one. Just a single. I want to say hello to Neil Brook as well. You can always get involved in our viewer chat. We enjoy the interaction. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN. Of course, it's so great that we've been picked up by so many broadcasters around the world. I know we're on Premier Sports in the UK, Fox Sports in Australia, amongst others. there's a slight fumble, but the ball was hit so hard to the outfielder. There was never a chance of a second.
Yeah, that was travelling really. That was going pretty quick. He's done well, the fielder there.
Into the over as well. So Dorkaya will retain the strike. He moves to 8, and the score is 86 for 2. Well, we were talking about Belgian ball last week, which was just basically this approach to the innings, that you're asking a long batting lineup that are all capable of clearing the boundaries to just really go after pretty much every ball. The only ones they won't is one, maybe it's a Yorker they have to jam out or jam their bat down on that they literally can't think of a way to get a boundary from. But they are literally thinking 6 as their first thought. It's a really exciting thing to watch. You can only do it if you have a long batting lineup, that's the thing. And Spain definitely do.
Yeah.
Getting ready now for the start of the 7th over. This looks like Faf Stoneman who's going to bowl. And he had a few struggles just locating at the death in his first go. This time, full toss, middle stump. What 2 here? Don't think it's on. Probably would have gotten away with it, but hindsight's 20/20. But I think I'm going to see a really exciting 4 overs here because Spain are literally going to be going after everything.
Yeah, it's I liking the running and the intent there from these two as well. Running very quickly that first one, putting the pressure on the fielders. And the fielders, they know they get it wrong, they make a fumble, then they're giving another run away.
Say hello to Jack Perman, who's in the chat as well. Perminator. Missing you, of course. Here's Faf. Just cramps about it for room. Mills. He probably gets his first red in a while for that one. So, called leg buys. So, Christian Mills will remain on 49.
Stoneman, a better start from him in this match than in the first. Seems to get his time pretty right. Seems to be a bit more nippy as well, getting that ball to skid through. Shot.
This is Yorker, and this is 6. Straight over the giant ice cube. That's the margins we're talking about. It goes for the Yorker. I think it's half a metre short of where it needs to be, and Dorkaya is so good in that arc. What a shot, Maximo time.
That's a cracking shot, isn't it? I mean, look at that. That's what you call pure class, and the execution on that was top draw. These two really looking to pile on the pressure now onto the Portuguese attack.
That's so disheartening as a bowler as well. You just missed your spot. You've been punished to the maximum. It's better. Going to miss full. It turns into a quite a low full toss, which is hard to get away. So Dorkaya, again, he's been great today, hasn't he? We saw him batting 7 earlier.
Yeah.
Again, he was a bit of an insurance policy around the other batters. And I think that the batters all are buying into this system as well. They know they're going to go up. They're going to go down the order. It's just when they get their opportunities, they got to bat the way that they're meant to bat, which is aggressively. It's close-ish, you know, maybe just sneaking.
Oh, if this hit, he's in trouble. Oh, well. I think maybe the dive would have got him there. I think this time there's a bit of communication here. I think Daniel Dorkaya is definitely right to go for it, but Christian Munoz is probably thinking, hey, mate, I'm on the back foot, and this is clonked me on my pad, and it's throbbing, so I'm not going anywhere. Look, you see here, he makes the initial movement with Sells. Daniel Doyle down the Swanee, and there's a bit of a bat plug there as well.
Yeah, that's the first bat plug, but doesn't cost Daniel Dorkaya. It's pretty happy to survive that. Mills got the yips on 49. Sloman's got the yips bowling, but got to say, it's a much better over, even with that 6 in there, than the first over he bowled earlier today, where he struggled a lot with wide. He's bowling a bit straighter, but still trying to bowl that block hole length. Anyway, last ball of the 7th. Yeah, well bowled, but it's dug out, and that will be a half century for Christian Munoz Mills at the top of the order. So I was saying that they're trying different options out there, but Christian Munoz Mills will be very, very happy to get his half century. Comes up off 21 balls, so it's gone at a lightning pace. It's been a really entertaining innings to watch. He's a powerful guy. 7 sixes in that half century, not a single 4. So
yeah, well batted indeed. The third player in day 1 of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship that has got a half century.
Yeah, so the European Cricket Network will not have a rest. We'll be 7 days a week while we're here in Cartama. We have 5 days in this this T10 International Tournament, the ECC. But then on Saturday and Sunday, we'll have the fan code European Cricket T10. 9 domestic teams from around Spain will compete over 4 weekends. And that will be on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, if you want to follow along on there as well. And then the fan code European Cricket Series resumes on the 17th of October with 8 more weeks of action. We'll be in Croatia, Malta and Spain. It's a hard life, isn't it, really, here on ECN. Here we go with Mackerel bowling over number 8. And Chris thinks this might go for a wide, but it just comes back a little bit. As it just sneaks inside that tram line.
It's better though, isn't it, from Hussain? He was bowling at Chris and too short before. And Christian Munif, you said he's been hitting sixes for fun, and some of them came off Hussain. This time Hussain's got this in the right area. He's gone for outside the off. He's asking Christian Munif to play shots outside the offside, which is difficult for him to do with the stance he has. Oh, this is going to be a wide delivery. Yeah. I think this is, he sees Christian Munif move early, takes that step outside the off, so he tries to correct himself. The line that he was going to bowl, just gets it slightly wrong. Wide ball. Yeah, talking about half centuries, we saw Sabunda Visi, 71 of 42, ended up on the losing side there for the Czech Republic, and also 59 of 16 balls from Seamus Lynch for Ireland.
Yeah, Seamus batted really well, didn't he? Cracked them. Bowling. Cracked down the ground. There will still be 4. Wow. I mean, I actually thought that was a pretty good ball, but it was. This is probably 4 inches away from perfect Yorker, but he's so strong down the ground. And this is where Spain will often have a fielder down the ground, but yeah, generates the pace from somewhere. And Chris Munoz-Mills gets 4. Cuatro, carreras más.
I've watched Christian play cricket for a long time, Vinny, and that's his shot. He plays that better than anyone that I know. Such
the question would be then, why don't you put somebody there? He's often the man that fields in that straight hit position for Spain.
Cracking shot.
Goes after this. Is there a little edge on this? And there is. So just a little feather. He was playing away from his body. So Fackrell was saying, will get the big wicket of the Spanish skipper, who has to walk off, but not before he's hit 54 runs off just 24 balls. The 100 came up during this over, but also a 3rd wicket down. It's 101 for 3.
Yeah, gets a wicket in the end. And again, it's that line I'm talking about. You've got to look at where a batter is playing, where his strengths are, and where he's not strong. That's where you got to get the ball. And Hussain does that, gets it outside his off stump. Christian Munif trying to get a little something on it, but unfortunately for him, a little edge on that. It's nicely taken by Parth Junjan, and that's the wicket that they wanted, because he was going big guns. But the thing is, you've still got Daniel Doyle at the other end, who's we've seen already, the big hitter off the ball.
Juan Carlos Rodriguez there, head of cricket España. Little fist bump for his national skipper. They're all smiles in there. I wonder if Martins is down there with the mobile camera. We could zoom in on Corey's sheet. Maybe as much as he'll let us. I think you'll see plenty of green in there. New batter comes to the crease, and this is Prince Demand. I think he had an important role to play in the last game. He played second fiddle on that occasion to Doyle Kayat, but still played an important role. He's facing up to Hussain. Goes after it straight away. We'll get 1 away from his body.
One of the things that I was talking to you about earlier, I mean, we talk about a lot of the teams all over Europe, how we've seen players playing for their club sides, making their way up into the national team. And when you look at the Spanish side, I mean, the players that we're seeing out there at the moment, Prince Diman is one of them, Hamza Salim is another, Asjad Butt, Mohamed Babar. These are all players, and also Atif Mohamed, the bowler. All players we saw about 2.5 years ago playing in Barcelona. And this one's up in the air, it's gone a long way. Adios, Pelota. Well, you might as well give it a towel and let it go to the beach and have some fun and leave it there, because you're going to need another one. That's gone a long way. Big hit, 6 more.
I got to say, I first saw Daniel Doyle Kayat live at Desert Springs in the T20 International Series that I covered against Norway and Guernsey. And the thing is, when he went after him, he can clear any boundary. That's the thing. But those boundaries are about 80 metres plus. And so he wouldn't go for it that often. But I tell you what, with these boundaries, you can see he is so dangerous. That is such a correct cricket shot. And it's like a rifle shot off his bat. Goes after this, though. It's a thick edge. It's a tough catch, but Junaid's there, and he will drop it.
Dear.
Well, Portugal, they've had some issues, haven't they, in the field? And Junaid does all the hard work there. Again, it pops up. He couldn't even grab it at the second occasion. And yeah, with 2 overs still to play, Doyle Kayat gets dropped on 22. That could be a big moment in the game, because he's still got 2 overs to play with, and now he retains the strike as well. 109 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, look, you got to take your chances at this level. I don't know. I say it all the time. Just, think back. Christian Munif was dropped on 6 by Ria Umran, which was a straightforward catch. He goes on and scores 54. And now he's seen Daniel Doyle being dropped there in his 20s. He can go on and really hurt them here.
Yeah, and he's in the right position now, because he's back on strike. And Faf Stoneman is going to bowl the next over. It's not a good ball first up, but he gets away with it. Goes down and sweeps the full toss. It's only one. But yeah, I mean, there's no easy batters to bowl to here either. Spain still 7 wickets in hand, 2 overs to go. Like I say, literally they will be going after every single ball at this stage.
His way back. Yeah, and the point that I was trying to make there is, isn't it so good to see that all of those players that we saw playing domestic cricket have now made it into national teams, and that's all because of the coverage through. Well, this one's taking a bit of the pad. It's not going to get stopped, and I think you'll see the umpire signal leg bias here. So 4 more, but this time off the pad. The runs just keep flowing. But that's so good to see, and we've seen that everywhere we've seen. And it's the change, I think, personally, is the change that European cricket needed.
Well, you talk about a country like Spain or even Germany or some of these bigger countries as well, Sweden as well, and it's very hard for scouts to get around the country and compare players, you know. Goes after this leg side, gets a fair bit of bat on it. This will be 4 as well, this time off the bat. So Prince Demand, who kicks a 4, then he hits the 4, and the score is climbing up to 118 now, an over and a half remaining.
Yeah, they're going great guns, aren't they? Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Spain is a huge country. Yeah. I mean, we know ourselves because we've been to Barcelona a few times. And the number of clubs that in Barcelona are just huge. So
Barcelona has the most cricket clubs in Europe outside of London.
Yeah.
When I'm talking about that,
it's amazing. So you know the talent is there. But at least with the European Cricket Network playing these European Cricket Series, those players have been seen.
Bit of length this time, and Prince can't catch up with it. Yeah, I think it's really great. And also, like I said earlier, you see how they perform under pressure.
Yeah.
And, okay, the format for this, and some teams didn't quite get this last year at this level. I think it's not so much taking a T20 international team and trying to get them adapt to a T10. Pick guys that are ready-made for it.
Absolutely.
I think that's the way Spain's gone this year for sure.
Absolutely.
Goes after this, over the offside, should be caught, and it is caught. So you do finally have a catch taken. It's Prince Demand. That will be gone. And it looks like Anthony Chambers out there, who just skates around to his left and takes the catch, and he keeps his cool under pressure. And so Prince had the intent, but he didn't get the result. He goes for 5. The score is 118 for 4.
Yeah, good catch there from Chambers, and well bowled by Stoban as well. So once again, what we're seeing is that that was a very good start from Spain. 77 was on the board at the 5-over point. At Portugal, they've come back into it, haven't they? They've just got the wickets at the right time. I think getting the big wicket of Christian Munoz when he was going well. And also the other key point here is that somehow, mainly most of it by luck, I think, they're managing to keep Daniel Goal off strike.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the other thing I'd say just finally on that is I think that countries at this level of cricket benefit when there's a lot of internal competition to get into the side. If you just have your set 13 guys to the national team and everyone knows, and they're not really spurred to improve their cricket because they know they've got their spots safe, that's not a very good thing. But with Spain, what we're seeing is look at the players missing out. They're very, very good players. Well, this is smashed first up, and this is going to go into the cheap seats. Maximo Mohamed Ihsan. Well, he's another guy we've seen bat up the top of the order. And the keeper, not too much of him, but he does hit the ball a long way. 6 runs to start his innings.
Yeah, Mohamed Ihsan, I've been a big fan of this guy for a long time. Vinny, I think you know that from when we were in Barcelona together. I think he's a cracking cricketer and hits the ball when he's on form, cleaner than anyone that I know. And he's pretty hot behind the stumps as well. I'm so pleased once again. Another player getting his chance at this level.
Yeah, I look at the players that miss out in the Spain team. They go, okay, well then, I know it's so disappointing for them, but also it spurs them to get better to try and get back into the team.
Yeah, certainly it does. And I think, the other thing is, and I'm not talking just about Spain here, I'm talking about a lot of the other teams, they have learnt and understand and appreciated the difference between T20 and T10. There's a huge difference. The same way that we used to say between the all-day game and T20, there's a difference. There is a big difference, and we're starting to see that. And I think this year, in this year's championship, we're going to see that a lot of teams have made some subtle changes which have made them better and stronger.
Yeah, well, here's Junaid, who bowled a really good second over. It's the only over that hasn't had a boundary in it. He's going to come back at the death, but he's going to have his hands full with Doyle Kayet, who goes after this, and he punches this over point for 6. Well, that is massive. That's gone into the trees. And, well, green pen that. I'll tell you what, I hope there's a sale on green felt tip pens at the local store because they are going to run out of ink. And this one, I can't believe how far this has gone off the bat.
No, this is an amazing shot. I mean, look at that. I mean, that is huge. That is massive. I don't think I've ever seen that on this ground.
On the
That's
offside
the
as
first
well.
time on the offside I've seen one that has gone all the way and cleared those trees. That's amazing.
Yeah, this guy's a weapon. And he's been picked up because there was a bit of a scout outside Spain, okay? Because he does have the citizenship for Spain. Daniel Dorcaye. And yeah, I think he really enjoyed that one as well. So Junaid bowls what he thinks is a decent delivery there, making him reach for it. But the only thing we're reaching for now is a replacement ball after that one's lost.
Quite amazing, really. That's a delivery which to many about it today would have been a dot ball. And that's just been crunched for a massive 6. What's the reply going to be from Junaid?
Okay, Yorker here. Don't miss. He doesn't. Well bowled. It's a good comeback. Really wants to get 2 here. Wants to take it on and doesn't. I think because it was a side-on kind of shot, the fielder was comfortable going to the keeper's end there. So I think that...
Keeper's done well, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's not the best of throws, but he's dealt with it well.
Yeah, I think that Dorcaye probably would have been out there. So Mohamed Ihsan gets an opportunity. Again, he'd be keen to impress. He's hit the only ball he's faced for 6 so far in this game. He's facing Junaid Khan. It goes after it straight. Good shot. And it will go all the way. Maximo! 2 balls, 2 sixes for Mohamed Ihsan. We know him as an opener, but he's doing a good job as a closer here. His score is in the 130s, and I don't think they're finished yet, Rico.
Boom, shaka. Yeah, well, that's another one. They're dealing in 6s, aren't they? And Spain, well, they had a bit of a slowdown. They still won't get to, I don't think they're going to get to the big score we were thinking at one point, the 150, 160 plus, but still, this is a big target.
Still looks pretty big to me. Highest score you've seen today. I know that the question of the day was who will score the most runs. Well, Spain looking the goods at the moment. Now this is going to be 4 as well. Again, it's so hard when you miss your spots. This one turns into about a shin-high Yorker on leg stump, turned away. Plenty about it. Ihsan moves up to a sweet 16 off just 3.
Yeah, I mean, this one again, it just gets it wrongly directed, and Ihsan says, well, don't worry about it. It may not be 6, it's still a boundary. 6 and 4, and I can tell you this, he's hungry for more. He wants to finish with a big one. 140 now, 141 for 4.
There's Janjat behind the stumps. Has just got the one glove on. He's just got the inner on his right hand. That's obviously because he wants to be able to throw. Slower ball, and it's picked up, and it's deposited out of the ground as well. Maximo! Mohamed Ihsan, he's having some fun as well. And now this score, well, maybe they will get to that 150 that you were talking about because they're up to 147. It's a perfect break in snooker. It's a pretty good-looking score as well in his form of the game. Still 1 ball remaining.
Well, he's had 4 balls, and 3 of them are going for 6 and 1 4. That ain't bad. Mohamed Ihsan, well, this is the man. This is why he's so dangerous. 22 of just 4 deliveries.
Will they get that magical 150? We'll find out after this ball. Misses straight through his legs. This is going to be run out here, but won't matter too much. But Ihsan still a very valuable 22 off 5 from him. It's still a pretty good strike rate, isn't it? 440. Yeah. And Daniel Dorcaye as well. You know, that's unselfish because he didn't, for example, run out Ihsan just to try and get the strike back or potentially run out Ihsan. Yeah. He knows how capable Ihsan is of whacking them as well. He does, Spain does, and a lot of runs on the board here. 147 of them, and that's a big chase for Portugal to attempt when we return.
Well, that's a top score, isn't it, in another game? Well, that's the highest break, so they'll be pretty happy with that. Spain, 147 on the board. The smiles on their faces. Well, they started the day with smiles when the ball was being pumped to all parts of the boundary, and those smiles stayed on there. There was plenty to cheer about for the Spanish here. And it started pretty low-key, just a few claps, but those smiles were soon to appear. That was big. And, well, Mohamed Barber, he played some nice shots before he got out. So he'd be disappointed the way he went again. You can see he was quite frustrated to get out there, Sturman taking the catch. But there's so much depth and so much batting to come in this Spanish side that somebody always comes up with the goods. Well, that was a drop. That was a big one. That's real. Imran dropping Christian Munoz on 6. And then Christian thought, well, okay, if you're going to drop me, you've already given me a life. Well, I'm going to take that license and go big. And he did go big. They didn't bowl bad. They didn't bowl well to him. There was a lot of bad balls, a lot of short deliveries, and he just dispatched them. Really did. And, well, Corey and Mohammed Cameron there. Well, they're having a bit of fun there. Corey was just saying, keep giving me the green markers because this one's running out pretty quickly. And, well, this was the wicket of Hamza. So, but again, Hamza goes and another top batter comes in, Daniel Dorcaye, and he was playing some delightful shots. So, well, if you thought that one was big, there was a bigger one to come. There was a 6 that went over point. That was quite amazing. This was the end of Christian Munoz finally getting the ball in the right areas, Hussein, and getting the captain out. Juan Carlos, the president of Spanish cricket, he was the first to congratulate the captain on a fine 50, 54 of 23 deliveries. That's another one that went down. That was Junaid. He dropped Daniel on 22. But Daniel wasn't able to get on to too much strike, and only was able to add just another 9 runs to his name. And that was huge. That was absolutely massive. Probably the first time I've seen a ball hit from point all the way over the trees to the other side of this ground. And that's the last delivery there. I'm not quite sure why Mohammad Ishan tried to do something different there. I think he should have just stood his ground and played the normal shot that he's been doing. And but that time he ends up yorking himself. And as you heard Vinny say, Path Juggernaut was ready to take the ball with one glove off already and run him out, but not before he scored 22 of 5. That's that scorecard there. A quick master blasting start from Mohamed Baba, 16 of 6. Then Christian Munoz made the most of the opportunity when he was dropped on 6 to make 54. Well batted to him. Ball Banaya, captain, new Spanish captain, roughly 50 Benali. And then, well, you saw good contributions there as well. And, Daniel Doyle Kaye continuing his good day, 31 of just 11. And then we saw some big hits there from Mohammad Ishan, who now has to, well, change his pads for another set of pads as he gets behind the stumps. Let's have a look at the bowling here. Conrad Green Shields, again, expensive. The first over was pretty expensive once more. Junaid Khan, well, he bowled a good first over, but his second one was expensive. And though all of those bowlers there, Khan, Tariq, Hussain and Stoneman picked up wickets, nobody really could keep the runs down. Pick of the bowlers, you probably have to say was Stoneman. His improvement from the first match that Portugal played when he had all sorts of problems with the ball to the second was quite tremendous, really. So that's the summary of this match for Spain, the host team, playing their second match, winning their first match against Austria. They've got points on the board. They're looking to double that tally to 4 points here and sit pretty at the top of the table. They've got the runs on the board. 147 is going to take some doing if Portugal are able to knock these off. They've certainly got the batting there to do it, but really they need a very good power play, and they're going to have to be going at some pace all the way through. Not going to be easy, because Spain, likewise, they do with the batting. They have a star cast with the ball as well. So it's going to be an interesting match, and if it is going to be victory for Portugal, well, it's going to be a historic one. 148 required. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu as we return for the conclusion of match number 4. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we are halfway through match number 4 between Spain, the host team, and Portugal. Spain have made, well, a very good start to the match, batting first, putting 147 on the board. So 148 required for Portugal. No change with the Portuguese openers. Rio Imran and Imran Khan are the 2 openers, and it's going to be Mohamed Kamran to bowl the first over. Cameron bowled a little short in the match against Austria today. I don't know if that was a deliberate ploy, a tactic from the Spanish bowlers, because they all bowled a bit short to the openers of Austria, and they were quite effective in that. It'll be interesting to see just what approach that they have here against Portugal. Plenty of runs on the board, of course. That they will know that to get a couple of good overs in, and that rate, which is already at 14, just under the 50 mark, 14.8, will certainly go up pretty quickly. Looks like a positive start, using the pace and timing this perfectly. And 4 runs off the very first ball. And that's what they need to do. They need to believe, don't they? Well, if they can do it to us, we can do it to them as well. Confident start, nice shot, 4 runs. So going fuller, Mohamed Kamran, working in his favour. The hitman, as he's known. Mohamed Kamran, what the reply be? He won't like that. First ball going for 4. This one's hit in the same sort of area, but this time, the captain gives himself a few more meters to his left, and he's able to cut that one off before it goes to the boundary. Gives Imran Khan opportunity to face his first ball. So important that they get off to a good start here, Portugal. Oh, this one goes right through him. Didn't know too much about this. Doesn't come up as much as I think what Imran Khan is expecting this to do. Sort of skids through. Well bowled, Cammy. Well bowled, Cammy. His teammates tell him. Beaten again, and this one, well, he's lucky still to have his stumps intact. This does not miss by much. It just doesn't come in, doesn't it? I mean, sometimes he gets the ball just to nip back. This one just holds its line, and hence the stumps stay intact. 2 swings and misses. Is it going to be 3rd time lucky for the hitman, Mohamed Kamran? Goes a bit shorter. He sees the batter coming at him, so changes what he was going to bowl, holds it shorter, and then a misfield, which allows the batters to take the single. Adam Algar just charging in, but taking his eye off the ball for a moment, gets past him, so gets a single. So Rio Imran back on strike. Short and quick, and just gets a bit of battle to this. And that's the end of the first over. So there was a boundary in it. It's only 6 that come off the over, and that's way below where they need to be. Very much on top, and just like that, that rate started at just under 15, goes up to the 15.5. Matches without a golden ball, 33. And one man to tell you all about the golden balls is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, who is back in the Dream Box.
I am back, and I can tell you, we've never had a golden ball in an international match. We didn't have one in the ECC last year. We got really close. The only golden ball we've had here at Cartama was in the ECL. So that's club cricket. It's Champions League club cricket between Star CC of Luxembourg and the Helsinki Titans. But we've never had an international golden ball. I think it's going to come. We've got 120 chances anyway. Here we go with the start of the next over. It's Mohamed Baba who's going to bowl it. So isn't it cool to see the Pakakare opening bowlers opening the bowling for Spain? You know, Pakakare won the Champions League, the ECL, earlier in the year. And now they're getting to do it for their country. And yeah, Baba is very handy in this format, really any format. The funny thing, he's not the quickest, is he? But he just does enough with it, and he is very, very accurate.
It's control, yeah, control and accuracy. That is what it's all about, and variations. Well bowled again, and of course, Spain know singles are not hurting them. And you can see there, Mohamed Baba, as soon as that fielded, he's just saying, hey, we don't need it to be thrown in. Just hold on to it. It's fine. At the moment, they're well in control of this match. Spain looking to make it 2 out of 2. This is, once again, we've seen this shot a number of times from Imran Khan. It's not really in the right position to play these shots. He's swinging and missing, and I think pretty soon he's going to find his stump shattered.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great, is it? You're already chasing 15 from the get-go. It's only going to climb if you're not getting them. In Portugal, you know, they might have to just concentrate on trying to get a good score. This one really takes off. Yeah, I mean, probably would be the bouncer for the over. But yeah, Baba, we say he doesn't really bowl that quick, but this one certainly took off. Hands up about ear high on Imran Khan. Yeah, so the thing is, with this tournament, sometimes the net run rate comes into it. So at the end of the week, only the top 4 survive, the top 2 get the double chance, and sometimes it is net run rate that decides it. Goes after this and gets enough of it, I think. This is flying out of the ground, Maximo! But Imran had one upstairs, gets another one that he can pull. This one's out of the ground, and well, that'll be a confidence booster for Imran Khan.
Well, he needed to get hold of one, didn't he? I mean, it was the ones that were right up there that he was struggling with. So I'm a bit surprised that Mohamed Baba has elected to go for the short ball attack. But this one he does get hold of, and it's 6 runs, and that hopefully should give him a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, what I'm saying is that net run rate, once the chase is out of sight, 20 plus and over or something, just pretend like you're batting first. Get as many runs as you can. Don't fall in a heap. Good comeback. Baba gets this length absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that's the ball, isn't it? And you can see there Mohamed Ishan is saying, yeah, that's the one. That's where you want to be. And when you can bowl these, why do you want to be banging it in short? I mean, this is an absolute jaffa.
Yeah, look at that. That's almost the batter's perspective as well. Angles in, seams away. It's the end of the over. 2 down. It is 14 without loss. If you're wondering what a golden ball is, well, this is what a golden ball is. If we do have a tie, we have the golden ball tiebreaker, and you'll only see it here on ECN, although I know a few other tournaments have started taking it on around Europe, but it's basically one more ball, and the batting team needs to get 2 runs or more. If they do, they win, otherwise the fielding team wins. We've had 35 of them now all time. We had 11 this year. The bowlers have been incredible lately. The batters won pretty much all the earlier ones. Anyway, here's Hitman, Mohamed Kamran, in over number 3. Goes after him because he has to. Could be out, and it is out. It's a nice catch taken down there by Prince Daman, who had to fall as he caught the ball, but it's going to be Imran that has to go. Again, he's slightly beaten for pace, I think, by Mohamed Kamran. Just hung up in the air long enough for Prince to get there. Did very well to take the catch, and the first wicket falls. 14 for 1.
Yeah, good catch. It's a very, very good fielder, is Prince Daman. We've seen him take some sensational catches in Barcelona, and he's not going to drop that, and does well, backpedaling, gets himself in the position, takes it cleanly, and the hitman, Cameron, has his first wicket.
Yeah, and you can hear just a few quick instructions for Conrad Greenshields, who comes out at 3. Man, I would have been tempted to open with Conrad with the run chase as it is, especially because Imran Khan has just struggled a little bit in this series. But I mean, you also want to give people opportunities to prove themselves at the top of the order. I understand that. I mean, a lot of people in the chat, and he shrugs, one of them, he's watched a lot of T10 cricket here on ECN, and he says Mohamed Baba would be the first name that he would pick on his team sheet. Tell you what, this guy wouldn't be far behind though, Conrad Greenshields. He's a guy that can bowl, bat, and field very well. Again, it's his international debut, having just met the qualification criteria to play for Portugal. And he's leading the side in this tournament.
Comes out at a very difficult position, really. It's that rate required per over, already above 17. And you're up against probably one of the better bowlers.
This is a great contest. Mohamed Kamran versus Conrad Greenshields. 2 ECN favourites. And there's 5 balls left in this over. Let's roll. And I think that Kamran is under strict instructions to go after Greenshields. And you can see right now,
this one was always going to be short.
Yeah, there's 9 other batters that are pretty happy they weren't facing that, I think, on that Portugal bench. This is good, though. Conrad, he's a tough cookie. He won't take a backward step as well. That's Jadbat. He's the 12th man in this game for Spain. I like this. It's what European cricket's all about. Shot, good reply. It finds the fielder. So we'll have to wait for now to see the battle resume. It'll be Imran Khan facing up. That's Adam Algar who does the fielding.
Remember Adam Algar back in when we
The first ever
started?
ECS?
Yeah.
The first ever ECS. So ECS, if you're not acquainted with this terminology, the European Cricket Series is domestic European tournaments that we also cover on ECN.
Yeah.
Most of the year is ECS. And our very first one was in March 2020, just pre-lockdown in Alicante. Now this is in the air and it's going to be caught. So Imran Khan's luck is out this time. It's going to be Hamza Salim Dar that takes the catch down at third man. It flew a long way off the bat. But Imran, he trots off. He knows he just wasn't quite able to get the worm moving in the right direction. He goes for 8 off 9. And he's the second wicket to fall, 15 for 2. And another wicket to Mohamed Kamran. Well, he's pretty quick, so I guess this is where you field your slip. And it almost flies all the way to the boundary, but well done by Hamza to hold on to that one.
Yeah, it's a good field positioning as well. You can see the Spanish team, they've practiced this a lot. They know where the fielders need to be. They know where and how to set the field when you've got somebody off the pace of Mohamed Kamran bowling. And that's just perfectly done. Good bowling in the right areas, and he knows that with the pace he's bowling at, the ball is going to get sliced where it's going to end up. They've got the player in the right place, and a very, very good catch there from Hamza Salim. So another wicket going down. And Spain, you've got to say here, not just looking impressive, but when you look at their squad as well, I mean, they've got plenty of depth, haven't they? Plenty of depth. And when you just looked at the bench there, Ashad Butt and Govinda Bajwa sitting this one out.
Got some good news. Guess what? The first lights have been turned on. So it's a matter of time until we fire them all up. Of course, the final match of the day will be completely under lights. Today it'll be Ireland 11 versus Czech Republic. Anyway, back to the action here. It's Ranasawa, the new batter. And he drives in the air, and what a catch! Unbelievable catch by Prince Demand. It's the Statue of Liberty play on steroids. He gets in the cloud to catch this one. One-handed stunner. Cameron's on a hat-trick and Portugal are a mess. It's 15 for 3.
Oh, what a ripper. That is a jalebi catch. Yes, it is. Well, Prince Diman, I told you about this man. I told you he was absolutely amazing in Barcelona when he took one of the best catches I've ever seen. And well, that one is right up there with it. This was travelling. It was high. And well, he says, forget it. I may be the prince, but there's a little bit of Superman about me as well. Well, what a catch this is. This is a jalebi catch. You need sticky fingers. Have some jalebi sticky fingers, and they stick like that. That's a beaut.
Well, I mean, before this, would have said that Conrad Greenshields' stop might have been the play of the day, but that's going to push it because that's an unbelievable catch by Prince. And he just takes it on his stride. Ranasawa, it feels like he's the unluckiest guy in Spain. There's Faf Stoneman. Might have to make the prayer a little bit longer because he's coming out and facing Cameron on a hat-trick. We've actually had 25 hat-trick takers this year on ECN. Will this be hat-trick number 26? So, well now, how do you set a field for this? Cameron's got one more ball left in his spell. What a catch, honestly.
Oh, that's sensational, isn't it? I mean, we talk about where we are, the Costa del Sol, and I say it all the time, sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. You want to know what sexy cricket is? That was sexy cricket. That was sensational.
Well, it's a fair thought with the youngster here, Faf Stoneman. He's a good player. I would say Conrad Greenshields there and Faf Stoneman probably, I suppose technically, I think they're probably their two most correct batters. And so, let's just have another look at it.
Oh.
And it's kind of behind him as well. He's a tall guy. He's had that in his favour. But I just thought there was no chance he was going to get there. He's just so cool about it, Prince.
He's a prince.
He's a fresh prince. That's right. What a great opportunity for him, though. Anyway, will this be hat-trick number 26 of the season? 2 slips in place, and it's Faf Stoneman who's facing the hitman. Last ball of the over. Well, where's this gone? It's in the air. Is it off the bat? It's out. It's a hat-trick. The hitman gets a hat-trick. Mohamed Kamran on fire, and he's off. Try and stop him. Unbelievable fast bowling here. He goes bang, 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 and at 3 overs, it's 15 for 4.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. And the little maestro, what a moment for him as well to get himself in the book. He takes a catch. And, well, this is sensational. Shaba, Mohamed Kamran. He has the hat-trick here on day 1 of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. That's what it's all about, isn't it? European cricketers making their dreams come true. And the hitman, Mohamed Kamran, gets a hat-trick. Absolutely fantastic.
Oh,
And isn't it great that the little man takes the catch
Yeah,
as well?
well, what a ball it was. I mean, really, I don't know what Faf Stoneman was meant to do there. I mean, he just gets a good one, and he kind of rolls his eyes and says good luck to his brother Miguel, who's going out to face it. Well, actually, he's not, because that's the end of the over as well. So, geez, I'd love to see a third over of Mohamed Kamran. But that was a ball that was quick, and it comes back towards him. And in the end, he's just basically trying to protect himself. And Gaurang Mayavanshi, I don't think that's in the middle of the hands, but he's pumped, isn't he, as well? And right now, Spain on home soil.
Catch him if you can.
I've never seen Cameron run that fast.
No.
But he was off 4 for 7, his figures off his 2 overs. Unbelievable stuff. And that over went wicket.1. Wicket, wicket, wicket. So 4 wickets came off the third over, just the one single there. And that's an over we'll remember for a long time.
Absolutely sensational. Well, the Spanish boys, Equipo Roja, well, they're turning on the style here. And first with the bat and now with the ball. 15 for 4, Portugal. It's just nicely played away, and that's going to be 4 runs. He just plays this one, gets it in the gap. Well, that'll do nicely. And Green Shields, he's seen it all happen at the other end. And Mohamed Baba looks like he wants a change. Make a few changes in the field, just helping this along. Yeah, I mean, this is a sensational start on a...
I'm just trying to think of what you'd think if you saw that over and it's your first time watching ECN cricket, because that's another potential player today, that hat-trick from Kamran.
Yeah.
Portugal 19 for 4 now. Miguel Stoneman's out there. Green Shields, this is though, and he angles a 4 away to the boundary. So again, now for me, you're not really thinking about the target of 148, but you are trying to build a decent score so your net run rate doesn't take a hit, because this is tournament play. You'll play 8 matches, and this is smart batting. No third man in place, and just deflects it away.
I think Baba wants that man there, but Christian Munoz was a little bit against it at the moment. He may change it now. Look, you talk about plays of the day. 3 come to my mind already.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to have Conrad Green Shields, that save.
Correct.
Yeah, that save was magnificent. Prince Demand's catch.
Yes.
Okay, and then obviously you got a hat-trick.
Well, I mean, it's the middle of the hat-trick as well, that one. So that's awkward. Yeah. But it's going to be hard. We will have a play of the day that we'll be doing every day. If you have a look at our social media at European Cricket, you can check it out. But here's Baba. Oh, sends it back. Here. Hits, he's gone. Oh. Misses. Yeah, I don't know who's... I think it might be Charlie that's in charge of the play of the day. Ooh. Charlie Hunt, who I was commentating with in Belgium last week. Good luck, Charlie.
Yeah, good luck.
He already called it. He already messaged me saying, well, that's it. After the Conrad stop, that'll be the play of the day. And I said, hold on. We still got half the day to go.
There's a lot of cricket still to come. Hey, listen, the 6 over point from Daniel Torkaya wasn't a bad shot either, right? This is a pretty good shot. Talking about 6s, but that's another one. Ball in Nasona. Conrad Green Shield says, well, okay, you may have taken a few wickets, but I'm still here, and the party is not over.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Definitely a good shot. Yeah, Conrad. You can see how important he is to this team. No, it's his T10 debut. It's his international debut, actually, for Portugal, having just met the criteria. But he's a leader to them. Another good contest, Baba versus Green Shields. Pitched up, good comeback. And that's the thing about Baba. If he does go for a boundary, the next ball's going to be a pretty good one. So he rarely goes for multiples. Here's Dan Doyle. Kaya, he has been incredible tonight with the bat. I think he's a real one to watch. So just think about some of the matchups that we won't see on opening day. We'll see tomorrow, such as Ireland taking on Spain. I think for me, they're the 2 teams that have kind of impressed the most here on opening day. See what that's look forward to.
We've still got Ireland to see one more time today. Ireland against the Czech Republic, last match of the day.
His leg side, and get one here. Stoneman off the mark, again, good young player. But that's a big mountain to climb, isn't it? As we hit the end of the 4th over. There's Tom Vine. Haven't seen him with the ball yet this innings. It's 31 for 4 after 4. Once again, very, very good evening, I guess, here from Spain, as the lights will be on shortly. We're about, what is it, around about an hour and a bit away from sunset, so it should be really exciting. We've got two teams out here, Spain and Portugal, a lot of rivalry. And I know this looks like a bit of a mismatch at the moment, but wasn't that long ago that Portugal beat Spain in the T20 Internationals?
Absolutely correct. I mean, Portugal played really well in that tournament, and they caused a few surprises as well. Went on and beat Belgium as well, which was a big shock. So we know that. And don't forget, remember last year, Portugal, they started badly.
Yeah.
But they then put some really good performances together.
That's true.
So I think we're going to see better from them. This is a blip. It happens. And on this occasion, they've just found Spain on a high.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. I mean, obviously, they're missing Sean Gomes, who is a bit of a loss for them. It was excellent last year. But yeah, they knocked off the Netherlands 11 in a game that, well, you would have said there's no chance. Portugal, who I think had lost 6 in a row at that point. And I think they'd already, a lot of them had booked their transport back a day early to Portugal because they needed to win both matches to make the finals, including the Netherlands that hadn't lost yet. And then they knocked them over. And it was quite incredible. In fact, then they even scored 150 in an 8-over game on Friday morning on finals. Here's Atif Mohammed, and it will be 4 here. So it's a little bit short, and this is a nice shot by Stoneman, who kind of just goes with the bounce. He doesn't really try to keep it down, and he gets a boundary. Good batting.
It's a nice shot, actually, and that will do him and his confidence a lot of good. And he gets a whiff, but look, he's still going to put it away. Gets himself into a good position. And hits it pretty well. Just getting some encouragement from his captain there, Conrad Greenshields. And Conrad, he's a smart cricketer. He'll probably be saying to Miguel Stoneman, look, okay, never mind the mat situation. Let's just bat. Let's just enjoy our batting. Let's try and get as close as we can. Probably setting themselves little targets along the way here.
Yeah, you got to treat it like you're batting first, basically, I think, here. So if you're batting first, you don't know what the second team is going to make. For example, you don't know they're going to make 147. So that's the approach I think you've got to have from here. So if you can get, say, even 10s from here, you can get up to kind of between 85 and 100, something like that from here. It would probably take, still not a great one to go down by 50+ runs, but still, you don't want to go down by a ridiculous amount. Pitches up, goes for it, and this is going to fly away for 4 as well. They moved the third man round a little bit. Come on, clunks off the light tower. Oh, watch out, we need those lights. It will be 4, and Portugal just trying to put something together in the second half of their innings, which is starting shortly.
Yeah, interesting to see Atif Mohammed. He's got his hand quite heavily bandaged up. It's not his bowling arm, but still, I mean, it's a white bandage. And I think batters could be well within their right to ask him to move that for a different colour, Vinny.
Yeah, I suppose non-bowling hand. Probably wouldn't be too bothered, but you've got an eagle eye for these things.
Yeah, I mean, if
you're
watching him running in, he does keep that hand very close to the ball to the last minute.
That's true.
So just here, you see, at that point.
The slow ball. Yeah, it's a fair point, what you're saying. And the infamous Dean Jones asking Curtly Ambrose to take off the white armband, followed by the fastest bowling I think anyone had seen for a while back then. But yeah, I mean, it's such a shame Cameron didn't have any more deliveries because he finishes with a hat-trick. And they're just getting faster and faster and faster. It's a bouncer, not a bad one. Thinks about pulling it. And that just couldn't get organised in time. It'll be the end of the 5th over. The score is 40 for 4. You see, I don't think that's a wide because it literally goes over his body. So, like, yeah, if you look at where his torso is, it kind of goes straight over it. So I actually think that's okay. Anyway, let's have a look at the scorecard. 20 off 10 for Greenshields. Miguel Stoneman, he's still there. 6 not out of 4. The openers, I think they're going to have to do something about that. That's twice. They've tried that combination. It hasn't really worked. I know they're both very capable. I'd be tempted to open with Greenshields. I think you got to gamble, put your best foot forward. I think he's able to handle the quicker bowling, which is kind of a bit more technically adept. I would probably use Greenshields in the batting order a bit like Spain used Babar. I'd actually put Greenshields up the top and I would just try a few other options around him and see what sticks. Here's a little maestro, Gorang Mayavanshi, who's going to bowl for the first time in ECC cricket. He's right up in the block out. Now here's a guy, he looks knee-high to a grasshopper, and you say, well, how's this guy going to get wickets? But I tell you what, he was the leading wicket taker in the Barcelona tournament at the start of last year, over 5 weeks. And yeah, he's just really brave. He won't be afraid to toss it up. This one is worked around the corner, and it's going to go for 6. Maximo! Well, this Miguel Stoneman, another good young player who handles this one pretty well. He steps across his stumps, takes a little bit of a risk, but gets enough badminton to get it the journey.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets himself in a position here pretty early. Look, he backs himself to do it. He's sort of playing that right off the stumps, you know, Vinny. I mean, that was on the middle stick. And it's the umpire, Nilkesh Patel from Barcelona, giving the signal. Manos arriba, 6 carreras. A little maestro.
Yeah, here's a comeback ball. Goes wider. Get away, but do get a single to the man out there. It's Prince Demand. How about that catch, though, as well? From Prince Demand earlier. That was crazy.
Great opportunity for the likes of Goran and Vanashi to bowl here with over 21 required per over.
This one beats the bat. It's a bit of extra bounce there. Yeah, look, it's a good opportunity to kind of have a little maestro, get an over, because I think there's very little pressure on him here. There's Paulo Butchamatsa. He's a real servant of Portuguese cricket. Goes for it, goes straight, it goes pretty well. Conrad takes him downtown. Maximo! Now it's Conrad doing the conducting on this occasion and gets plenty of that one.
Yeah, that's a big hit. And, I think there may have been something said about the wicketkeeper there. Conrad is giving him a big evil stare, but that's gone a long way. That's a good hit.
Yeah, a little bit of friendly chirp, but not really unexpected when Spain take on Portugal. No doubt about that. 50's up as well for Portugal. Last ball of the over. Takes him on again, he flights it up and he gets it pretty good as well. It's out of here. Maximo! Another one on the light towers. Stop hitting him at the light towers. We need to turn them on and we'll need them all. Bang, bang to finish the over. Maivanchi goes for 19 and after 6 overs it's 59 for 4.
Yeah, it's taking it on the spin. Well, there you go. Bang, right into the old base of these lights, which, well, maybe just trying to knock them into action. Yeah, some of the lights are starting to come on, aren't they? It won't be long here now. It's going to be amazing. Can't wait. And, what a sight that's going to be. It's going to be a first again. The European Cricket Network with these new, thrilling, historic initiatives coming into play. Today is going to be a big day. Already it's a massive day, the start of this, the second ever Dream11 European Cricket Championships. But this one, day-night matches.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Here's Tom Vine. He's going to bowl over number 7. Starts with an off-cutting slower ball up in the block hole. I'll just get one here. Yeah, I suppose the thing with Mayavanchi, the big question is, okay, is he too slow through the air to trouble batters that are next level up? You know, that's the thing. That's the question, I suppose. But we've also seen him get hit, but come back from and take wickets. So I'd like to see him get a second over, to be honest, just to see how he goes. This is hit square of the wicket, and it's placed pretty well. Conrad's hit him well today. He's up to 36. He's been the shining light in this batting lineup, and that's beautifully weighted on. You know you're going to get a steady diet of slower balls. Yeah. He was expecting it and hit it very well.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is, I mean, they're missing somebody like Homesh from their side. And I mean, he was just was huge for them. And when Portugal did come back after that disastrous start last year, he was incredible. I think he played three back-to-back 50s, didn't he, Gomesh? Yeah. And that's what they're missing. Maybe someone like Conrad, if you can get some support, somebody else can make the difference.
Yeah, just have a look at him now. I mean, he's 37 off 15.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he is pretty much going at the rate required.
Shazad, right?
What's that?
Portugal.
Yeah, they're missing a few
key players as well.
Yeah, a few key players. I mean, Czech probably got the same kind of issue with Aaron Ashokan and Tesh Wickramasinghe unavailable. It's fine. Goes up, goes high, goes out of the ground. Miguel, well, the boy's got muscles. He takes this one, and he takes it over long on for 6. Good batting. He moves up to 20.
Well, what a hit this is. Boom. Shakalaka. Well, this is not the Miguel Stoneman that I know. What they've been doing to him. Well, this is a tremendous hit. It really is. I mean, there's a little bit of Mohamed Barbar about that shot.
You know what? Vine hit Hassan Yusuf in the helmet earlier today with a quick one. I think that's the thing. You need to throw that one in just to keep the batter honest now and then. This might be it here. It was. So he goes upstairs. And Miguel Stoneman can't get anything on that one. But that's the thing. It's always a bit of cat and mouse. I mean, there are certain bowlers. I mean, James Faulkner for Australia was one that you would play expecting a slower ball and then adjust to the quicker ball, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Because you just know the proportion of slower balls you're getting at this stage is so high. So for Viant, the trick is when to throw in that quicker one and how often, I suppose. So he's gone for 12. Last ball coming up. Hooked away, and this will be 6. Maximo! Well, pretty good over for Portugal. A little bit of a smile from Butchie as Stoneman moves to 26, and also it's the end of the 7th over. Walking 6.77 for 4 after 7.
This is a really good shot. Picks it early. I like the way he just holds his shape, doesn't he? Till the last moment. Stays nice and upright. And there says Bolo saying, yeah, I'm loving that. And, well, Conrad not giving anything away there with his emotions. But I'm sure the captain is pretty happy with this this performance here from Miguel. Miguel didn't play the first match. I think it was the 12th.
Yeah.
So seeing him out there and batting like this, that didn't give the captain plenty of encouragement.
Yeah, he's batting really well. Got to say, Ireland 11 versus Czech Republic, this is the match where the lights will take effect a little bit later on. Match 5, Ireland 11 winning the toss, electing to bowl. I'm a bit surprised, actually. I would have thought maybe they would have liked to have batted the 10 overs. And Seamus Lynch, he really impressed me with the bat. But for Czech Republic, I know Sabah Davitsi made 71 not out. Wasn't quite enough to get them over the line. Should be a fascinating matchup. And now Mayavanchi is getting a second over. It's going to start with the boundary. The fielder was just not able to get there in time. Was Prince Demand. Well, he's already been a hero once, but he couldn't quite get there. And so, good batting by Greenshields. He moves into the 40s with that stroke.
Yeah, Mayavanchi just a little bit too short here. And look, he allows Greenshields to make the adjustment, go back inside his crease and put that away. And even the Prince can't get anywhere near this one.
It's a quicker one. Yeah, so this is where, okay, Mayavanchi's the funny one, because especially if he can bowl at a new batter, except at the moment he's kind of bowling at set batters. When he can get a new batter in, he'll really tempt them. But at the moment, the batters are kind of in, they're firing, they're fearless, they know they've got nothing to lose here really, Portugal. This one batter steps across, and thinking of 2, Conrad wants to take it on, doesn't get too much response. But look, what we were saying a bit earlier, Portugal would be great if they could get somewhere between the 85 and 100, the way things were looking. Looks like they should get more than that now, but I think a lot is reliant on this partnership. It's going to be a wide. But it's so interesting when we see players coming of age before our very eyes. Certainly Gorang, who's bowling, he's one of them. He's had a bit of a hard time on his T10 international debut here. It's better ball. It's just going to be worked away for one. Greenshields, who was very important before, wasn't he, in that win over the Czech Republic. They won by 3 runs in the end. Conrad with 41 runs, 19 balls in that match, following up with another 40 plus here. That's pretty close, you know. Well, they're going to take it on. I'm going to say, I reckon this was way closer than anyone realised, because he got a long way across. I suppose, does it really turn? He's very wide of the crease, I suppose. It's not far away.
Not far, but always going to drift on to miss the leg stick. Certainly worth an appeal.
You say always.
But not with our men in black.
Yeah. That's a pretty good shout. Last ball the over. Cut away. We'll get a single here. So Mayavanchi ends up going for 28 off his spell. Greenshields moves to 44 and keeps the strike. 8 overs down. It's 87 for 4.
87 for 4, all the 4 wickets, just to remind you, were taken by that, well, electrifying spell of bowling from the hitman. Mohammed Cameron picked up 4 wickets for just 7 runs, including the hat-trick.
Well, the white worm has a sore neck from looking upwards, and I'm not even sure if worms have necks, but do they have one long neck, or they don't really have a neck at all? I don't know, but you can see they've always been behind. What about that 4-wicket over from Mohammed Cameron, though, in the 3rd? That really snuffed out any realistic chance of Portugal making this total. Though I have liked the fight back from these two, who've now batted through 5 overs together.
Yeah, it's been encouraging. A lot of teams, I think, would have folded and would have gave up the goose, if you like. But the captain's been out there. He's probably been encouraging Miguel Stoneman to bat. And these two, well, look at this. Look where he's batting here. I think he's lost with the stumps up. Well,
it's genius stuff from Conrad. Well, he just said, come at me. I'm going to bat over here. I would have been tempted to actually bowl at the wickets just for something different. Atif Mohammed takes the bait. Not sure if this is off the bat or not. But, yeah, he's saying, all right, here. Says, yeah, I'm going to follow you. He says, okay. And well, it's so wide, the keeper's nowhere near it.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I think that's the bowler saying, well, I know what you want me to do. I'm not going to do it.
Again, you've always got the option of stepping inside that and getting a wide. You know, but anyway, Conrad knows what he's doing. It's off the bat, in fact. He moves to 48. Goes to 99 runs for the day. 89, I should say, at the moment. And this is out the next one. Try and catch him napping, but he's not going to fall for that one.
Yeah, he's trying to work that one away. I mean, it's got to be careful, and it's got to be a good hit, because there's two men waiting there. Got the third man. Good point. Got this interesting field place also where you got Mohammed Barber at. It's sort of like a fly slip, I would say.
It's an interesting one. Yeah, it's going to go in that general direction. So they've got the kind of there's two third men, if that makes sense. And so you've got Baba, who's in the circle, but he's more at like a fourth slip line. And so he's there, I think, also as a catching position.
Yeah.
But I mean, you might have to get lucky, because it might also just fly over his head. And they've got a more square, like a sixth man, if you want to call it that, which is on the boundary. Anyway, here's Stoneman. He's going to go in that direction, and it will go to that man, call him sixth man, give or take a man.
Yeah.
But yes, Hamza Salim does the fielding down there.
It's a good field. I like it, because if you know that your bowlers are going to bowl that line that you want them to bowl, well, that's where the shots are going to be played. So you've got that sort of, I'm going to call him more of a fly slip in that area. Third man is not that far away from him, backing him up on the boundary.
It's a catching position. Your edges fly further in this form of the game. We've seen it all the time. Goes straight and goes pretty good. Christian Munoz-Mills is a good fielder, but he's not going to get there. It's going to be into the gap, and it's going to be 4. And yet this is the field that, yes, Corey Rucker's kind of devised it. It's a Southern Cross, but it's Conrad that beats on that occasion. He gets his first 50 for Portugal. What a great moment for Conrad. He takes it on straight. Again, he's pretty still, isn't he? Good-looking cricket shot, and that's the gap that is there as a result of the field. He moves to 53. His half century coming up in 23 balls. Really deep in his crease now. So he's expecting a Yorker, and he's trying to turn it into something he can get under. Or he's just going to get a length ball, which he's beaten for pace, and now he's caught. And Christian Munoz-Mills will take the catch. You can see there, it means a lot to him. But Conrad, Green Shields, batted very well for 53. Got very deep in his crease there, and was just late on it, I think. Essentially, it's a pull shot that ends up turning into a bit of a flat bat miss hit down the ground. Nice catch as well by Munoz-Mills. And look, that's what the field does. It changes the angles. It changes the batter's mindset, because now you've got a big wall of 3 people instead of 2, and you don't have that gap down the ground. But that's always safe in cricket.
Yeah.
But unless you put a man there, and you are allowed to have a fielder there, they just need to be stationary when the ball's running in, the ball's bowled. And he was in the best position there to take the catch, but well batted by Green Shields. Pretty good day at the office for him, despite Portugal.
Yeah, that's well batted.
Go down here.
He gets his half-century ball, but they up near captain Conrad Green Shields, near Portugal, the captain of the half-century Manali. So another batter getting a half-century. So certainly the batters have been scoring runs here today, but of course this match will be remembered for the 4 wickets, including the hat-trick taken by Mohammed Cameron. But it's been a good battle, and I'm liking that from Conrad, Vinny, you know, because quite easily the captain could have gone out there totally disheartened with the situation at that time, you know, with the 4 wickets down. But he's batted well. I think he's also encouraged Miguel Stoneman to bat well as well. I'm just hoping that as we go into this last over, that they can get past that 100 mark and make it a respectable finish.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Anthony Chambers, who's going to be there for the last over. Tom Vine will bowl it. That's hit pretty well by Stoneman. Into the gap, long chase, and an unsuccessful chase. So Miguel, he's been another positive in this innings for Portugal. He moves into the 30s, 4 runs. And yeah, that partnership that got broken, it was 82 of 36 balls. So that's a great rearguard action. I suppose there are some positives to take out of this for Portugal, the way they fought bat. Again, they may have to look at perhaps just tinkering with this order a bit. A slower ball. It's just a 360-degree swing this time from Stoneman.
Yeah, liking that from Tom Vine. That's one thing Tom Vine's done in all the years that I've known him as a cricketer. He's become smarter as he's matured. He's got a lot of variations. It's like a packet of Bombay mix, I'd like to say. You never know what's coming out next.
Yeah, that's true. Tell you what, magnificent head of hair on Tom Vine as well. Could probably get creative with that as well. It goes after this. It would have been a wide, but now it's going to be out. And the catch is taken by Hamza Salim Dar in that position. And this is why I think it is a useful position because it's also a run-saving position with those little deflections. This wouldn't have carried if he was back on the line. Hamza, safe pair of hands from him. And so both protagonists in the chat have been dismissed now. It's the end of Stoneman, but not before a pretty handy 32 off 17. 3 Maximos and 2 boundaries in his innings, but as he departs, it's 101 for 6.
Yeah, it's a good innings from him once again. He was out there when he was under pressure. Wickets were fallen or had fallen all over the place when he went out there, and he put a good partnership, as you said, of 86 runs together with his captain. And there's that fielding position we're talking about, taking the catch there, so it does work.
Yeah, that was one of those hanging edges, right? So it took a lot of pace off the ball. But, you know, credit to Miguel. I think he's a kind of last-minute replacement of the squad, but he's really pushed his case here. Yes, it's a real fighting knock from Miguel Stoneman, and he can crack a smile as well. You know, he came in at the end of that hat trick, probably just wondering, will he be another statistic? Well, he has good numbers in that 32. New batter is Path Challenger, the keeper. He's another guy. He's drafted into the squad late, but no Path's a guy we've seen play a fair bit of cricket on ECN. And straight away, almost takes out Tom Vine. This will go to that straight man for 1.
Yeah, hits this well. I think Tom does pretty well. Get his leg out of the way. This one, it's not worth it. It's not when the match is already done and dusted. Says, okay, I'll let this one go through, I think. Wise decision.
But Janjat plays his cricket for Werash in the Portuguese competition. And back to Chambers. 2 to come. Steps cross, gets a fair bit of this. Is it far enough? It is Maximo. Well, there's Cameron. Well, he was jumping around for different reasons earlier. This time he gets right back, does everything he can to pull it back from the beyond, but he couldn't do it. And what a great start that is for Chambers.
And if you got anywhere near that, I tell you what, that dollar you dropped this morning would have been forgotten about. But he's not able to try and everything. Well, I don't know if he did try there in the end.
It's more fall than jump, to be fair, from Cameron. But anyway, so last ball coming up. Look, Portugal, I think from where they were, if they get to this 110-ish, I think they've done a pretty good job. I think although Spain are going to take the points here in match 4. Here's the last ball of the game. Wow, smacks it. Oh. And that's sweet, that one. That's out of here as well. Maximo. Well, this is what I'm talking about. Chambers coming in at 8. If he can do that, he's too low. I think their issues have been with the batting today, particularly in the top 4, probably with the exception of Greenshields. But it is Spain that win match 4. The final score is Spain 147, Portugal 114. The margin of victory is 33 runs. And look, Spain, yeah, they do win. They get 2 wins out of 2. A great opening day for them. Portugal, look, they had their moments. I suppose the issue was they were battered out of the game, weren't they, in the first half. And despite a good fight back, it was just going to be too steep of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice clip there of Corey Ruckus, the manager and coach of the Spanish team, just giving a few hugs
I'll tell you something about Corey. He's coaching Spain, but he has also worked as a coaching consultant of both Portugal and the Czech Republic in this group. So, and I don't know.
That's a bit interesting.
Probably coached Austria at some point as well. I don't know about Ireland, but anyway.
So he's always a winner then.
Certainly knows a fair few of these guys really well. And I'll tell you what, you're going to see some stuff here in the power play. And it was Cameron who was making things happen. He had 4 wickets in this 3rd over, and it was quite incredible. Speaking of incredible, look at this. That's the middle leg of the hat trick. And he just pulled it out of the clouds, didn't he, Prince Demand? And then Faf Stoneman, well, he did pause from a prayer, but he didn't really have a prayer that time, as that one jumped on him. Mayavanchi took the catch, completed the hat trick. Cameron was away. And what a moment that is, the first hat trick of this ECC.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? And a great bit of bowling, good pace, and that's why he's known as the hit man. A magical moment, something that he'll remember for a long time. And a lot of you remember, you saw it here on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and what a great match this was. But look, full credit also, Vinny, I've got to say, to Portugal. Like you said, they got batted out of this game, and when they were 15 for 4 at the end of 3 overs, you know, you didn't see them getting to 100. Yeah. You didn't see them maybe getting to 70.
We were talking
I think the captain and the team will take a lot of heart from
We would say talking like 85 would be a good result from where they were. They end up getting to 114. So again, net run rate is so important at the end of the week because it is the tiebreaker. We even had Butchie smiling towards the end. It was a really good partnership, 82 in 36 balls. And Conrad, I don't even know where or what pitch he was playing on, but Atif played along on that occasion. That went for 4. And yeah, Stoneman's a bit of a surprise packet. And we saw him last year. You can see how far he's come along in 12 months. That was the straight field there. Christian Munoz-Mills taking that miss hit of Conrad, who did get his first half century for Portugal. So that's a nice moment for him. I got to say though, I mean, some of these guys coming down the order, and particularly Chambers. I mean, look at the way he hit those two. Hit them really sweetly. I'd be tempted to use him just based off those 2 balls. Cameron, well, he's not going to win any long jumps in the Olympics, put it that way, but he had made his mark. The last 2 balls disappeared, but unfortunately, Portugal, they'll disappear with just the 2 points out of day 1. Of course, they did beat Czech Republic. They couldn't overcome Spain. Chasing 148, they ended up with 114 for 6. So more or less a pass score, but just have a look at the 2 contributors that made it. It was Greenshields with 53 and Stoneman with 32. Chambers with a couple of maximos. Apart from that, wasn't a great effort from the other guys.
It is, but Vinny, what a match. What a match. We've seen in that match there, we saw 2 half centuries. Right? We saw a half century from the Spanish captain, Christian Munoz. We saw a half century from the captain of Portugal, Conrad Greenshields. We saw a magnificent Jalebi catch, and we also saw a hat-trick where 4 wickets were taken in.
How about those figures from Cameron as well? 4 for 7. And look, I'll just say, apart from that, Atif took a wicket, Tom Vine took a wicket, but probably a bit too expensive, I suppose, today. Vine hasn't been as effective as you thought he might be. Maybe he needs to be a little bit less predictable. Yeah, but take nothing away from that. Yeah, we saw an incredible spectacle there, and that was a game that wasn't even that close, to be honest, in the end.
That's the beauty of this European cricket. European cricket, this T10 format, it's just fantastic.
Every game, there's something you can take away from it. And I tell you what, tonight, you're going to see some history because the lights are being turned on as we speak, and they'll be in full effect probably around halfway through this next match. It'll be Ireland 11 taking on the Czech Republic in the last game of the day. Take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes here in Cartama. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. We'll see you shortly for the closing match of day 1 in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. It's going to be a big night of cricket because for the first time we'll see a match played under lights. Match 5 here, and it's Ireland 11 versus Czech Republic in this match. We have a special coin tosser here. It is Abraham from HCL Software that will toss the coin for match 5.
Hits. Hits is called. It is tails.
So it is Ireland 11 that win the toss and elect to bowl. Bit of a surprise for me because they looked really good with the bat. I would have loved to have seen them bat the 10 overs, but they will be chasing. Seamus Lynch really impressed me. Czech Republic couldn't come up with a win earlier on, but they did get close. Sabawun Davitsi in good form for them. Let's see what happens over to the commentary box. Rico will take it from here. Let's turn the lights on and get started in match number 5.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu. And the lights are on and they look magnificent. And the Cartama Oval is looking as pretty as a picture. Yep, day-night games. And we're ready to start off the final match here today between Ireland and the Czech Republic. Ireland electing to field first, so they fancy chasing. And why not? Why stick to something that worked for them in the last game? I mean, they got a comprehensive victory, didn't they, against Austria? Doing that with ease, didn't they? And chasing down 93, and that was down to Seamus Lynch, 59 of 18 with that player of the match performance. The Czech Republic, well, they had a loss to Portugal, and even though they made a fight of it, chasing 127 for victory, it was Sabawun Diazi who was the key player for them. He did get player of the match performance, 71 not out of 42, batted all the way through the innings, but really just missed a partner to give him some support and help them get to the winning target, losing that one by just 3 runs. This one, well, the bat versus ball wall is saying Ireland 117 to 79 from the Czech Republic. So Ireland looking to thump home in this match. Remember, they've got a win under their belt as well, and looking to join Spain at the top of the table. Spain with that victory, the 2 wins from them today. First up, they beat Austria, and then we just saw them beat Portugal, sitting pretty at the top of the table so far. The umpires for this match making their way out to the middle as well. Andrew Elliott with Suleiman Saeed. Both batters are out there. So as I said, Sabawun Diazi is going to be opening. He'll be hoping to stay in the sort of form that I mentioned already when he had that magnificent knock of 71 of 42 deliveries in match number 2 against Portugal, but ended up on the losing side. And his partner Dylan Stern will be hoping that he can get his campaign up and running. Did play one very good shot for 6 in that match, but wasn't able to do much else. So he's a talented player, and I know that my partner in crime, Vinny Sandu, has spoken very highly of him. So let's see if he can produce here. See the bowler getting ready to mark up his run up. It's going to be Matthew Humphreys again, so they're going to continue starting with spin. And talking to a few people around the ground that know this this very young Irish team, they do believe that the key to their success could be with the spin. Go. Umpires wait to get the thumbs up from our official timekeeping partner, Cricket Constant, to get ready for the final match of the day. And what a day it has been. Here we go. Humphreys with Diazi, and Diazi just pulls out at the last moment. This time the batter decides he's not quite ready. Playing in the European Cricket Championship for the very first time, Ireland made a very good debut. See if they can continue their impressive start. Oh wow, it goes to the wrong end, and it's still, the ball is still live. Well, a little ping pong action there in the middle. Well, the batter just drops the bat on this and wanted to go. And the communication, well look, I've got to say this, by Diazi, though he did score 70 odd runs not out, he did run out 8 batters in that match against Portugal, so he has got issues with his running. No run there. Humphries. 2 balls, 2 dots, no runs. Raviti goes down on 1 knee, goes for the slog sweep, misses it. Nicely handled by Max Burton. Another man that made a very good contribution in their first match. Did great work behind the stumps. And then also scored 21 off 7, not out as well. Well, this time he does get hold of it, and this sails away. Boom! Shakalaka! Nice hit. And this is out on the one before, and he nails this one. And that's what they got to do. And the 2 batters now thinking, okay, we'll sort our running out, don't worry about it. But you know what, son? If you keep hitting the ball like that, we won't worry about running. Maybe that's the plan. That's a good idea to say. First runs on the board, courtesy of that boundary. Plenty of 6s on day 1, Group A. That will be the reply from the bowler. Humphries. Slightly quicker ball, but straight down the throat of the fielder. Hits it pretty well, but the field has been set, and the Green Army come together in the middle, saying, yep, that's another. And well, he's saying, I hardly saw that, but that's why you need the lights. Hits it pretty well, doesn't it? It was the slightly quicker delivery, and well, that is the end of Sabawun Lavazzi. I suppose the bad thing is, he's an informed player. He gets the toe end of this, you see. Doesn't get the power in it. Safe hands on the fielder. Well, that's the bad news, I suppose, that Vyasi has to go. The good news is that he may not run any batters out in this innings. And that could be key as well. A bit disappointed as he shrugs off. 6 and out for him. Of the 4 balls that he faces, he's not going to be able to match that mammoth innings from him in that narrow defeat to Portugal, 126 to 123, where he scored 71 of 42 deliveries. Still having a look at the toe end of the bat. Still went a long way from the toe end. Safe catch taken. The first wicket inside the first over, so certainly the spin attack right from the word go seems to be working, and well, right on cue, another wicket goes down as my partner in crime, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, comes into the Dream Cube.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a cube anymore, is it? More a dream box.
Dream box.
But what I will say, yeah, I think Davidsky will be kicking himself. That was there to hit, but he got it really low on the bat. And that's the reason it doesn't go that far. Gets caught in the outfield. That's a big wicket, isn't it? And if he's not standing up, who's going to? That's the question. Sadie Bouillon gets another chance at 3, and he didn't really get going in that previous game. I'd say that Matchett's been a pretty good fielder for Island 11 today. He wasn't going to make a mistake on the boundary there. So, yeah, Humphries just got a good knack of getting in the right spot. Now, you'll see that Bouillon pretty keen to get going, but there wasn't a run there. So, yeah, the real testing time, I think, ahead for Czech Republic. What do you think about winning the toss and fielding here? We're in the kind of middle stage now where the lights are on, but there's still a fair bit of natural light. We'll see the lights taking over.
I think they just want to stick with what worked with them in that first match.
Don't the lights look great though? 6 for 1 after 1 over. They're all firing up now, and I think it's been a great effort from the ground staff as well to come up with a solution, because the demand was there for us to flick the switch and turn on at night. I just saw the guy that's in charge of the electricity. He looks nervous. I think I'm sweating a lot because it's a hot day. But no, I think at the moment it's going to be something really beautiful when the lights take over tonight.
Yeah, it looks absolutely sensational, I have to say. I mean, this is a huge moment, a big moment, and for a lot of people that have been involved with Spanish cricket over the years, it's a very proud moment as well. The likes of Juan Carlos, the president, and John Howden, who were there in the fan zone. And what a moment this is. I mean, they wouldn't have dreamt that anything like this, the Euros of cricket would be taking place in Spain when it has. This is the 2nd year running. Also the European Cricket League here at the Cartama, and now under lights as well. Massive moment as you see the first ball there from Catherwood in the dot.
Yeah, Catherwood impressed me in the previous game as well. Just a natural shape he gets on the ball, has a really good seam position, and you can see it's almost a premeditated swipe, wasn't it, from Steyn, who I think is probably the most technically correct batter for the Czech Republic. He went 6 and out last time. Let's see how he goes left-hander here.
Beauty, great delivery, just getting that late movement away, just getting Dylan Stain just fishing at that one.
It's an intriguing contest. I mean, Czech Republic a lot more experienced in the format, but you can see this Ireland 11 team have been picked on the basis that they have the skills to be good at this format of the game. So even though they haven't really played it, I mean, you're already seeing that, I think, with some of the batting we've seen, the clever spin bowling options and pace bowling options we're seeing from the Irish.
That's good pace, isn't it? And, you just get the feeling that, and that's the other thing to take into account here, Vinny, is that I'm probably wondering just how much cricket that a lot of the young Irish players have played on an artificial surface.
Yeah, true.
Probably not too much, and I think the first match for them was just about adjusting to it. And you can see now, certainly I'm seeing now from Catherwood, he seems to be far more confident, running in better, and he's getting good delivery stride in, good follow through, generating a lot more pace. Oh, edge. Oh, that's superb. Absolutely brilliant. Top class. Great bit of cricket there. Catherwood getting the ball in the right areas again, finding the edge of Dylan Stain, and what a good catch behind the stumps that from Max Burden. Top class.
Oh, I'm a huge fan of Burton. Maxi B, he's flying here. It's a big edge, and look, he's a fair way back, okay, because Catherwood's got a bit of pace about him, but this is a wonderful catch. To get 2 gloves to this, and look, this is just supreme balance. He never gets wrong-footed. Quite a lot of times I see that keepers set up in the wrong place, and they're on the wrong foot, but he was there, and he was in a position to launch. He doesn't kind of get drawn with the natural angle of the left armour kind of coming in towards the stumps and have his weight in his right foot. He's just perfectly balanced to fly away for a dive, and Stain's going to have to go for a duck, so it's a tough opening, isn't it, now, with both openers back in the shed already. 6 for 2 in the second over.
Yeah, Dylan Stain, the only difference between him and Cinderella. Cinderella knew when to leave the ball. Well, he played and missed at a few, but this is a great catch.
Keeps his weight low, can actually launch and get something into the jump. Brilliant stuff. It's almost behind him when he catches it.
Yeah, superb.
You won't see better than that from a keeper.
Nah, just, and as we expect, Vinny, we expected a dynamic performance from Ireland in the field with the ball, and that's exactly what they've shown us here today. That is quality cricket. That's a new batter. Ventukaswamy comes in and takes his guard. Catherwood, and he comes steaming in now. It's nicely played. Gets back down, guys. It's down to third man and take the single.
Yeah, I know that there's a lot of discussion about what sort of team the Ireland 11 would be. I think there's a bit of an emphasis on youth. There's no doubt about that, because you've got Matchett, who's 25. Everyone else is 22 or younger. Some as young as 17. But I think they have been picked for this format, like I said. And all these guys, they're players that the Irish selectors for the senior team, or the #1 team, if you like, would be looking at. Yeah, Bouillon can't get going here. But I mean, what an opportunity for them to show they can do it under pressure. And yeah, you won't really get a better platform than this European Cricket Championship. End of the over as well, a 7 for 2 after 2 overs. Let's have a look at the table, and well, now we have one team that are clear at the top, for now at least, because Spain went 2-0 in their first day. But Ireland 11 with a win here, they could join Spain at the top of the table. It was a tough day at the office for Austria, really. They're the big kind of story, I think, on day one, that they can't get any points. And I know a lot of people were picking them maybe to go all the way in this Group A. Portugal do get some points and actually save the net run rate a bit by fighting back against Spain earlier. This is going to be Mikey O'Reilly coming in. And he's another good left-arm option.
Yeah, Mike O'Reilly bowled very well, didn't he, in that first match? So picked up 3 for 11. Pick of the bowlers. Also gets a lot of movement away. Got this one down once more to the man at third. So quite happy just to take these singles at the moment and try to get some kind of recovery going here.
It's a pretty special thing to play cricket under lights as well. I've done it a couple of times where it was a bit of a thrill, especially when the lights completely take over. And something just really beautiful about the white ball flying through the black sky as well, which we'll get to see. See a lot of discussions as well in the Czech camp about how they can try and fight back from this situation.
Bouillon yet to get off the mark. 2 deliveries he's faced. Here comes O'Reilly, steaming in. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's a good delivery, and again, beaten by pace. You can see that the ball's, as it's going through, it's the shot's being played far too late. O'Reilly, he's got a little plaster on his arm, which is coming off. He says, I don't need this, I'm hard. From Ireland, we're tough cookies. Back to his mark. We aren't finding it hard going here at the moment.
Yeah, sure is. A tough initiation here, Sazib.
Oh, this one. Oh, where's this cord? I think there's definitely helmet on this. I don't know if this takes anything first.
Yeah, it's grilled cheese sandwich time here for Sazib. This one gets him upstairs, surprised him for bounce. There is a lot of bounce. Don't know if it comes off the arm or something, or maybe top edge first.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Lucky's wearing that helmet. That's a couple of times today we've seen the helmet come into action. I think it's a very good idea to use it.
Yeah. You know, all of us at the European Cricket Network, we like to see all batters wear their helmets. Not something that we can enforce, unfortunately, but it's good to see all the batters here taking note. He does get a bit of bat on this, drags it out and makes his way to the safe end. He's not having a good time with this at the moment. Talking about safe end, not the best of throws there. The wicketkeeper only just diverting that one away from Venkateswamy.
Yeah, Venkateswamy's a good player. They've got a lot of talent, Czech Republic, I suppose. It's just hard to practice against something that's up a notch, which I think this is what Ireland 11 are bringing to the table here. I mean, that's why you get better as well. Venkateswamy's like fresh out of ideas there. Wants to play a shot, probably think of a couple of shots. In the end, just kind of freezes and lets it go straight over off stump.
Yeah. Once again, it's just that pace there. I think O'Reilly just a little bit sharper than what Guyani and also Venkateswamy have faced recently, and it shows. Just wonder if O'Reilly can sneak in a Yorker delivery here. Maybe that's his plan. Here he comes. Again, just paddled out to the behind point area. The throw comes in. I think he just gets in. It is going to be the end of the over, and the score moves into double figures. So certainly one of the lowest power plays that we've seen. 10 on the board, 2 wickets down.
Pretty close, judging by the reaction. They liked it. Just sidearm throw. And if it hits, yeah, it would have been gone. Doesn't have to ground his bat in the end.
Yeah,
well, he didn't believe he could hit the stumps in the end. I suppose he was right. And so we had the highest power play so far of the tournament from Spain in the last game. But this time we're going to get the lowest one, 10 for 2 after 3 overs. Just going back to that. It's always tough when you're playing unfamiliar opponents as well, because in a regular cricket match, I suppose it's a bit longer, you have a bit more time to feel each other out and get a sense of it. But here, you kind of have to attack from the get-go. Let's see if they can put something together here after the loss of the openers. Bowling change. It's going to be Kian Robertson who's going to bowl. So yeah, he's into the side, so he gets his opportunity now in the 4th over.
Nice start. Kian Robertson, just a good bit of flight. Doesn't push it through. So gets it straight, wicket to wicket. So this is one where he's basically trying to get the batters to go across the line here. Keep it full and straight. This one is sliced away and gets a bit of luck. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por el bateador. Hay 4 carreras. 4 runs, and it's lucky that they all count. So far, that's the 2nd boundary of the innings. There was the one big 6, the only scoring shot from Sabawun Divasi. And now this one, a streaky 4.
Just need a big borrow or steal, don't they, at the moment, these runs. Yeah. I really like the balance of their attack, Ireland 11. I think they've got some good pace bowlers, they've got a fair few left-armers, and yeah, some really good spin options.
This has been hit pretty hard, and it will go all the way. Boom! Shaka! Lagia manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Nice hit. Well, that's what they've got to do. Be positive And Buyan goes booyaka, bang, bang, 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do, even at this stage when you're struggling. It's more of a survival instinct, but yeah, Bouillard, maybe that's the shot that can get him going because he just hasn't had the timing on today. Goes for it again. This time could have found trouble and does. So 6 and out for Bouillard. And Kian Robertson, the 20-year-old, gets his first wicket in ECC cricket. And it's a fairly regulation catch down the ground. So Czech Republic, there were signs of life, but that challenge snuffed out by Robertson. And pretty nice catch as well down the ground. The score now 21 for 3.
Yeah, Carson McCulloch making no mistake at all, taking the catch. And well done to the youngster. So Ian Robertson getting his wicket. And just not getting any power in the shot at all. And it ends up being a nice, straightforward catch. So once again, the Irish team get into a huddle. And so far, it's been a good day for them. Everything seems to be going well. But one of the things, Vinny, I was saying to the viewers earlier, talking to a lot of the Irish in the fan zone and 1 or 2 people that know this team, they seem to be convinced that if this team were to do well, it was going to be because of the spin bowlers. They believe that Ireland have got a number of good spinners that in this format are going to be pretty key. And it does seem that way, doesn't it?
It's funny because everyone said that short form cricket would be the death of spin bowling.
Yeah.
And they're just going to get smashed all the time.
We've seen the complete opposite, even on our
for
travels.
sure. And look, left arm spinners, I just think they're such a valuable weapon in this form of the game. I mean, if you had 5 good left arm spinners, you could probably play them all. I mean, that's the thing. It's got to be good spin, though. You can't just get anyone doing it. But, yeah, Robertson, he's impressed. He's another one they pulled out of the hat here in their second game. This is the tank. Ritik Tomar coming out to bat now. They're not quite run a ball pace so far from the Czechs.
Tomar. Just once again, there's that line from Robertson. Just to basically flying it up there and saying, right, okay, you make a decision. You either come out and play me. If you go back to your peril, because if you miss it, and I'm going up for the LBW, running a very good straight line. Once again, slightly quicker delivery, asking a question. And probably a little bit too high, and maybe may have been a little bit of something on this from the batter, because the Robertson sort of withdraws the peel pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think it's climbing over the top for me. You can see where it hits him. So around the stomach area. Anyway, it's the end of the 4th over. The score is 21 for 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Ford. It's been a really exciting opening day, which has now turned into opening night.
We're under lights.
Yeah, in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. I'm just a little bit worried about this innings at the moment because I'm just hoping this game will last long enough for the lights to take effect. But obviously, it's a really exciting moment for everyone involved. Big thank you to Dave Cooper at the ground staff, all the Blue crew, the ECN crew, Spring Productions, our production partners, and Spring Media. It's a big team effort that brings this together, and I think it's been a really great first day.
Been absolutely brilliant. Look, massive shout out to everybody involved here. It doesn't middle this, just gets it back over the bowler. They'll take another single.
And look, I also want to thank a group of people that I don't think we thank enough. I would say the viewers. I think we are the best viewers in world cricket. I want to say a big thank you for your support, of course, not just now, but all the time to grow European cricket. This one's growing as well, growing the score. It's an uppercut, and this is now Carson McCulloch, who is bowling. It's a pretty good shot. There's nothing too wrong with the ball, but the tank, he's a guy, and when he's hot, he's really hot. And he's played a fair bit of this form of the game now. Ritik Tomar, he'll be feeling a lot better after that shot. 4 runs.
Sticking with the spin. McCulloch, slightly short this time. Lays it away.
Yeah, that's one it's not really a spinner. It just angles in and keeps going in towards the batter. And you're trying to get them playing for a bit of spin, maybe get them LBW or bowled. Hello to Jeff. He's in the chat saying he's loving the Irish team. Well, he's split between Ireland and Spain. That's the thing. He's got divided loyalties.
Bit of a pickle, isn't he? There's no idea where this is gone. Oh, and if it's a hit, he's gone. That is absolutely brilliant. That's for me. Surely they're going to go upstairs here. I reckon this is out, Vinny. What do you reckon? Come on.
Giving it from here. I'll tell you what. He had plenty of time to line up the throw. I know he's a slow bowler, but he's a fast thrower, McCulloch.
Oh.
I think the batter.
I reckon he's gone here, you know.
Yeah, we'll check it out.
This is lightning quick work. This is great bit of cricket.
I was going to mention something first, but first we'll see this because I'm sure this is out. Where's the batter? He's gone.
Yeah, I mean, we left the slate down here. I think the bat is there you go.
Yeah.
That tells you the story. That is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Superb. And, well, we talk about fantastic moments, but this is fantastic. Look at this, pick up, throw, bang. Thank you very much. You're on your way. Adios, baby, adios.
Yeah. So the first thing I noticed with that ball actually is that McCulloch delivered it from really far back. His front foot was actually, I think, behind the stumps. So that's another variation. He's using the crease and the length of the pitch to create another variation. But, yeah, well, Venkateswamy just couldn't get going quick enough. Excellent fielding. And you'd expect, you know, they're youthful. They're a bunch of guys that are pretty athletic. And we've seen a fair bit of it so far. Venkateswamy goes for 5 and it's 27 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, like you said, it's what we were expecting to see. It's certainly what I was expecting to see. These are the different
yeah, look where he bowls that from.
Yeah, it goes much wider.
Yeah. And this is the end of the play is pretty good. Problem is there, also the batter was looking for way too long. Look, here. And so, yeah, that front foot is allowed to touch the sideline. And he's, how far is that behind
it's
the
clever
stumps?
because he swings the back foot all the way around. As long as it doesn't touch that line, it's fine, and it ends up on the right side. So, great bit of cricket.
Venkateswamy there, he actually turns around to look at the ball to see, is it coming? It was.
It was coming.
And I think he just had to concentrate on trying to get there as quick as possible. Anyway, new batter comes to the crease to join Tomar. It's Devendra Singh, the keeper.
Oh, he's gone. There's certainly something there. Yeah, there you go. There's the finger that goes up. I heard this from up here. Well, Devendra Singh says, nah, I was nowhere near it.
Well, he's got to get going, though. Devendra Singh stayed for a long time. Got to say, it felt there was a noise there.
Yeah.
I picked it up live, and it was a pretty spontaneous appeal. Another good catch from Burton behind the stumps. McCulloch, he threw one out. Now he's bowling one out. And unfortunately for Divi, he's going to have to go for a golden. Have a look at this here. We won't really be able to tell on this replay. You see that was pretty close to the ball. And yeah, spontaneously, the keeper was up, the bowler was pretty short. Just turning to have a look at Andrew Elliott, who likes to take his time when he's making decisions. And at the moment, see, Rittick's got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, well,
taking his time getting off the field. He doesn't like it, but he's going to have to go. The score now is 27 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, the lights are on, but the lights, as far as the Czech Republic here, are starting to go out. As the batters, they go and they come back. He's still not happy. He's shaking his head. I've got to say, I heard that from all the way here, Vinny. I know that the replay's
hard to see what it would be.
But the umpire, one thing I will say, the umpire's in exactly the right position, standing in the right spot, and picks it up straight away. Gives the batter the benefit of the doubt to walk if he wants to. Batter says, I ain't going nowhere. And Andrew Elliott puts his finger up, says, you got to go. So, he played, work to be done here, and expecting a dive. Yeah, that's the standards that I'm looking to see. The only thing got to wait and see here is whether he's able to, he's released this ball or he's not touching it when his feet touch the rope. I reckon that's fine.
Yeah, I saw this live and I think it's pretty good. They'll probably have a look at it, but it's a pretty clean boundary stop to me. He hits it away and now the ball's gone. Then you see the rope go. Excellent fielding again, high standards, and that's what we're going to come to expect, I think, from this Irish team. It's also the end of the over. The score 28 for 5 after 5, so pretty dismal for Czech viewers. I mean, this is Akash Palmer coming out. He's a genuine batter. He's coming in low. I think maybe they need a bit more stability at the top of the order. Maybe you can get up there 3 or 4. It's tough. They're going to have to maybe try a few combinations. They're really missing a couple of key players. We mentioned that. So now we'll start another over and get even more spin. It's a spin. Matthew Humphries coming back. Pops in the air, but yeah, you can see the Czechs are caught between a rock and a hard place here. They want to attack, but it's not easy. You're not going to get a lot of bad balls. They don't really have the confidence to hit through the line of the ball. They're not really judging the pace that well. Again, look, they're batting under lights, which is the first time we've seen it. The lights are slowly taking over. So if you ask anyone in day-night cricket, they think that twilight's a bit of a difficult time to bat at the moment. It is looking pretty difficult out there. But Benedict Chambers is watching, and he's an Irishman that lives in Sweden. He's sport because he's got Ireland this week and Sweden next. Another one, Jeff is in the chat, and he's just saying that he's having a few beers in the fan zone.
Yeah.
Give us a wave if you're in the fan zone, if you can hear us, because we've really loved the interaction today. Hopefully you've had a good day.
To get into the fielder, in comes the throw, and once again, it's quick, it's fast.
And of course, we don't have Corey helping us out at the moment. We will next week, but I haven't really gotten down to the fan zone as much as I normally would during a day. Normally we kind of can skip a game here and there, but I'm looking forward to meeting a few guys, especially the Irish supporters that have travelled. There's quite a few of those I know. It's their first taste of European cricket. And I kind of wore the Irish bright green as a bit of a nod to them to welcome them into the ECN fold. But I think it's going to be a great 5 weeks. Festival of Cricket, and it's only the beginning as well, Rico.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. You're spot on. It is a festival of cricket, and it's going to get bigger day by day, week in, week out. And we know that the Irish certainly bring a lot of fun, entertainment and enjoyment to the occasion as well. So looking forward to mingling more with them. At the moment, the team's doing pretty well out there as well in the middle.
Humphries is clever. Everyone I've talked to just thinks he's going to take a pile of wickets. You see that one slightly slower. He never really bowls the exact same ball twice, but he's not varying it too much. These are kind of plus minus 10% in speed, just throwing off the timing of the batters. It's a quicker one. Get through for a single. So it will be the end of the over. Humphries pretty tidy, finishes 1 for 10. And at the end of 6 overs, the score is 33 for 5. Just 4 overs to go here. And I suppose still 5 wickets in hand, 4 wickets remaining. Just look at the bowling figures though. I mean, look at Finn Catherwood. Just one off his over, took 1 for 1. They've split the wickets so far, 1 apiece. I mean, O'Reilly doesn't have a wicket, but only went for 3. That's what I'm talking about. I think they've got a high quality attack and a very well balanced attack. They've got lots of options. And sometimes you want to go spin heavy when batters are struggling against spin. This is probably one of those times. Other times, the pace is doing the trick. So you want to have multiple pacemen you can call on.
Yeah.
And yeah, I really like the look of this Irish team. That was the big question mark because we hadn't seen them in this format. They're looking right at home at the moment. Now here is Carson McCulloch for a second over.
Oh, by McCulloch, and good work again behind the stumps there for Max Burton. Just waiting to see if the batter loses his balance, leans forward, gets that foot up, and he's going to whip those bails off in a flash.
He's prowling back there.
But once more. Again, you see, it's that teasing length, but he bowls that one so cleverly, the way he goes really wide, swings that back foot all the way around, then lands it back in the safe area. Just creates a different angle, and you can see that the batters are struggling.
And they're not really being proactive, making like a definite movement outside off, for example.
This one was a bit straighter, so he's able to get bat onto it. But look, field has been set, just a single. Yeah, I mean, you gotta. I mean, it's going to be difficult. You're 5 wickets down, so you want a batter that's actually prepared to come down the track and hit straight over the top. So you got to be assertive and positive. And at the moment, just not seeing that from the Czech Republic batters. Singh, can he do? Again, he's just happy just to drop the bat on it. The Singh takes a single.
Again,
needs to be looking to do more than that.
Look at where McCulloch bowls this one from. This is, instead of changing the pace of the ball, he changes the length of the pitch here. And we may not see this because he's going to come in and maybe bowl a more regular delivery.
Oh, got it. That's so well bowled. And well, what we didn't see him bowl it from a different length, if you like, but we saw him go wider again.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, we mentioned this, and it's the saying that I have about when you're bowling in these shorter formats, variation is everything, and that is exactly what that young man is doing there. Great variation from him. This time he goes wide, and yeah, there you go. There's that packet of Bombay mix again. You just don't know what's coming next.
Yeah, it's really clever. This is a quicker ball that's not quicker because of the pace of the ball. It's quicker because the distance is shorter. So this time, okay, goes really wide. In fact, the front foot's the return crease. There's no problem about that. See, Palmer has had enough. He gets proactive, he charges, and he comes up with fresh air. And Czech Republic, they are... say they're up the creek without a paddle at the moment, the way things are looking. It's 35 for 6 after that.
Good bit of bowling. And, certainly, the people I was talking to that were saying, watch out for the spin, watch out for the spin. I know that Grizzly was one of those as well, saying, look, the spinners I think are going to win it for them. Well, at the moment, I can see what you're talking about. But look, the seamers have been pretty good as well. Take nothing away from what we saw from Catherwood bowling and also O'Reilly. So they've got a good balance, a good combination, and of course, very sharp in the field.
Yeah, that's for sure. Want to say a quick hello? See that Arafat Hussain is just saying quick hello to me. Yeah, thanks for everyone for your interactions as well. It's been a busy day. Probably haven't spent too much time giving shout-outs today, but I want to say hello to Paul. He's in Croatia as well. Says that some of these Irish guys look frighteningly young. But also, they've been frighteningly good, I'd say, on day one here, Rico.
They've been pretty good, haven't they?
Let's pull the over.
This time goes again very, very wide.
Yeah.
So he just played out and take the single.
So that'll be the end of the 7th over, and the score is 36 for 6. This is Sharon Ramakrishnan. Again, he's better than your average number 8. He's a genuine bat. But we'll see if he can put something together. Well, coming up tomorrow, more action. And we'll have 5 more matches. And starting with a rematch of what was a really close game earlier in the day. Just 3 runs separated Portugal and Czech Republic. Then I'm really looking forward to match 7. Ireland 11 versus Spain. For me, they've been the 2 most impressive teams on day 1. The way things are looking, they might be the teams that are unbeaten at that stage. But then, I mean, every match is a good game, isn't it, really? Austria-Portugal will be a good one. See Conrad Greenshields and co against Austria, who are a bit disappointing. Austria will play Portugal and Ireland 11 tomorrow. And Austria will really hope that today they can get back on track after coming away with no points here on day 1.
Robertson coming back into the attack, so staying with pace off. Why change it? It's working so well, working a treat.
Yeah, this is why I've said this before. Robertson fumbles the unfumbleable, but he's all right. So yeah, Kean Robertson comes in as well now. So you know, if they're struggling against left arm spin, just keep throwing at the batters.
Yeah.
And if you've got 10 overs of left arm spin, that's great. I mean, it's about using the resources that are working, I suppose.
Roma CC said it all, right?
Yeah.
He flipped away.
And we saw that. And they had more left arm spinners than you could poke a stick at by the end of that tournament, Roma CC. Yeah, and so if it's working, it's working. I mean, I do feel a bit sorry for the faster bowlers that sometimes don't get used. You know, they're running in, warming up, probably bowl more balls in warm-up than they do in the game these days, some of these guys. But, I mean, it's a team effort, and you just got to be able to adapt. Adapt to different opponents, different conditions.
Oh, that's a beauty. That one goes the other way, and well, showing his talents here. And slightly quicker, gets this to go the other way. It's really, really intelligent bowling. This is a pleasure to watch.
Got to say, a few comments in the chat about the Irish players staying up past their bedtimes. And at the moment, I think they've got the licence to do it. Whereas after this, I've got to say, the keeping's been top class from Max Burton as well.
It's been good
today. It's been so tidy. And like, the fundamentals have been good, but when he's had to do something spectacular, he has.
Yeah.
I think he's been solid back there.
Robertson once more. Nicely bowled again, just rolling the fingers over this one, just slowing it up slightly. Just those little minute changes in pace, which are causing all the issues here at the moment. No big shots. I think only, from my top of my head, only 3 boundary shots in this inning so far. 6 and 2 fours. Seeing Robertson. No run at all. Really, let's just remind our viewers again just how these groups work. So we do know that only one team, the winner of the group, will go through to Championship Week starting week number 5, the 10th of October. So all the teams play each other, but the team that finishes 5th by the end of Thursday is eliminated.
They're eliminated automatically. So the top 4 teams will play on what we call Finals Friday here on ECN. And essentially, there'll be a winner of this group, and they'll play a final on Friday afternoon. The winner of that will progress to Championship Week, where they'll meet England 11 and the winners of the other weeks.
Yeah.
So plenty to look forward to here. Czech Republic right now, they are batting like, you know, the old, when you're chained to a boulder. That's kind of the feeling I get about this innings at the moment. Devendra Singh, let's see if he can change the narrative. Back to pace then in the 9th.
Yeah, they may fancy the pace back on these two. Let's see how it goes. But the thing is, though, with the ball's running out and the ball still, I mean, one thing I've noticed, that would be interesting. So one of the things we were wondering is, once we get into this part of the day, how the ball will behave. And at the moment, I'm still seeing it swinging about a fair bit.
That's true. So I was just thinking, you know, we're talking about the intentometer, the red and green system. I hope Corey left his red pen behind, because got to feel sorry for these guys. When they have really tried to fire a shot, they've found a way to get out. There probably hasn't been enough bat and ball in this innings. You can understand that. I mean, that's the thing about Czech Republic. I mean, it's on the up and up in the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
They are missing some of their key players, but it does give opportunities to others as well that have been in and around the setup. You see, being watched on closely right now by all the coaching staff. Pretty handsome coaches in this tournament as well, let's say. Not from Spain. Good seed.
What are you on about? Yeah, that's great.
Good seed.
Just having a look at the field set. I was having a look at this when Arnold played the first match. But it's a very, I mean, they stick to the field, don't they? The bowlers know what they're going on. Just have a look at this field. It's simple, but it's effective. Well, look at that. It's absolute corker, isn't it?
Peach, isn't it, really?
Simple field. I mean, you've got a very fine third man. And you've got man on the 45, square leg, mid-wicket, it's on the boundary, 2 men straight. You've got a sweeper out on the off and 2 men inside the circle on the offside. Simple field, but effective, and the bowlers are bowling to it.
Yeah, for sure. No Riley. He's been chomping at the bit to get a second over. He's had to wait. But yeah, Ireland 11 looking the goods at the moment. And isn't this ground looking great as well? Slowly the lights are taking effect. Probably see the second innings a bit more influential.
Once again, just tiki-taka at the moment. Tiki-taka, tiki-taka. Maro, maro. Ye andani, tutadani, ball here. Maro, kutke maro. Hit it hard. And at the moment, they just can't get out of this tiki-taka mode. Want a bit of boom-boom here. They're almost like they're on a 2-cylinder tuk-tuk. They need to change up into a V12.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Again, they've only got 8 balls left. So, I mean, realistically, where could they get to here? Maybe 60 if they're lucky. Not going anywhere right now. This one crashes into the midsection of Yuvendra Singh, who started with a bit of a knock at the start of the day. Remember when he was keeping?
Yeah, he did.
Cops one here.
Yeah, he's going to be sore tomorrow morning, that's for sure.
Last ball the over coming up then. You might as well just throw the bat at it now. Again, it's pretty quiet over there in the Czech Republic. Had a tough day. They got so close, didn't they, to Portugal? Just went down by 3 runs. It's looking like hard work here.
Once again, it's good delivery, good line again. This one's slightly shorter, going right across the right-hander, and just struggling. They've struggled from the word go, haven't they? All the batters, nobody really has been able to make any kind of contribution. When you look at that, the scorecard, the highest score was that from Buyan. He made 11, and he'd hit a 1-4 and a 6 in the 8 deliveries that he faced, but nobody else has been able to get going. But you can't take anything away from the bowling. And the other thing to focus on for me is the extras.
Yeah.
I mean, very few extras there. They've just been really tidy. In fact, I say very few extras, none. No extras at all so far.
Clean innings.
Maybe put a mockers on them now.
Yeah,
but
you
I mean,
never
6
no,
balls
never.
to go.
So rare you see nothing. Normally there's a sneaky leg by or something in there.
6 balls to go, no extras. It's been quite an outstanding performance this from Ireland so far.
Not wrong there. All right, 10th overtime. Here's Catherwood steaming in.
More of the same. Another swing and a miss. And just have a look there. You get a good picture of the batter, where he finishes compared to where the ball is. So nowhere near it really. Not getting his body or feet across. Not getting behind it. And Catherwood will see that and just continue that. The other thing I've liked about Ireland, and one thing they've learned very quickly, and maybe this has been part of their training in the lead up to this, they're not looking to get wickets.
Yeah.
You know, they're
Yeah,
not
I mean,
looking to get wickets.
They're happy if they do, but yeah, they're...
Yeah, you see the lines being bowled, they're just keeping the ball outside the off stump. They know, once they see a batter is struggling with the ball in a particular area, they think, right, we're going to keep it there.
Yeah, they've
we'll take the dot balls.
They've found kind of holes in the armour of Czech
Yeah.
Republic, haven't they? And they've been relentless, not giving them the oxygen to breathe.
Exactly, yeah. Liking it. They're just saying, right, we're just going to keep it there. We'll just keep the dot balls, and it doesn't matter whether we got 2 down or 3 down. With that score, 40 on the board, yeah, we're happy with that. Catherwood steaming in once more. And once again, another big wild swing from Ramakrishna. And it's another dot. 10 balls now. He's faced for 3. And that's certainly not the strike rate that you're looking for. And well, seeing the other side, 9 balls for 5 runs.
Yeah, a bit of the Groundhog Day about this innings, hasn't there? Hasn't there been? Ramakrishna just cannot get going here, 3 off 10. And yeah, they're not going to run out of wickets here, but they just haven't been allowed really anything with the bat.
Well, this one's hit pretty well, and we may see a boundary. Oh no, we won't, because we're going to see some more fantastic bit of fielding. That's fantastic. And, well, that's what it's all about. And this is something that, you know, Tyrone speaks a lot about when he's talking about the coaching. You've got to have your lines right. This has gone past the inner fielder there, only just. But look, you've got the right lines there. You've got another fielder behind who makes a dramatic stop. Cian Robertson, great stop. Well, that's all about youth for you. And that's about throwing yourself around and, well, getting dirty for your team. Great stop.
100% effort from Cian there.
Just played away for a single.
That's a really good sign as well. Even with it so well on top in this game, but still really fight and keep your standards up to keep that ball from going to the boundary. It's great stuff.
Yeah, because they're enjoying this. This is a massive moment for them. I mean, you know, like you said earlier, Ireland coming here, playing in Spain, taking part in this European Cricket Championships, getting the opportunity to put this young side out here. They're going to learn so much from this, and they're out there, they're enjoying their cricket. They're enjoying the company of the other teams and players. They're enjoying this whole occasion. It's absolutely fantastic.
Last ball, 43 plus this.
Just up in the air, just dropped short of the fielder. It will be 1, and that's what it will stay at. And it's well, it's a fantastic performance. It's well, a class act from the Irish out there in the field. They've just bowled brilliantly, and no extras at all. It's absolutely astonishing. It's not often that you see that many.
Here's the thing, the last 4 that we saw, the last boundary we saw was the second ball of the 5th over. So there's absolutely no boundaries in the second half of the innings. They get 29 in the first half. They get only 15 in the second half. And, well, there weren't that many anyway in the innings, were there? There were 2 4s, 2 6s. And, yeah, for example, I mean, this kind of exemplifies that they don't take a wicket for the last 19 balls of the innings, but they don't need to because there wasn't a lot of bat on ball. There was just a handful of singles in there. The Czech Republic finding it tough going, I should say, after dark. Well, the light was a bit brighter then, but nothing too bright as the openers went cheaply. I think Czech Republic relied on them then. You see Subba got that one away. This one was probably hittable too, but he found the fielder. The catch was taken. Got to say, Ireland didn't really put a foot wrong in this 10 overs.
No, they didn't. They were exceptional. And this was, well, I talk about exceptional. They don't get better than this. What a catch that we've seen there from the wicketkeeper. I mean, that was terrific. Max Burton, take a bow. And he's been absolutely clean and clinical behind the stumps. And the bowlers, well, they bowled good lines. They bowled to the fielders. The fielders never let them down. And the batters, well, as hard as they tried, they just couldn't get things going in the end. But it was such a clean and superb performance. And that, for me, sums it up.
See, that's unavoidable. I mean, the thing is, if you're struggling technically to get bat on ball, that's one thing. But that's one that Venkateswamy will look back and say, I actually turned and watched the ball. I didn't really concentrate on getting in. And you see, that's Matank was nonplussed about that decision, but really it was a bit of a procession at this stage, and that was just a bit of a highlight towards the end. So yeah, they still couldn't get that elusive boundary in the second half of the innings, and yeah, you can see it's tough. It's a learning curve, I think, for the Czech Republic, a slightly new look team for them as well, as we've mentioned. But let's have a look at the scorecard, and only one player hits double figures. It's Sazib Bhuyan, only 2 4s, 2 6s in the innings. And well, they're kind of, there's an expression to be all at 6s and 7s. Well, they were all at 5s and 6s. You can see we had 3 5s and 3 6s in the innings, a duck and an 11. And look, we've seen it. Now we've seen it. An absolute clean innings. Yes. 0 extras. Ireland 11 giving literally nothing away there. McCulloch, I think he was clever with his variations. Really, they all went 2 for 11. He'll take the figures. But, I mean, look at the economy rates of Finn Catherwood and Mike O'Reilly, who only concede 5 in their 2 overs, and the others not too bad. I mean, Cian Robertson, he went for 13. He was the most expensive. Remember, one of those was an edge for 4. So really, I think Ireland 11, they've taken to this format like a duck to water. And Czech Republic, well, they'll come out and try and make a record here if they can defend 44, but I think it's a matter of how quickly Ireland 11 will knock up these runs. And it looks like we could be in for an early night, actually, Rico.
You're going in for an early night. I tell you what, a lot of people that are going to be absolutely beaming at the moment, beaming as bright as these floodlights are at the moment. It's going to be the coaching staff of Ireland. They're going to be so happy with that performance. I mean, that was faultless.
Yeah, it was faultless. That's probably a good word from even the Czech supporters in the chat were saying, look, hats off to Ireland. Yeah. They really took Czech Republic to school there. And look, I've said this before, and we've seen a lot of teams, I suppose, that have That's different situations of cricket in their country, but I think that's the way you get better. You get better by playing better teams. Czech Republic will probably learn a lot from that innings when they go back and watch it. But it'll be 45 for Ireland to mop up and finish day one. Join us in just a few minutes when we return. The lights will take effect, and hopefully it gets dark before the game's finished. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. Hope you're enjoying opening day, opening night here in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. We'll be back just after the break.
Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, to the magnificent, splendid Cartama Oval. And you see it there under lights. That's what we've been waiting for, this day-night event. This is the Euros of Cricket, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. I'm Rico Full of the European Cricket Network, and alongside me is the one, the only, the legendary Mr. Maximo. Well, Maxi, it looks like Ireland are going to try and wrap this up pretty quickly and really finish the day top of the table with a superior net run rate to Spain.
Good net run rate boosting opportunity as well. Well, I just looked up the record books in ECN cricket. Of course, we've had something like 2,500 matches now in this format, and the record book took me to a game back on the 11th of August last year. It was actually in Landskrona in Sweden, where Malmöhus chased down a target of 43 in 2.1 overs. So that is the record. Okay. Just putting it out there. Whether they'll do something like that, I'm not sure. People are wondering how they'll approach this. I think they're just going to make for an early night, honestly. Here we go. Satya Sengupta to open the bowling. The first ball.
Oh, well, what's happened here? Oh, no. Chase it. On the Iba. Well, he's going to get there.
Wow.
Well, this could have been, it could have been a disaster. First for the batters. There's a bit of miscommunication. Could have been a run out. And then, well, I had visions of this going all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, how did that happen? He just drops it down.
Yeah, he thinks it's an easy single. Here's the throw. I think batter gets the bat in, but then nobody backing up.
Throw to nowhere. I think there was, but they were backing up a throw that was remotely near the stumps. I think it wasn't. And that's why they got sent on a wild chase. In the end, it was only two. There was only one overthrow, plus the initial one. So 2 runs to start.
Time's the dot. No, they didn't run the first spin. He was sent back.
Of course. Sorry, of course. He was sent back, so it'll just be the one.
Yeah, just the one.
One overthrow.
I mean, they could have got the 2, I think. It went a long way, didn't it? But I think the 2 batters thought, hang on a minute, let's just take the 1 and have a chat about this.
Yeah, well, I've forgotten how scoring works. That's what a long day will do for you here. We have loved it.
Oh, he's gone big with this one, and this goes all the way. Bolle, Kinna, Sona, seis carreras.
Shot. And batting on the lights. We're about to see how easy or not it is. He makes this look easy, doesn't he? I'm going to say just slight change in the order with Seamus Lynch, who made 59 on out in the previous match. He isn't opening. They've sent Burton up to open, who batted 3 last time.
He clubs this away as well. There's going to be 4, 6, and 4, and he is hungry for more. Yeah, I'm liking that, Vinny, because remember, we only saw 3 batters the first time round. So this is an opportunity. I mean, it's not a big opportunity because the runs are going to need to be chased, but an opportunity just to change it up a little bit for Ireland, just to give others a bat.
That, we still have only seen 3 batters, though, because these 2 did bat in the last game.
Yeah.
They batted opening and 3, respectively. Anyway, Burton's off to the races. He's on 10.
Oh, this is big. This is massive. This is a mammoth shot. Well, this is a supersonic blast. That's a Bizaway Super 6. That has gone a long, long way. What a hit.
Seeing a lot of teeth out there. That's what the lights are picking up at the moment. I reckon there's a cheeky little smile from Burton, who knows he's nailed this. You see, deep in his crease, gets under it, and I don't know if he winked at somebody, but he was pretty happy with it. And have a look, there you go. When you disguise a smile as a grimace, I know that trick.
Full toss, and has he got plenty of this as well? I think he has, and well, there's a bit of carnage happening there in the middle, and they're taking the bowler here, Sengupta, to the sword. Well, he's happy that over's over. It goes magical straight from the start. 23. Talk to me about this record, Vinny.
Yeah, well, the record's 2.1 overs. It's under attack. I think Maxi B might be my new favourite player. I love the way he keeps, love the way he bats. The first over goes magical. 23 off it. And, well, you might want the next over if you're Czech Republic, because you might not get another opportunity. But then again, you might not want the next over, because that was massive.
Oh, there was some, that was some clinical hitting there. That was huge. And, well, Sengupta, he just goes for 23 of the first. There were some big hits there. Well, I'll tell you what, look like the Irish boys, well, they like it when the lights go down. And look at that. That's such a good sight, that is. Isn't it? Such a good sight. Absolutely beautiful. So, we'll place this out to the man on the deep. They'll take the single. Here comes the throw. So, Burton will go back on strike. New bowler, yeah. Ahmed, seeing what he can do. Naveed Ahmed taking the pace right off it.
Yeah, I do like that they've gone to spin here. Just a slightly different look.
This will be a wide. And initial movement there you see from Burton, which makes Ahmed just try and fire this ball, just trying to get it inside that wide line.
Probably add one to the counter there. I don't see this being a golden ball.
Well, this could be a wicket, and it should be a wicket, and it won't be a wicket. Well, I don't know what happens here. I'm surely the fielder here, Venkataswamy, has to go for this.
Well,
he decides not
he's
to.
right back on the circle, so he's got to come a long way. To be honest, only the keeper could have reached it, I think, Devendra Singh, but he didn't know where it was. So he couldn't turn and go.
But he wasn't going
away
for that one. That's what injured him early on in the day. This is, oh no, well, this is going to be five wides, and the wicketkeeper has literally stepped right across this and missed it. I don't know if I don't know what's put him off here, because the batter certainly didn't move.
Yeah, it just doesn't get behind the line of the ball. You see, he's trying to get there, but his feet just couldn't get wide enough, quick enough. Well, that's 5 to the total, and now this record really might be under attack, because now they need 14 off 4.
No run there.
Jinxed it. But yeah, I mean, 2.1 is the record. You need now 14 off 3 to get it in your own right. Wouldn't put it past him, but yeah, you see the change of pace here from Naveed, even though the 5 wides didn't help. But obviously, I think I like that they've at least changed the style of bowler.
Oh, this will help. That is big, and that's going to go all the way as well. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Qué guay, qué genial, qué fuerte es esto equipo de Irlanda. Ganar de primero partido por la mañana cuando contra de Austria, y ahora creo que ganar esto.
I've got a question. Who finds the balls in the deep dark forest? Because there's not a lot of light outside the playing surface here. All right, they need 8 off 2 for the record.
Oh, just quite happy to clip this away. They think about 2, decide against it.
Could still maybe equal it. But they need, what's that, 7 off 2 deliveries now. This one and the next one to equal the record 2.1. Unless there's a bit of another 5 wides or something could
you get
make it possible.
Back on strike here, don't you? And Burton, he's been hitting the ball pretty big.
He sure has.
Well, it's this straight down the ground, but it hits the toe end off the bat, so it doesn't get the power in it. So they'll take the single. So
yeah, end of the over. So 39 with that loss after 2. Well, could be an early night here. Sunset was 1 minute ago, believe it or not, here in Cartama. But coming up tomorrow, really interesting day of cricket, of course. We're starting again the same time, slightly later than usual on ECN, 9:30 AM GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe. It's 3 PM in India. We're starting with Portugal, Czech Republic. Rematch of a game that was decided by only 3 runs earlier today.
Yeah.
But for me, match 7. Lock it in there. Ireland 11, Spain, the 2 undefeated teams going head to head. And that'll be a real sign of who's ahead in this group at this stage. Should be really exciting, and it's just the beginning, isn't it? You have 5 weeks, 5 days a week in the ECC. Also more cricket on the weekend on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. That's domestic cricket, so it's a feast of cricket in Cartama. 120 matches in the ECC, plus 40 on the weekends. That's 160 matches, and there'll be cricket every day. This is the first of 33 consecutive days of cricket. Anyway, can tie the record with a 6 here. Shahaz Farhan grabs the ball.
well, this looks like it's going to be up in the air. How far does it go? Is that record going to be tied? I think it is. Well, it goes all the way, and that is the victory. And they do it in style, don't they? And big 6 to finish it. And what a fantastic performance this has been. It's been emphatic, hasn't it? And they wanted to set the record straight for a few people that were saying, well, okay, what is this Ireland team going to bring? It's going to be a young team. Are they going to be up to scratch? Are they going to be able to play this format? Are they going to be able to adjust? Well, the answer to all of those questions is yes.
Yeah.
And they're going to finish the day surely on top of the group. Now, they're going to have a superior net run rate. And what a knot that is. Well, Max Burton, he certainly has had a superb day, hasn't he, behind the stumps. Don't forget that superb catch that he took, diving, taking a two-handed catch, and then out there with the bat. He smashed the ball all over the place. 30 runs in just 8 deliveries. Ireland victorious, 2 out of 2 for them. And the Czech Republic, well, they've got to go back to base tonight and think about the remainder of this group and their matches tomorrow. They need to get some points on the board.
Austria and Czech Republic walk away with 0 points in day 1. So that's not really what they were looking for, obviously. But I got to say, buy me a Max Burton shirt ASAP, because I just love watching him play. And he just seems to do it so easily as well. I loved his keeping up the stumps, loved his keeping back as well. And he really smashed it. And so they equal the record for the fastest chase in all ECN cricket. Of course, it's a record on its own for the fastest chase in the ECC. It's Dream11 looking very, very dangerous after day one. But so is Spain. Don't forget, they also won both their games. Those two will clash for the first time tomorrow. Well, this point for Czech Republic, but that's the kind of performance. I think you just got to put it behind you in the end.
Yeah.
Okay, they never really had a chance to settle in that fielding innings. Obviously, it didn't last too long at all. But back to the drawing board. I think they need to maybe rejig their batting order. I haven't minded their tactics with the bowling, to be honest. They just had a pretty good performance from Greenshields as well earlier on, who they kind of battered them out of the game. But having a look at this, well, the highlights, it's going to be so short. You might as well show the whole thing again.
Couldn't you? Just show the whole 13 balls again. Let's do it again.
Exactly.
But, look, there was some really good hitting. I mean, one of these sixes, then it was absolutely humongous. Well, this didn't help, did it? And when they weren't coming to the bat, the wicketkeeper totally missing that one, Singh, and that goes for 5. And they were having some fun out there, the Irish boys. And, well, this was huge. This was absolutely huge. There were some big hits here today. Listen, I reckon we've had a bumper day for sixes, you know. I'd like to see the final count. Maybe tomorrow we could bring you that. There's been a lot of sixes here today. And that's the way that we like it. We don't like the tiki-taka. We like the boom-boom. And Ireland, well, they've shown us that at the moment, they've boom-boomed all the way up to the top of the standings in the group. And you can see there that it was Max Burton, 30 not out of just 8 deliveries, supported well there by John Matchett, who just basically said, here you go, son, you can have the strike. And, well, in terms of the bowling figures, it didn't start well. Cindy Gupta went magical the very first over 23. Naveed Ahmed, well, I think it was worth the try to take the pace off. He went for 16. And then, well, just took one more ball from Fahad. And his only ball of this match went for 6 as well. That is the summary there. It tells you a story of two teams. The Czech Republic, as we said, missing some key players. That was also always going to be difficult for them to try and readjust. They found it hard to do here, but they've got to regroup pretty quickly and get things right. But Ireland, well, they came strong, didn't they? Yeah. And they played absolutely brilliant. And I think they're a young team. They're just going to get better and better.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We saw the Irish club side brigade in the ECL have a little bit of a slow start, a bit of a blip on their first morning in the format. But this just didn't happen here. These guys look ready and made for it. And I think the selectors deserve a lot of credit for picking this team, because I think it's really clear for me that these guys, they're going to really enjoy the experience. I think when you're enjoying your cricket, you relax and you're feeling good about things, and they will be feeling really good. But I don't know if it was my lucky green shirt that I wore, but it certainly woke up the Irish today. They were not snoozing, and they get 2 wins. So does Spain. We saw Portugal have a mixed day with the 1-1 record. The real teams of concern, Czech Republic, obviously, they were outclassed in that last game, but they didn't win that early game against Portugal, going down by 3 runs. And, of course, Austria, which a lot of people had as their tip, maybe to progress from this group. Didn't have a good day. Again, got in winning positions, I think, but just couldn't go on with it. They lose both their opening games as well.
Yeah, but, I mean, with Austria, we saw good signs, and we know that when you look at their squad, you look at their team, they've got some good players in there, and you can see them clicking and coming good. The question is, when we look at this sort of slightly new look Czech Republic side, have they got the same? Have they got that depth? I just don't see it. I mean, somebody has got to stand up and fight, especially with the batting. You need 2 batters to go out there and contribute to try and get them to scores around 120. I can't see where that's going to come from.
They need to rejig the order, I think. They need to try things. They are on the rack first up against Portugal tomorrow. It's probably a good thing. They won't feel good going to bed with that performance. It's one thing to lose, but I think, you know, it wasn't their best performance either. And when you compound that with Ireland playing so well, then that's the result you're going to get. We did make it to 2 minutes past sunset, so that was something. But yeah, that first game I think will be a real marker, because they'll also want some revenge on Portugal that just beat them by 3 runs. Almost a last ball finish. In fact, it was a second last ball finished almost today with that incredible stop from Greenshields. Okay, just a reminder that we are obviously on our social media at European Cricket. Great place to go to see some of the highlights. And of course, we'll have the play of the day for the first time. We'll see what's happening with that tomorrow, and it'll be hard to choose from. There are quite a few good ones. Also, the Crickathon is live. Go to crickathon.com, and again, you could win an internship with HCL software, which is a really exciting development as well. Big thank you to all our partners, of course, Frederick Constant, our official timekeeper, and plenty of others. You know, we talked a lot with the local government earlier in the day, with Jorge Gallardo and Jose Maria Arrabal, which was really nice. And we had Abraham from HCL Software here as well. So I want to say big thanks to everyone. Finally, our website, EuropeanCricket.com. That's where you can get the whole fixture list. You can see a few articles there and some previews to the game. So it's a great place to go as well. We're going to knock off after a pretty long opening day and opening night, but not as long as it might have been, thanks to the Island 11. But we hope you have a happy and a safe rest of your evening. We'll see you tomorrow because we'll be back. It'll be day 2. 5 more matches on the way. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Hope you have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow right back here for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Here's some highlights of the day to take you out. Good night, everyone.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta mañana.